I had a realization today, the kind of realization that makes your maple syrup run cold. Well, it's kind of always cold in the Great White North, isn't it? Anyway, I realized that I've never done a Canadian horror story compilation, despite having done 6 or 7 different episodes based on our beautiful hat. So enjoy this compilation featuring over 5.5 hours of scary and allegedly true stories that happened in Canada. Send me your scary unexplained stories at darkstories.org, leave Unexplained Encounters a rating on Spotify and Apple, and leave my book Drakenblood, The Malformed King a review on Amazon. Thanks. Now, let's begin. The Skinwalker by the River, from Raju 101. Location, Corimios, British Columbia. It happened on one cold and windy day in my little town, where nothing usually ever happened. My house is located across a river which runs through our BC area. It's fairly large, and across it there is a little one-car bridge. You have to understand that this bridge is located in the middle of the woods and drapes around in this forested area in my little village. Since my school is across from the bridge, I have to cross it every morning to get to school, even in the winter seasons, because my parents leave to work fairly early every day of the week. This particular day was a cold one, snow everywhere, and the river was frozen with ice covering its surface. As I was walking toward the bridge, I saw something catch my eye across the river's edge. There was something standing by the tree. I figured it was a coyote. We have plenty of wildlife around here, and coyotes are all too common. But as I began to walk closer, it seemed to be standing far taller than the average animal in these woods, and it was darker in color. Now I was kind of nervous, because it could have been a wolf or maybe a bear, and I really did not want to get in any trouble with those animals. As I began walking across the bridge, I noticed it. It was looking at me. I watched it closely, trying to observe what it was. It certainly wasn't a bear, and it was not a wolf. As details became more clear to my vision, I realized it was something unlike anything I'd ever seen. The creature was standing on 2 legs like a man, but the knee joints were bent backwards as if its legs were inverted. Its body was extremely thin and frail. I could see its ribs protruding under the skin, and the way it was hunched over, I could see the top of its spine poking out from its back. I was so shocked at what I was looking at. I stood there staring for probably a minute straight, but it felt like ages. Then the creature perked its head up. It was so fast I didn't even see it move. I froze when I saw it staring directly into my eyes. It was so inhuman. Then I saw its mouth move. It was distorted. I wasn't exactly sure if it was saying something or just gnawing at something. I took one step forward, still with my eyes on the creature. It saw me move, and it did not like that. It bellowed this otherworldly screech, which made my skin freeze over. I was so scared. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes as the thing fell on all fours and ran across the icy river top. Going full speed, it was faster than any animal I'd witnessed. In 1 or 2 seconds, it was gone, disappearing from my sight for good. It took me several moments to convince my body that it was okay to move. When I had full control again, I ran to my school as quickly as possible. I didn't glance back once, but I swear I could hear the faint sound of twigs snapping behind me. If it had followed me, it could have gotten me easily, but it seemed to only follow me from a distance. It wasn't until I made it across the highway, away from the woods, that the sounds finally stopped. Werewolf at Grandmas, from Lil Pump Girl. Location: Alberta, Canada. 8 years ago in mid-November, at Blueberry Mountain in northern Alberta, my family and I were camping out at my grandmother's farm on my mother's side of the family. That locale had always given me the creeps ever since I was a little girl. I could deal with the possible spirits and ghosts wherever, but I would never be prepared for what was about to happen. My grandmother was in her trailer watching her movies with the cats. My parents' holiday trailer was 10 feet away. My dad was trying to make some dinner and had asked me and my brother to retrieve something from the shed by the beaver pond. I thought to myself, yeah, no, not without a flashlight. So I grabbed my sweater that had a busted zipper and I put on my shoes. And along with my brother, I grabbed an extra flashlight just in case one burnt out. So we walked out past Grandma's place, about 250 feet to where the shed was. Shelby, our grandma's dog, had seen us at the shed and walked over cautiously, almost as if something had spooked her. We all heard a few snaps and crackles of the tree branches nearby, coming from the back of the shed. This was maybe 10 feet away next to the pond. My brother and I couldn't find what my dad had asked for, and now Shelby was beginning to whine. She cowered behind us. I started to get a very off feeling and shivers ran rapidly down my spine. We locked up the shed so we could head back to the trailer. As my brother and I were walking halfway back, we both heard something. We stopped to see Shelby booking it right past us towards the other side of Grandma's house, where the horse pen was. Then all of a sudden, when we were about to continue forward, something rustled out of the bush line 10 feet on the left side of us, on the same side as the holiday trailer. It was like looking at a dark, shadowy mass, and as me and my brother shone our flashlights at it, the bright blue eyes glowed and the dark black fur raised before going back down, trying to conceal itself. Did it not know that we spotted it? This had my brother and I thinking, oh cool, a wolf. But it was not cool, because then the creature came back up, this time on 2 legs. It stared at us, now apparently wanting to be seen. It stood nearly as tall as the holiday trailer, which was nearly 10 feet. I shone my shaky flashlight at its hands, and they appeared more human than anything. Trembling even more now, I shone the light on its face, which revealed something more akin to a timber wolf. This for sure had me and my brother shaken. We stayed still, letting it stare at us for a few minutes. If we ran, we knew that it would chase after us, and we did not want that. After a while, we began to slowly walk toward the trailer. It didn't seem to mind the slow movements. As we got closer to the trailer, we saw that the horses and dogs were all hiding. I'd never been more nervous than then. Anything could happen at any moment. When we made it to the door of the trailer, a howl boomed from right behind us, causing my brother and I to flinch and run inside. We caught our breaths, even though we hadn't run at all, then calmly went to our dad and told him that we didn't find what he requested. He rolled his eyes. Then my brother and I went to the window and shone the flashlight outside down the road. It took us a moment, but we found the creature again, standing tall next to a hay bale, still unafraid to make its presence known. As I began to open the window in front of us, my brother asked me what I was doing. I opened it and howled like a wolf back at the thing, just to see what it would do. Its ears perked up before it fell onto all fours and ran off across the dirt road. When I shut the window, my dad called me a dork for howling, but then after I told him what happened, he only mocked me more, thinking that I was making something up. Luckily, I was able to show him the dog prints the next morning. Compared to Shelby's prints, these prints were about double the size, and Shelby is a full-grown husky. Comparing it to my own foot size, it was half as big as my shoe. I haven't seen the beautiful yet terrifying creature since, but I know that werewolf is still there roaming around. Maybe it's hunting deer, as I have heard from a few people across town that they've seen an abnormal amount of deer remains. And now the gossip is that a big wolf has moved into our neck of the woods. But I know better, because I saw what it was in person. I was asked to water my neighbor's garden. From Black Rabbit Watches. Location, British Columbia. I'm not sure what to think of what happened. I may just be overthinking things, or my sister may have just been joking with me. I figured I'd share this small story here, in case anyone had any insight as to what may have happened. However, I hope that it's not anything as monstrous as I first expected. Maybe I misheard. For perspective, I live out in the southern part of British Columbia, Canada. I live a good half-hour away from the nearest town by car, and my home is completely surrounded by forest, with the occasional distanced neighbor. It is not uncommon for us to see and hear coyotes, wolves, bears, and cougars, so we have a large dog for protection. However, the latest dog passed on, so our new protector is just a puppy at the moment. She's not very brave just yet, and I don't think she could have helped the situation if she had wanted to. It happened the summer after my graduation. I received a call from one of my neighbors asking if we could tend to her garden while her and her husband went on a fishing trip. I took the walk down the hill with my dog through the brush so that she could lay out the details of specific care her plants needed. My family has known this woman since we moved into our home 20 years ago, and as children we would all go down to visit her, make her cards, and chat, and she would allow us to play in her swimming pool in the summer. I trusted her completely and have house sat for her before, so it was no odd request for my sister and I to go and help out. Her garden was new and absolutely gorgeous. I have a garden of my own, but it was nothing compared to hers, which was gated in and was in pristine condition. The mosquitoes were horrid, so she made her instructions short, and I retreated back up the hill to inform my little sister of our assignment. The very first day was terribly hot. My sister and I got up early to evade the heat and bugs, but in the end they were all sitting in the shade waiting for us to arrive. It took a full hour and a half to completely soak the entire garden, and by then we were sore, sweating, itchy, and irritable from all the newfound bite marks. We were supposed to water the garden every morning so that the sun wouldn't dry up the water throughout the day. So I got up early to wake my sister, who, after yesterday's entertainment, refused to go down with me, protesting that she wanted to sleep in. She told me to leave her alone. Not wanting to be held responsible for the demise of my neighbor's veggies, I reluctantly trotted down the path to my neighbor's alone. Both my dogs were off on some squirrel-infested adventure, so the trek was made by myself. Only a few birds that morning until I made it down farther, and the closer I got, the quieter it became. My attention, however, was on the sun, and I wanted to finish my task as soon as possible. When I was almost done, I took a stretch and went to turn off the hose, wiping the sweat from my forehead. Across the field from the garden, I thought I heard a person, which would have been weird all the way out here, so I stood still to listen. What I heard was my sister calling my name in a shrill voice. Now, my sister and I would often call each other in strange, exaggerated screeches and voices in just that particular way. I knew for a fact that my sister was far too lazy, though, to hike all the way down here, then sneak through brush across a field just to yell my name like that. I listened again, but heard nothing. Finishing up, I assumed I had just misheard it, believing it had to have been a bird or something, though the odd happening stuck in my mind. Later on, I referred the account to my sister, who laughed and joked with me that it must have been this creature her friend told her about. The creature she talked about was called a windigo or skinwalker. Honestly, I do not know the difference between the two, or if they're the same thing. I don't know what these creatures are or if they actually exist, but if they did exist, they're supposed to live in these kinds of areas. I put it out of my mind anyway, not believing in such things. The following day, I was with my sister tending the garden, and my dog came down to see us. I was shocked to see that her paw was hurt. Maybe she had cut herself on a piece of sheet metal. I ran with her back up to the house to see if I could clean and fix it. My sister did not want to come up with me, so she stayed in the garden to finish up watering her part. It turned out the injury on my dog's paw was not her own, and she had simply caught an unfortunate pack rat, whom she had delightedly torn to shreds. When I came back down to my sister, she wasn't in the garden. Confused, I began to walk to my neighbor's house when she came outside to meet me. She told me that she had heard her name being called from across the field in my voice. It was in the same shrill way I had heard mine. She was visibly spooked and insisted we go back up to the house and leave the garden until tomorrow. I refused. I told her she could go up without me if she wanted, but I had to finish the garden. I suspected she was only kidding with me, and I was waiting for her to give up or refuse right away, like she normally would. Instead, she stayed with me, holding her arms, and refusing to walk up alone. Once we finished, we both came back together for the next 3 mornings to water the garden, and no other weird occurrences happened. To this day, my sister claims she was not lying. I'm not sure if these creatures are supposed to be smart enough or talented enough to pull off stunts so specific. We've lived in the same house in the middle of the woods our whole lives. We can be loud and silly without fear of annoying anyone. But if someone or something had been close enough to listen, they definitely had plenty of time to do so. Also, the way these occurrences only happened when one of us was alone gives me goosebumps. I'd love to hear any answers you have for me. Late Night Visitor from Black Rabbit Watches. Location: British Columbia, Canada. I think this may be related to my first encounter, read previously. That happened during my grad summer of 2017, but this event took place just last October. I still live in the middle of the forest in southern British Columbia, Canada, and it was only recently that I've noticed some strange things occurring. I'm wondering if it's due to all the forest fires we've had in the last few years. Lots of wildlife have been forced to move from their homes. This has caused a lot of wildlife to disrupt the usual flow of things as they try to find food and new places to live. Though this is only one explanation that I've come up with. Closer to the end of the year, my German Shepherd, Kata, has been barking a lot around the house, more and more often. Usually I chalk it up to her being bored, but I can tell by the different barks she makes if something is actually out there. Also, it's not uncommon for her to dash into the brush after some unknown animal, usually a deer, with her little mutt sidekick Jazzy. They can be gone for hours at a time. Anyway, I wake up one October night to hear the strangest sound coming from outside my window. I live on the second floor of my house with the deck right below me. The sound was so close that, at first, I was scared something was in my room. As I got out of my bed, I realized whatever it was had to be directly below me outside. It had to have been right up against our house, which was pretty ballsy for any wild animal, considering the smell of our dogs and us humans would be everywhere. It sounded like a sort of howl, though it was no howl either of my dogs have ever made or are even able to make. Believe me, I'd know. It was very low and almost sounded sad, but it was a bit of a rumbling growl. It was like whatever it was lazily but persistently just breathing out the sound. There was no way this was my dog, and it sounded unlike any coyote or wolf I'd ever heard. I've lived out here so long and often enjoy camping in the woods. I've heard countless wolf and coyote sounds, and I can usually even differentiate them. Also, it's extremely unlikely that it was a neighbor's dog, for no neighbor's dogs dare come near our house because of our old wolf dog, who would certainly chase them off. Also, the neighbors' homes are just too far apart. Then the thought occurred to me that my dogs weren't barking. At even the sound of this, they should have been going mad at the moment, considering there was something so close to the house. The only conclusion was that it must have been Kata, since sometimes she will bark when she wants inside, but something had to have been very wrong with her. I go downstairs and open the front door, calling out Kata's name for her to come inside. The sound had since then stopped, but in its place I can hear claws on the deck booking it in the other direction. It's too dark for me to see anything, and my window was on the other side of the house. It was then that I was getting really scared. I hear my dog barking in the trees in a completely different area. She must have been off on a deer-infested adventure while this happened. So what was that howling under my window? My sister came downstairs to ask me what was wrong. When I told her about the sound, she said she had heard it too, but only a little bit as she was just waking up. She said she wouldn't have recalled it had I not reminded her. What's even scarier was the fact that our front door was broken at the time. So whatever this thing is, it could have simply pushed its way inside. Still, I'd love to know what you think it is. Now, a message from our sponsor. How did you sleep last night? I mean, besides trying desperately to ignore the voices clawing at your mind and sanity, did you at least get some good sleep? Well, of all things, good sleep is what really helps keep the terrors away. If you were tossing and turning instead, or you were left with a racing mind, which happens constantly to me, then what you need is a purple mattress. Unlike other mattresses, aka uncomfortable monsters, purple mattresses feel different than anything you've experienced before. Constructed by an actual rocket scientist, it's a level beyond the memory foam mattress that you might be accustomed to. The purple material is unique and innovative. Whether you like a firm mattress or a soft one, purple mattresses can be both at the same time. Better yet, purple keeps you perfectly supported and refreshed, making every spot on your bed the nice, cool spot. The breathable material always feels cool. Personally, if I get too hot in one spot, there's no sleep in sight. Luckily, purple has you covered. If that sounds better than your current hellish situation of night terrors and shadow people, then you're in luck. Purple offers a 100-night risk-free trial, and if you're not satisfied, you can return it for a full refund with free shipping and returns. If you keep this godsend of a mattress, you also get a 10-year warranty. You literally can't go wrong. So stick it to your demons and have the best night's sleep of your life. You're going to love purple, and now you'll get a free purple pillow with the purchase of a mattress. That's in addition to the great free gifts they're already offering site-wide. Just text DPP to 84888. The only way to get your free pillow is by texting DPP to 84888. That's DPP to 84888. Message and data rates may apply. Thanks, Purple. Now, wake up, because it's time for more scary stories. BCs Dragon, from Ghostly Descender. Location: British Columbia, Canada. I was 8 years old when me and my family traveled out west to the wilds of Canada. We drove through Ontario to Alberta, then onwards to British Columbia. The trip itself was fun, and I saw many very cool and exciting animals. Though on the way back through BC's mountain range, my brother and I saw something we will never forget. We were close to the snow peaks of the mountains and above the clouds. It was breathtaking, with so many different shades of blue and white. But as we were driving down the mountain once again, I noticed a large, dark figure up in the sky next to the mountain beside us. It was colossal, had a long neck, a long serpentine tail, and giant wings with no feathers. It was a blackish-green color from what I could tell. I shook my brother furiously to get his attention. He looked out the window then and saw it too. We both watched it for the remaining few seconds as it spiraled down onto the peak of a mountain and disappeared from our view behind it. My brother and I both looked at each other in awe, then immediately turned to our parents to tell them about it. Clearly, they didn't believe us, telling us it was probably just a bald eagle. But I know what I saw, and it was nothing that I'd ever seen before, nor that I've ever seen since. Nightmarish creature lived in the haunted house. From Dante. Location, British Columbia, Canada. I was getting ready for the first day of school along with my brother. His name is Darius. I was honestly excited for the first day of school, as I was ready to make some new friends, and I enjoyed learning new things. After a long time of getting ready for school, it was time to go. We got into the car when I heard a noise. It was like the hybrid howl of a wolf and crocodile. I instantly looked behind us but saw nothing. This was strange. If this thing was on the ground, it would have made a sound due to all the twigs on the soil. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. When we made it to school, I had a great time outside during recess. But then I heard the exact same sound again, and I swear I felt something breathing down my neck. I stood still out there, paralyzed with fear. When I turned around, I saw nothing. I remember thinking, what's wrong with me? Maybe just nerves on the first day of school? Even so, I ran into the school with intense speed. I felt that I wasn't safe until I was inside our classroom. After the school day, we arrived home. After we finished renovating the house, we played some video games and watched movies. As soon as it was nighttime and when I was in bed sleeping, I woke up in the middle of the night. I heard a familiar sound coming from an even more familiar place. That growling noise was back, and this time it was coming from my closet. I was scared, more so than I've ever been, as the closet door slowly creaked open, and I saw something that seemed to be ripped straight from a nightmare. Red eyes, claws, and everything. I could not move a muscle, like I was glued in place, but the thing continued, taking a step and lifting its arms and exposed its wings. Then it released a screech, launching itself towards me. I closed my eyes, but nothing happened. When I opened them, there was no creature to be seen, though my closet door was still open. The following morning, I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth, only to find a strange bite mark on my chest. Chills flooded over my body, and I ran crying to my mother, who simply told me that I may have scratched myself in my sleep, though she looked desperate for an answer. I live in Alberta now, and every once in a while, I see those red eyes at my window. I've never been more terrified of the dark. Windigo in the fields. From Ya Boy Has Arrived. Location, Northwest Canada. Back then, I was not a believer in anything supernatural, but I have become convinced that something horrible lives out there. I was in the 4th grade, and I lived around a somewhat isolated community in northwest Canada. I was wearing snow pants and a parka, as my mom was insistent on me wearing them, even though I wouldn't actually be outside in the blizzard very long. I walked out the front door that day, went down the stairs, wandered about the front yard as I still had about 15 minutes before the bus arrived. I had a very limited view of the area, and it was so early that the only light I had was from my iPod or the headlights from my dad's truck. I wasn't afraid, but lately my friends and I had been toying with the ideas of ghosts, mostly just to prank each other. I certainly didn't believe, and I was not afraid. But that morning, I never felt alone. I decided to go check if my 2 dogs were awake. I made it to the garage before I noticed some footsteps lightly crunching the snow about halfway between me and the doghouse. I figured it was one of the dogs. I joyfully turned around to greet it, but I was met with this skeletal pale figure crawling across the yard on all 4s. Its skin was a pale gray and was extremely leathery looking. The creature seemed as if it was stretched over a much bigger skeleton than it was meant for. It peered at me with its bald, pale head and seemed slightly shocked, but not deterred in any way. I was absolutely frozen with fear, my heart pounding like a drum. We had talked about the windigo in our silly little conversations, but we never once thought it was true. I realized then that this might be what I was looking at, as the creature slowly crawled across the fields, as if looking for something in the freezing cold. I was too afraid to go and check on the dogs. I was more scared for myself than anything, but I soon worked up the courage to run into the house. I ran so quickly that I nearly slipped a couple of times, but still kept up an extremely fast pace. I opened the door and in one fluid motion, I slammed it and locked it. Then I collapsed, panting and afraid. To make the experience much worse, a week later, my dad woke up at 3 a.m, panicked and staring out the window. He claimed that he had seen something he described very similarly to the creature I saw. He went outside the next day to see huge human footprints cutting across the driveway. As I grew older, I researched Native American spirits and creatures, specifically the windigo. All I have to say is that if I see it again, it won't escape into the canola fields, and I will try to defend my property. The Thing in the Woods. From Cool Showing. Location, Nova Scotia, Canada. I live in Nova Scotia, Canada, and I don't end up camping often, but last summer I did. I was with my family, and we were at my great-grandfather's old lot. He had passed away, and I never got to meet him, but I always found his old property odd. This trip confirmed that it was quite an eerie place. We were having hot dogs that night, and when night fell, I soon saw a pair of eyes in the woods. The following day after sunrise, I went looking around where I saw the eyes, but there was nothing there except for a footprint that didn't seem human. But I guess that's to be expected. But then again, it didn't look like any animal footprint that I knew of. I followed the footprints as far as I could, but I was horrified when they led right up to the window in the room where I was sleeping at the night before. That night, I was reluctant to go to bed. At one point, I had to go to the bathroom. When I came back, I saw the very same eyes in the window. There was a silhouette leaning against the glass. We were staying in a camper there, so the windows were higher up than the average person could reach. This creature was one of the ugliest things I'd ever seen. It was only comparable to what I've heard of as a skinwalker or windigo. but I didn't care. I must have woke up half the island when I screamed. Everyone, literally everyone, got up and ran to see what was going on. They arrived soon enough to see the silhouette running away. Someone who must have seen it hopped into the driver's seat and we took off. We returned the next day to all of our stuff that was outside the camper, destroyed. I don't think any of us will be coming back here. So I didn't have enough new stories for this episode, so the last two stories here are from much older episodes. Hopefully they're new to you, and hopefully you enjoy them. The Beast of the Canadian Woods, submitted by Felix M. This story happened to my grandfather back when he was a teenager. He and his girlfriend, now my grandmother, had just had a nasty fight and broke up, which devastated him. His dad decided that sometime doing his favorite thing might cheer him up, and so they went camping. This had my grandfather up and about the second he heard about it, because camping has been and always will be one of his most passionate hobbies. My grandfather mentioned that when they were driving to the campsite, he had this unbreakable feeling that something was off. He later realized that once they drove past a certain point, he had stopped hearing any animals from the wilderness around him. No birds, no sight of the occasional moose, nothing. Fast forward to later when they were at the campsite. Now, it wasn't just him and his father there at the campsite. There was an Indian family that was camping not far from them, and they even shared a dinner with them and swapped stories. It was later that night when everything started to happen. My grandfather woke up inside the tent they had set up with the urge to, make a pit stop. So he quickly unzipped the tent and dashed into the woods, flashlight in hand. He made his way a while from the campsite as to not stink up the air, and he did his business. Now, as he started walking back, he realized that he must have gone a lot further than he thought, because it was taking a good amount of time to get back to the actual campsite. And it was at that same time that he felt he was being watched. So he picked up the pace a little, and he began to feel the full weight of the situation. He was in the middle of nowhere, not even sure if he was walking the right direction, and he felt like something was following him, closely. He says he started to feel like he was on the verge of tears. He was that terrified. It was then that he heard a branch snap on a tree behind him, causing him to whirl around to see nothing on the ground. But there was certainly something in the trees, something big with pale white skin, and it was incredibly lanky. He didn't remember why, but then he started crying, and he was laughing at the same time. Then the creature began to move toward him, which snapped him out of it and made him scream before he began to run at full pace back through the forest. He didn't dare look back at whatever it was that was chasing him, but he knew it was right behind him, and it was gaining on him at that. He then tripped and fell face first on a rock, immediately blacking out. He woke up with his dad and the Indian family's mother and son standing over him, while the dad looked for whatever had destroyed the trees above. It was sheer evidence that something had been there. All my grandfather said was, "We need to leave. That thing, it's not human." He tried to plead to his great-grandfather to believe him so that they would all leave. He said this so seriously that my great-grandfather knew that he must not have been lying. He wasn't that type of person. The next day, after some explaining, my grandfather learned that what he saw was probably a windigo. Now, of course, the Indian family didn't stay long after explaining this, and neither did my family. My grandfather claims this story is 100% true, and I don't see what reason he'd have to make it all up, so I trust him. I completely believe that my grandfather encountered a monster in the Canadian woods. The Monster in Northern Canada, submitted by Ryan. I'm a 17-year-old guy that lives in northern Minnesota back in the States. I consider myself muscular. I weigh around 200 pounds and I go to the gym every morning. I'm not too prideful to admit that I might be pretty cocky sometimes, but I'm not easily scared. Anyway, every summer, my friend and I drive up to Bishoe Lake in Alberta. We usually go fishing in our little boat, and that's what we were doing that day. We just got done fishing, and we were driving our fishing boat back to the cabin. My friend Zach stops the boat all of a sudden and starts clenching his ears. It's obvious, and I look over at him and ask, "Hey, you okay, man?" He responds with, "What on earth was that noise? Tell me you heard that." Confused, I answered, while looking around at the surrounding lake. "No, what did it sound like?" He looks around for about 10 seconds, then responds, "It was this super high-pitched howl. It sounded like it was right next to me, but now it's gone." So he starts the boat back up, and we drive back to the cabin undisturbed. A few hours later, we are playing the new Call of Duty together in the living room when something that sounded like a rock hit our window. We both jump up, and Zach yells, "What was that?" Then he goes to check it out. I'm sitting on the couch and I tell him, "It's probably just some bird, man, just finish the game with me." So he walks away from the window and just sits down, and we start playing again. By then it's about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and we're still playing our game, when out of nowhere, we hear this god-awful high-pitched howl. And almost instantly, as goosebumps envelop my skin, I realize this must have been the sound he was talking about. The sound blares from just outside our cabin. Zach screams, "That was the noise!" as we both run to the window and look outside to find nothing. Then Zach, who is fed up with whatever this prankster is doing, grabs a kitchen knife and runs out the front door, yelling, "Whoever's out there, come here and show yourself, this isn't funny." I get up and run outside with him looking around. I wanted to be sure he didn't hurt someone in his anger. The next thing we saw is something I never thought I'd witness in my life, and I honestly can't believe I'm saying it now, because it sounds like I'm an escaped patient from a mental hospital. But I know what I saw, and it will forever haunt me. There's an elk standing at the forest's edge outside, and we watch in silence and in awe as the elk stands up on its hind legs, letting out that same horrific high-pitched howl, the exact noise we had just heard. Right away, we both make a beeline for the truck. It was parked in the driveway to our right, and Zach hops in the passenger seat. I jump into the driver's seat and dig around in my pocket for the keys. First things first, I lock all the doors. I finally find the keys and shove them into the ignition. I pound my foot on the gas, zipping down the driveway and turning down the dirt road to zoom away. Once we have the guts to, Zach and I both look back at the cabin and see that that thing is gone. Then we look at each other, speechless. To this day, I think what we saw was a skinwalker, a shaman or spirit that can take the form of animals, but not perfectly. I've heard the legends before, and I honestly never put an ounce of truth into them, but this experience, it's confirmed so much for me. But I'm still terrified, and I know I wasn't hallucinating, because Zach and I both saw it. To all of you listening or reading, just know there are things out there, and it doesn't always have to make sense. The following story provides several links to some interesting ghost hunting videos containing orbs and ghostly voices caught on camera relevant to the story. I highly recommend taking a look at these videos along with the stories as I narrate them. You can find links in the description. Haunted Mansion of Hagersville, Ontario. From Frankie G. I'm a paranormal investigator by hobby. I've investigated a lot of haunted locations ever since I was 16. I'm now 33. The stories I'm going to share here are from a house located in Hagersville, Ontario, Canada. I was around 22 when they happened. The house used to be an old age home, but it was for taking care of elderly people with special needs. My older sister, who's like a second mother to me, lived a mere 15-minute walk down the road from that house. My mom and my sister were pregnant at the same time, so I had a nephew the same age as me, and later another one who was 5 years younger than me. They were Chris and Anthony. We're more like cousins than anything. When we were young kids, possibly around 12 or younger, we would travel into town, and we would see some of the residents who lived there come out of the house. The guy that lived there would always stare down the train tracks by the Lawson House, which is a bar 3 minutes of a walk away from the old age home. Apparently, he lost a loved one in a train accident. We would always see him staring at the train tracks all day. It was honestly pretty sad to witness. I remember feeling sorry for him. Sometime later in the future, not sure exactly what year, but it was the early 2000s, the house's operations stopped, and it became abandoned. Over time, kids would break in there to trash the place and to party. My nephews and I would also go into the house to be out of sight, to go smoke, but never to party. Nothing strange ever happened at the time. We never got the sense that it was haunted, but we would later find out that it is. Now, the house has 2 floors, including a basement and an attic, so I guess if you want to get technical, that would make it 4 floors. The house was huge, probably about 7 to 10 bedrooms. I never did count specifically, but there were a lot of rooms. The house was freaky because of how huge it was and the state that it was in. The basement was very dark because there was no electricity to turn on the lights, and it was very dirty with dust and dirt all over. It still had the washers and dryers down there. If you made your way up the stairs to the 1st and 2nd floors, it looked like it was still in operation. I mean, it was somewhat cluttered, but still looked like people lived there. It's hard to explain. Imagine all the furniture in the living room still there, all the rooms as they were, china cabinets in the hallways, plates, silverware in the industrial-sized kitchen, piano, clothes, clocks on the wall, beds, bed sheets, pillows, family pictures even. Honestly, it just looked like something happened, and the staff and residents had to leave in a hurry and never come back. Our friend, who I'll call AG, had family that worked in the old age home while it was still in operation. AG told my nephews and I that there were rumors of neglect and abuse that happened there. Whether that's true or not, I cannot say. I found no evidence of neglect and abuse happening in that place, so for the record, I would just call it hearsay. But the fact that we would later conclude the place was haunted, and the place looked like it was quickly abandoned for some reason, makes me wonder if some sort of negative emotions were attached to the place. Who knows? Either way, the place looks like it got shut down abruptly. Now I will get into the paranormal stories, and I'll be providing links to the videos that I took. So AG, Anthony, and I formed a ghost hunting group we called Haldimand Ghost Hunters, since we lived in the district of Haldimand County. We all had fun venturing into the darkness of the night, trying to capture paranormal activity at haunted locations. We would perform investigations quite frequently, and often we would capture nothing. To be honest with you, ghost hunting is a pretty boring hobby. It's not like what people think. Most of the time, nothing happens, and one has to be pretty dedicated because reviewing the footage and audio can take many days. It takes a lot of work, and imagine going through footage for days just to find nothing. So it can become quite discouraging. That all changed when we decided to investigate this abandoned mansion on King Street in Hagersville. Since AG heard about the neglect and abuse, and since the house was very close to us, we decided to investigate the place. We never knew it was haunted before. We never heard it was haunted. And like I said earlier, we never felt it was either. But we were gonna go there anyway. To our surprise, We ended up capturing tons of activity. Some things in live moments, other things that went unnoticed until we saw them when we played back the videos on the computer. Anyway, that night, we went off, walking towards this abandoned mansion. I remember the moon was full. It lit up the night sky so well. The town was quiet. It's a small town in the middle of nowhere, really, and no one was out that late. It was around midnight. We walked towards Giant Tiger and then turned right into the driveway. The abandoned mansion and Giant Tiger both share the same driveway. Giant Tiger's walls on the right of the driveway make it look like a back alley as you walk up to this mansion. The house's exterior is brick walls and big windows with curtains in them, and the occasional yellow "No Trespassing" and "Private Property" signs. The house definitely looked more ominous at night. Honestly, quite freaky. If you were looking at the front of the house, the entrance to the basement is on the right. It's an open door that leads to the stairs, going deep down into the basement. That's where we went, and as the basement's darkness swallowed us up, AG and Anthony both said, "Good Lord, it's really dark in here." "I know, I can see that," I replied with a nervous chuckle. It was literally pitch black down there. We couldn't see a thing unless we used flashlights. If the flashlights turned off, the only thing we could see was the IR camera screen, and we only had one camera. The vibe felt completely different than during the day because of how late it was and how we couldn't see anything. We started to explore the entire basement in the dark. We found the washer and dryer we'd seen before, but this time it had a bunch of papers on it. Anthony and AG began to look through these papers, which turned out to be the nurse journals of the patients. It was pretty cool being able to read them and go back in time. I was recording Anthony and AG with the camera as they read these papers. I was standing on the stairs when all of a sudden I see this orb fly past their heads. It did a little backflip on the camera screen. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. It could have been a dust particle or a bug. I can 100% confirm there were no bugs in that basement. With it being extremely cold in the fall and the house had no heating, there wasn't a bug in sight. As for the dust particles, I've captured those many times before, and the way it stood out on the camera screen did not give me the impression of dust. To top it off, what really confirmed for me that it wasn't a dust particle was the fact that upon playback, we captured a voice too. A voice that sounded like it said, "That's my papers." That ain't the scary part. At this point, we'd never heard the EVP, and I'm the only one who saw the orb. Nothing else paranormal was going on, so we decided to try to establish communication with anyone or anything that might still be there. AG placed the camera down on a ledge, flipped the camera screen towards him, and stared at the camera. Anthony can be seen in the footage. AG tells me to start trying to talk to whatever or whoever might be in the basement. I began to speak aloud, asking questions. The first one was, "Do you work here?" Then I asked, "Do you sleep here?" AG began to yell then. "I just saw one." Then I asked, "Can you tell us your name, please?" AG screamed again. "Another one just flew over Anthony." So by that point, both AG and I had seen orbs. Later on the footage, I could see clearly a sort of wisp goes over Anthony's shoulder. It's kind of like a misty spherical light. We were just about to head upstairs. I was filming Anthony just staring into the dark when he suddenly said, "Man, I feel weird down here." I replied, "What do you mean you feel weird?" He says back to me, "Oh, you don't even know." As Anthony steps out of frame, I notice a tiny light entity that was by the back of his neck and stayed stationary as Anthony moved away from it before it darted down to the floor. We continued our investigation, moving on up the stairs to the first floor. There was a piano, washrooms, a commercial-sized kitchen, and a living room with a couch. We went to the living room first, sitting down on this couch. This one we didn't see until playback, but as we sat down on the couch, we captured this twirling smoky light entity, and as it passed by the camera, we also captured an EVP that sounded like it said, "I'm stuck." We explored the rest of the house, second floor, and attic, but we didn't capture anything else. We chilled in the house for a long time, soon deciding it was time to leave. The scary part about the exit was we had to go back into the basement to find those stairs that lead outside, because we couldn't go out the front door. After all, we were trespassing. As we went to the basement, our camera now dead and our flashlights dim due to the batteries dying, we walked through the darkness together quietly. We found the stairs and made our way towards them when all of a sudden we heard a thump somewhere in the basement. This made us book it out of there. Later that night, reviewing all this footage, really seeing and hearing all this phenomena we captured, I wanted to go back that night, but nobody was willing to go. I convinced them to let us just sneak in, leave the camera rolling for a couple of hours, then go back and get it in the morning. They all obliged. We made our way back. We heard weird noises. It seemed more active at the time. There was some type of weird banging sounds, almost like metal. We made our way through the basement, up the stairs, to the first floor. I suggested we leave it in the living room, where we captured that weird smoky twirling mist light. We left the camera there all night. The next day, we came back for the camera and reviewed the footage. On the footage, we heard all types of strange noises in that empty house. It recorded for a couple of hours before dying. We heard banging again on what sounded like metal pipes. We could even hear pool balls hitting each other, even though there were no pool tables in the house. At one point, I swear we heard a nurse talking over the PA system when there was no electricity in the house, let alone any people in there. We couldn't make out what she said. It sounded muffled, but there was indeed someone talking, and it sounded like it was coming from speakers. This is what we call residual energy, like a replay of the past. I've read and heard lots about it, but that was my first time ever experiencing it or capturing residual energy on audio and camera. I was super intrigued, but to top it off, we also captured something extremely amazing. It was this gigantic smoky twirling light entity, twirling and sparkling in the frame. Later it compressed itself to the floor, then expanded into something about 8 feet tall. As it moved from left to right out of the camera frame, you could see it flying towards the floor. As it twirled towards the floor, all you could hear was a bang. I couldn't believe my eyes and ears. What the heck did we capture? Was I witnessing free-floating electricity moving through the atmosphere, somehow physically banging on the floor? Some researchers believe we live in a torsion field type of universe. The flow of electromagnetic and gravity energies through the Earth keeps it spinning. Picture a whirlpool in the bathtub. That whirlpool is a torsion field. Now look at the entire solar system, with planets revolving around the sun as part of a gigantic torsion field. Even the galaxies are spinning in torsion fields, consisting of trillions and trillions of planets and stars. And now look at what I captured. Did I capture a spirit manifesting as an energetic light entity, appearing and moving around as a torsion field? Don't forget, I captured it twice in the living room, but this time it stayed in frame for quite a while, and I got to study its appearance more in depth. I must have watched that video 1,000 times in my life by now. One night it was raining. We tried something we'd never tried before. We went ghost hunting in the rain late at night. We had no idea how badly rotten the abandoned house was. Rain was getting into some parts of the house, and all you could hear was the water falling, hitting wood. So it wasn't ideal for gathering evidence because of all the noise contamination. Regardless, since we were already in the house, we figured we might as well continue the investigation. We did the usual, making our way through the basement and walking through all the floors. We never captured any physical evidence, but we did capture and hear some strange sounds. Since we had all these crazy experiences in the house before, and what we captured on footage, we decided to straight up call out to the spirits. So Anthony says to the wind, "We know you're here. We've caught you a number of times." I added, "Yeah, coming down this hallway." That was, after all, where we caught the twirling light entity. Anthony goes on to say, "You know where we're standing and you know we're here. All we want to do is talk. Just give us a sign like banging or voices. Do something." A couple of seconds later, I yell out, "We know you're here. No need to hide from us." While I was doing the investigation, I was using a parabolic microphone, listening to everything with the headphones on. I could hear things louder than Anthony and AG. After I yelled, "Don't hide from us," beneath the raindrops, I began to hear knocking or banging somewhere in the house. I told the boys, "I heard a knock down there." Then I yelled out, "Was that you?" addressing the banging. Anthony then tells us he felt weird when he was talking to the wind, and AG said, "I heard this do. So afterward, I decided to knock on the closet wall with that pattern. We stayed quiet for a few seconds, and all we heard was raindrops falling and hitting the outside and inside of the house. But then we start to hear something being dragged. It was super creepy. What the heck were we hearing? Was it residual energy replaying the past of someone dragging a body across the floor? We left the house not long after that. We didn't come back for a long time. The following is our final story. Unfortunately, we didn't capture any of it on camera. It was our final time to be at that house. 1 year later, the town had boarded up the basement entrance, making it virtually impossible to get in without breaking in. We did some searching on the premises that night, hoping to get anything we could. We found this small window with some wood covering it. We took off the wood, discovering that if we squeezed through the tiny window, we could get in. At the time, I was a pretty scrawny dude, so it wasn't hard for me to squeeze inside. I went first. The window was about 6 feet off the ground, so I kind of had to hang and drop to the floor. As soon as I disappeared alone into the dark, with the only light coming from outside, I got instant shivers up my spine. I didn't even know which part of the basement I was in. I looked back at the window and I saw AG coming in, which calmed me down because I knew I wouldn't be alone for long. But to totally get rid of my fear in the moment, I saw Anthony making his way in, and the poor guy got stuck. At this point, AG and I were laughing. Anthony was a bigger guy than us, so it wasn't surprising. I went up to him and yanked him out, and we both fell to the ground. It hurt a little, but it was one of the funniest moments of my life. We had a good laugh. Make no mistake, it was all about to fade in the upcoming moments. We navigated through the darkness of the basement, 2 flashlights and 1 IR camera with us. We didn't want to stay in the basement. We wanted to explore the first floor, since that's where we always captured most of our activity. We were looking for the twirling mist light entity. We navigated around the first floor with nothing happening. Soon our camera battery suddenly got real low, so we decided to turn it off to save some juice. We went into the commercial-sized kitchen. We took a break there and chilled for a while. There was this big exhaust fan that led outside above where the deep fryers were. To our surprise, we caught wind of 2 police officers talking outside. The sound waves of their voices were traveling through the exhaust fans. A female officer said, "Hey, that wood's off that window. Someone just went in there." Our hearts dropped because we didn't want the police to come in and charge us with trespassing, possibly even breaking and entering. The male officer responds, "Let's go in then." I'm thinking to myself, we're screwed. To our surprise and luck, the female officer replied, "Screw that, I'm not going in there." We all kind of chuckled to each other. The male officer then replied, "All right, let's just put the wood back on then." Now I'm thinking to myself, oh great, we're locked in here. We heard the officers board up the window and we heard their footsteps dissipate as they walked away. When I finally thought it was safe to do so, I said, "That was a close call, huh?" They both agreed. How about we continue this ghost hunt until the camera dies? Then we can just get out of here." They agreed, then we headed out of the kitchen. We were walking through complete darkness. We made our way to the living room. I was in the lead with the IR camera. The living room is close to the front door, and as I had my camera in hand, walking toward that front door, suddenly the camera died, and not a second later, a massive bang came directly from in front of us. It was so loud, it made us jump like scared little rabbits. I even felt the floor shake. At this point, we froze completely still. I personally thought it was the police coming in the front door. In later conversations, Anthony and AG thought the same thing, apparently. As we realized it really wasn't the police, we quickly concluded that this must have been paranormal. We scattered to escape and quickly made our way back into the dark basement. We had to find the room we came through, then we had to push the wood off the window. One by one, we all had to climb and crawl back out, all the while feeling like something was following us, watching us. It was really unnerving. Was the big bang we heard created by free-floating electricity? Was it the same ghost that told us it was stuck in there, that we were reading its papers? I'll never know. I'm willing to go back, but I would be lying if I said I'm not scared of doing so. The Night I Walked Through Hell. From Austin W. I grew up in the southern end of Ontario, Canada, a place known for big bustling cities like Ottawa and Toronto. Places where things go bump in the night, and the first thought is that it's a raccoon or a stray dog. In the case of a 10-year-old me, I lived in a bad pocket of the province, a place where crime and other atrocities were committed, whether it was day or night. Supernatural occurrences in my town were few and far between. No stories of being chased through the woods by something unseen, or someone's grandmother moving their favorite mug across the counter having passed some few months ago. Overall, a pretty not-so-quiet town with bigger issues than a little spook here and there. It all began on a rather lackluster day. I went to school, did my work, walked home, and immediately plopped down behind my desk to watch some videos that I found creepy. The early compilations of ghost videos and UFO sightings on YouTube, to be specific. This was a regular routine for me. I would watch these things and research what I saw in them, trying to debunk or gather information on these seemingly anomalous things. After about 2 hours of browsing through YouTube, it was time for dinner. My family and I always ate together. My mother's fresh home-cooked meals were always something to look forward to, and always a good way to end the day. We would talk about typical things families talked about: school, plans, events, and the annoying amount of teasing that my mother loved to torment me with. I could never live anything down with her around, but it was all in good fun. Dinner wrapped up a little later than usual, and I went back to my desk. This time I played Minecraft at a blistering 10 frames per second or so. I don't know how I did it back then, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. I finished my gaming session around 9 p.m. I then changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and crawled into my loft bed above the desk. Unbeknownst to me, this night would be a night I would never forget. As I lay in the darkness pressed so close to my ceiling, I began to doze off into a peaceful sleep. My mind cleared as my consciousness slipped away into the night. Slowly, though, I began to feel as though I was waking up, feeling much warmer now, as though I was overheating. Before I could move, I was face to face with a wall of skulls, blood, and fire. My ears were filled with screams from what sounded like millions of people echoing in my head. I tried looking around, but I could see nothing but skulls and flames. Suddenly, it felt as though an unseen force had pulled me out of the fire and threw me into a new place. I felt myself cooling rapidly as I took in my new surroundings. A dark, cold expanse with stormy skies, no living vegetation, and the smell of musty, dry rot in the air. I gazed across the landscape, seeing nothing but dead grass, rotting trees and bushes, and the gray light covering the darkened land. I turned back to the direction I was tossed from, seeing a lake or a pit of fire, seemingly burning without a source. The winds carried the smell of fire right to me, but the wind was cold, and it sliced into my face like the cut of a dull old razor. I was dumbfounded. I don't know why, but I wasn't scared of this place. I seemed almost accustomed to this wasteland of sorts. I turned back to where I was looking before, choosing to explore with an empty mind. I walked across the barren land, seeing the odd shadow of a person dart out of the corner of my eye, or the odd shriek of something I couldn't see in the distance. The thing I found most odd about the place was how quiet it was. Aside from the howling of the wind in my ears, the place was mostly silent. After walking for a few hours, I noticed that the light level in the place never changed. It almost seemed like it was midday. The constant glow behind the clouds never once moved or changed, like I was standing under a spotlight wherever I went. I realized quickly after walking for a while that I wasn't experiencing any fatigue. I didn't feel hungry or thirsty. I felt as if I'd just eaten an hour ago and was just settled after a full meal. I thought about it all for a moment, remembering that I'd gone to bed at 9 p.m. and I'd eaten 6 p.m. before that. And if I'd been walking for a few hours, any normal person would be looking for a snack or a bottle of water. I reasoned that maybe I wasn't hungry because I just didn't feel like eating. Very dumb reasoning, I know. I was never the smartest kid. I was known more as a stubborn type. I continued my walk for hours, seeing and hearing the same things. I wandered this wasteland for what seemed like ages. I never saw any other living beings save those distant shadows. I did find some bones here and there, from something long since passed. I noticed I never changed either, still in my PJs, my hair, nails, and body never changing. I was still the same as the day I'd appeared in this strange place. I kept walking until I found an old tree in a valley of some kind. I decided to stop for a minute and find out where to go next when I heard a low growl from the inside of the tree. I backed up and stared at it. Was that a dog? I thought. Before I could open my mouth to give it a baby-voiced greeting, a shadow seemingly materialized from the tree and lunged out at me. It had no defining features, no nose, no eyes, no mouth. It knocked me over and held me to the ground. Its raspy voice seemed as though it had 3 different people speaking from within. "You don't belong here. Too soon." Without another moment, I found myself suddenly lying in my bed in the darkness of my room. I looked to my left and read the time. It had only been 5 minutes past 9 p.m., and that couldn't be. It felt as though I'd been gone for years. I felt my body validating that I was alive, and sure enough, I was. I lay back in bed, no desire to sleep any longer. Eventually, though, my body made the choice for me and I passed out. I woke up some time later to a voice in my ear, the same voice to which I'd heard before I returned, a whisper. "I'm here, boy." Ever since this, I've experienced many strange paranormal phenomena. I've begun to look into astral projection and the nuances of it, but still I never got a straight answer as to what I experienced or why. Every now and again, I swear I hear that voice on the wind, and I see things I'm sure I shouldn't. To this day, I wonder, was it a dream, or did my soul leave my body and venture off somewhere disturbing where it shouldn't be? Sometimes it feels like I brought something back. Not My Mother, from Stephanie R. I live alone with my daughter Sophie in Ottawa. On this particular night, I was residing in a tiny building. We live on the 2nd floor, and my balcony is located to the right of the building's entrance, facing upwards. The large bay window in my daughter's room is the window closest to the entrance door, also facing upwards. However, our buzzer did not work. So during winters, our guests would lightly throw a snowball at our window, and we would come and let them in. I know, right? A great system. But that's what you get for cheap rent in the ghetto. On this silent night around 7 p.m., I heard a snowball hit my daughter's window. I climbed up my daughter's bunk bed and moved the curtain to see the small, dark-hooded figure of my mother. She is petite and struggles with addiction, but she's still my mom. She pointed to the parking lot entrance, not the front door, which was strange. Like an idiot, I pointed at the front door and rushed to get my young daughter dressed, changed out of her pajamas, put on my boots, and took the elevator down to the front of my building to let her in. However, when I got there was no one there. We walked around the parking lot, but it was empty, except for the silent flakes of snow falling on the still night. There was no wind either. Nobody was out there. It was quite eerie as I recall it now. How foolish of me to bring my 3-year-old daughter outside, even in my arms. It's shameful. I re-entered the building and put my little one back in bed, so she could finish watching her movie. Then I proceeded to call my mother. Our conversation went like this. "Mom, where are you? I went outside and you weren't there. I mean, I didn't take that long to get down there. Are you okay?" She replied, "You're giving me goosebumps right now. I'm out on Beechwood Avenue, nowhere near your place, baby." "But I just saw you outside. You threw a snowball at the window. You pointed at the parking lot. I pointed at the front door. You just stared at me." She replied, "That's the spookiest thing I've ever heard. I don't know what to say. That wasn't me." I apologized for freaking her out. I told her I loved her and hung up the phone, feeling shocked. I locked my door, and as an Ojibwe woman, I lit some sage to cleanse my home, myself, and my now sleeping child. I poured some salt out on my windowsills, yet I still trembled. Even as I write this now, my heart is heavy, and I struggle to breathe. My pulse races. Even after 2 years, when I allow myself to remember, I still shudder. Not just because I still don't understand what happened, but because I was such a fool to naively venture out with my baby girl. What was I even searching for? It's so strange and so shameful. I'm left to wonder who and why. Thank you, God. The highest spirit has saved me more than once. I'm truly blessed. Besides, during the COVID times, no one ever visited us anyway. My paranormal experiences. From Anonymous Canadian. I've had my own personal experiences as well as experiences recounted by family members. I'll present these in chronological order, and I'll do my best to provide as many details as possible. The first knowledge I had of shadow people was when I was between the ages of 7 and 12. This happened in the late 90s to early 2000s. At that time, I had no knowledge of the phenomenon, or even knew what they were called. From what I remember, this incident took place during the summer. My parents were away, and a babysitter from our street came over to watch my brothers and me. She brought her brother over, who was our age. While my brothers and I were playing outside with a few other friends, the babysitter and some of my brothers stayed inside. Suddenly, my brothers ran out into the front yard and told us that there was a pitch-black shadow figure standing at the top of our stairs in the house. The babysitter came out shortly after, and they explained what happened. She went to check it out, but she didn't see anything. I don't recall much else happening after that. During a similar time frame, maybe within a year or two of that incident, my youngest brother, who was about 2 or 3 years old at the time, came downstairs from his room into the kitchen where my mom and I were. He asked us who the man in his room was. My mom and I were quite confused, so I asked if he meant the poster of Superman he had. He responded, telling me, "No, the black man." My mom and I went upstairs to check it out, but found nothing. The next experience actually happened to me. I do believe this took place after the previous experience. I was upstairs using the master bathroom, which was directly connected to the master bedroom and the upstairs hallway, shared by everyone. My 2 youngest brothers shared the master bedroom because my parents thought they needed the extra space for their toys and to play. From where the toilet is located, if the door is left open, you can look directly out into the master bedroom. While I was sitting on the toilet, I'd left the door open. About halfway through, I looked to my left, and I saw a very dark black hand reaching around the open door frame. I could only see the hand and part of the wrist. I don't recall much else happening after that point, but it was definitely freaky. The next experience happened to 2 of my brothers in the master bedroom. They told me about it in the morning after it occurred. They claimed while they were sleeping, they both woke up around the same time. They looked over to the end of their bedroom and spotted a glowing fluorescent greenish slime on the wall, being painted on by seemingly nothing. If I recall correctly, they both claimed that it formed a skull shape on the wall. When I went to check it out for myself, nothing was there. After that, nothing really happened for a while. I believe this next incident happened after 2016. I woke up one morning, and my second oldest brother, I am the eldest, was sitting at the side of my bed, completely awake. I asked what he was doing, and he recounted the freakiest story so far. He told me he'd been downstairs the previous night, well past midnight, playing Sudoku on his phone while lying on the couch in our living room. The living room connects to the dining room through French doors. He told me that the app kept crashing on him. When he reopened the app, it was supposed to show the last 3 moves he had made, with the numbers popping up and spinning before going back to normal. But he said when he reopened the app, 3 6s did this. I know it sounds cliché. Despite not believing that these were the last moves he made, he got annoyed and decided to call it a night. However, before going to bed, he decided to grab a snack from the kitchen. Keep in mind that the whole main floor was fairly dark at this point. As my brother opened the doors to the dining room, he saw the outline of a silhouette of a woman in a dress sitting on top of our dining room table. He was able to see the outline of her due to the sliding glass doors behind her. He told me he could not see any details and just stared, terrified, for about 30 seconds before turning around and booking it out of there, going all the way up to my room. He claims he was awake all night and didn't end up sleeping until everyone else was awake. He only slept for a few hours. I've only brought it up a few times since then, and he doesn't really know what to make of it. I think he's just hoping it was his eyes playing tricks on him. This next experience is more weird than anything. I'm not sure if it's paranormal, but I suppose it could be. This took place around the summer of 2018. I was headed to bed. I turned off the lights and lay down. In my room, my closet is at the end of my bed, and I noticed that the light was coming out from the cracks within my closet. This was really weird, because my closet is fairly small and there's no light inside. I got up, turned on the lights in my room, and opened the closet door. Inside my closet, I have these flat, clear Tupperware-style storage bins that contain toys and random things from when I was a kid, which I no longer use. In one of these boxes, there was a book lamp clip that was somehow turned on. The weird thing is that it isn't a pressure button that turns it on, it's a sliding switch. It had probably been in storage for over 10 years, so even if I somehow never noticed the light before this, there's no way a battery could have lasted that long. I'm really not sure what to make of this, or how on earth it could have possibly been turned on at all. It was very weird. In January of 2019, I moved out of my parents' home and got my own place. In April, I had a week-long business trip in Calgary, Alberta, about a 3-hour flight from where I live. When I got back, despite only a 2-hour time change, I was absolutely exhausted. I'd barely slept on the plane, and I was somewhat jet-lagged when I got home. This trip was the first time I'd ever been on a plane. As soon as I got home, I crashed in my bed without even bothering to change out of my clothes. I was falling in and out of consciousness, and was kind of half awake-ish. For perspective, if you're lying in my bed, to the left, there is about a 4-foot gap to the wall, and on the right, the same, but that side has a window. While lying on my bed, I was on my left side, lying on the side facing the wall. I woke up and kind of adjusted my position, but as I did so, I noticed that my headboard looked kind of different, which struck me as odd. It's a storage headboard from IKEA, and the storage is on the sides. However, I noticed that it now was on the front of my headboard. I got out of bed and looked at it, walking around to the other side of my bed to get a better look. At this point, my room was sort of dark, but not to the point that I couldn't see. After looking on the other side of my bed, I decided to go turn on the lights to get a better look. However, as I was walking to the lights, when I got to the end of my bed, I froze, as if I was suddenly paralyzed. Because of this, I fell face first into my mattress and was immediately sucked back into my body, and I for real woke up. Kind of like when you dream that you trip and you fall back into reality waking up. The weird thing was, besides my weird-looking headboard, there was no indication that I was even asleep. I don't know if this was some sort of astral projection or a dream. This is where things get weird. When I woke up for real, I began to hear footsteps walking outside of my room. I realized then that I couldn't move. I assumed this was some sort of sleep paralysis. I then began to hear someone speaking at the end of my bed, but I couldn't turn to look. I don't know if I'd even want to, based on what I've heard some people see during sleep paralysis. I then heard another voice respond to the first. This voice came from behind me. Both voices were male, but I can't recall what they were saying because I was scared. At this point, since I was so close to the edge of my bed, I was desperately trying to roll off to get out of my sleep paralysis. I finally managed to, but as I did, it seemed like time slowed down. I was halfway to hitting the floor when I got sucked back into my body again, and I was back to where I started. This happened 2 more times in a row with the same results. Finally, after the 3rd try, I heard the voice behind me say clearly, "You should thank me." Then I was finally able to move and be awake again. I immediately got up, looked around beyond freaked out, checking out the rest of the room to make sure everything was good and that the people that were speaking were gone. This was the first time I'd ever had auditory hallucinations from sleep paralysis, if they were hallucinations. Before that, I'd only ever experienced something like this 2 or 3 times. It was never scary before, but prior experiences I never heard or saw anything. I just couldn't move. The thing that really weirded me out was the whole getting sucked back into my body thing. It was one of the freakiest sensations ever, which is why I wasn't sure if it was maybe some kind of astral projection, coupled with nightmares and sleep paralysis. I really have no idea. I'm assuming my lack of sleep and being jet-lagged were contributing factors, but I can't be sure. Have you had a similar experience? Have you ever astral projected? Red Deer Clan, from Anonymous. This happened to me one summer break around 2006 or 2007. I spent the summer that year working at my first job. This wasn't by choice. My parents made me. I lived in Alberta, Canada, in a small city called Red Deer. Normally, we'd go visit my family in Saskatchewan for the summer, but this year we were staying put. Needless to say, I was expecting a boring summer. Now, you should know, back in the Great Depression, Alberta was a hotspot of racism and clan activity. And I mean the clan spelled with 3 Ks. For those not familiar with Canada, it may seem weird that we had the clan even up here, but we did. But Alberta is a very white province, so most of the clan's hatred and bigotry was aimed at Roman Catholics. My family was Roman Catholic, which makes this story a bit scarier for me. Anyway, since it was summer, I often rode my bike to and from work because it was peaceful, and I liked the alone time it gave me. I worked in the city's most popular mall, Bauer Place. I'd always been a nerd, so I worked in an electronics store selling video games. As a teenager, I tended to work nights. Even though my availability said I could work days, I wasn't a daytime employee, so rarely did I get daytime shifts. That meant that I often worked at 4 or 5 p.m., getting off between 9:30 and 10 p.m. At the time, it didn't bother me. I lived in a newer part of the city, near my high school. It was probably a 15 to 20 minute drive from my work, but it only took about half an hour to get home by bike, because Red Deer is full of parks and bike paths. Thinking back on it as an adult, my route to and from work probably wasn't the safest. Whenever I'd leave for work, I'd go out of the back alley and cut through other alleys until I got to the only major road along the way. Then I'd ride across the road and down a side street until I got to the entrance of the bike paths. These bike paths were literally in a forest in the middle of the city, and the trip through them would take about 15 minutes. The path came out of the trees right across the street from the mall. Then I would bike across the road and across the parking lot until I got to the entrance nearest to the store. I'm telling you this because I didn't spend much of my ride in a populated area at all. I should add that that forest has a reputation of being the home to numerous homeless people. I've come across many makeshift campsites in my youth. It was also a popular place for people to party and get drunk. On that day, I was following my usual routine. I had just gotten off work, and it was a beautiful night out. I must have gotten off late because I remember it was already getting dark. I also didn't have my iPod for some reason, as I usually like to listen to music when I biked. I probably just forgot to charge it. But thankfully, for whatever reason, I didn't have it. Otherwise, I never would have heard what I heard. I remember hopping on my bike and saying goodbye to some of my coworkers as they walked past. Then I took off through the parking lot. I got to the entrance of the trees and slowed down so that my eyes could adjust. The path went down a bit of a steep incline and immediately curved. So if I didn't let my eyes adjust, there's a chance I would have just gone off the path and hit a tree. By the time I made it past the curve, I could see fine, so I picked up the speed. Farther down the trail, it split. If I went straight, I'd eventually get to a large park on the outskirts of the downtown area, but I always went along the other path, which curved to the right and took me over a bridge. It was right before I got to that split when I began to hear people. At first, I thought it was a large group of drunk people heading to one of the clubs, but their voices sounded different than that. It was like they were chanting something all at once, and they certainly didn't sound drunk. Their volume wasn't going up and down like drunk people's do when they're trying to be quiet. By then, I thought maybe a group of folks had set up a party in the trees. But that seemed odd too, since the path was so close to a creek in that area, and there was a residential area nearby. People usually went deeper into the woods to party. I should have just kept riding and ignored the voices, but I was curious and dumb, so I climbed off my bike, hit it off the path, and I walked into the trees to check it out. While I've already admitted I was a nerd, I wasn't completely helpless. I joined the Sea Cadets at the age of 12 and had recently begun taking mixed martial arts courses. Before that, I'd been in Hapkido. Needless to say, I thought I could sneak up on the group without being heard and get away if need be. So I went creeping through the trees, flinching every time a twig snapped, getting ever closer to these voices. I soon saw smoke, and then the fire itself, before I saw the people. This fire was huge. It was like something you'd see in a movie, where the college students have a bonfire on the beach. I wondered at first if maybe they weren't watching it closely, and that they'd started a forest fire. But I think what I saw was actually far worse. The trees in the forest are young, so there aren't many places to hide. That said, I tried to stay back behind a bush to avoid being seen. I wasn't able to get a good look at the people as a result, but I did eventually get a look at what was making the fire so big. There was a cross hoisted up in the middle of it. They were burning a cross. I thought that kind of thing only ever happened in movies. I'm not really very religious myself, but it sent a chill up my spine. I froze at the sight of it. At the time, I knew nothing about the history of the clan in Red Deer, so I didn't know what to make of it. Then I began to see flashes of white as people moved back and forth across the spaces in the trees nearest me. I probably should have just stayed hidden, but I panicked, jumping up, and I began running towards my bike. The people saw me. I heard them screaming and yelling at me. Then I heard their footsteps rapidly crunching through the forest right behind me. I didn't bother looking back. I grabbed my bike and took off down the path. I made it out of the forest that day in record time, riding down the side street and across the busy road until I was in the safety of the nearest alley. At that point, I stopped my bike and turned around. I had no idea if those people followed me out of the forest, but I didn't see anyone. I could see, however, smoke billowing out of the trees. I think someone must have called 911 because I began to hear fire trucks getting closer. I didn't stick around to see. Instead, I rode my bike home, hiding in my bedroom for the rest of the night. I'm not sure if anything ever came of it. I never heard anything about it afterwards. It also didn't stop me from taking that path to and from work, but I never saw or heard anything like it ever again. I'm pretty sure what I saw that day was a clan meeting because I did some research after that incident, and I don't think there's any other possible explanation, especially with all that burning a cross on a bonfire business. Creepy Old Lady. From Darkly Dead 12. The year was 1994, a very nice year for me. We lived in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. One day, though, my happiness came to an abrupt stop. I was walking home because my grandma had asked me if I could get her some mint and cucumbers. She was making a salad. I went off to buy those things for her. My grandma had also mentioned not to take too long, seeming a bit worried for whatever reason. I thought, okay, just a worried grandma. But I had no idea what she might be worried about. I bought the mint and cucumbers and began my walk home. Now, no one in my family had bothered to get a driver's license, and this walk took about 54 minutes. I'd always been told it was better to walk anyway. So as I was walking home, I saw this old woman. She was holding a really heavy basket. I walked up and asked if I could hold her basket to help her out. She said yes, though I must admit her voice sounded very odd. I ignored that. Right away, things got weird. As I carried her basket, she suddenly asked, "Can I move in with you, dearie?" Huh? Why? I'm sorry, I don't really know you. Well, my husband died this morning, and our house burnt down days before that. We've been living on the streets. Not really knowing how to reply to this, I just told her she could ask my family, even though obviously they would say no to a stranger living with them. As we walked, I noticed the old lady was doing something with her nails. She was scraping them against each other, like she was sharpening them. I faced ahead and tried to ignore her. Later on, when I glanced at her again, she had disappeared. I dropped the basket and ran home. While running, I looked up into the trees, having heard something, and I swear I saw her climbing a tree, and her nails looked somehow bigger than before. She looked at me. I screamed and ran faster than ever before. I soon made it home, locking the door, my grandma just staring at me, also terrified. She said to me, "You saw her, didn't you?" We stayed inside as snow began to fall outside. Oddly enough, as the snow continued later on in the week, I found blood leading into the cemetery. I wonder if it's connected to that weird old lady. After the incident, I listened to my grandma's warnings, no matter how sudden or out of place they might seem. A year later, we moved to San Francisco, and I haven't had a crazy old woman sighting since.
Number 1. Creature by the Truck. Submitted by Grace. This story took place in Alberta, Canada. I'm 18 years old now, but this took place when I was 16. My friend and I, let's call her B, were out at my farm here in Alberta, a beautiful rural setting with forests and fields. To give some brief details of the setting, the farmhouse is at the end of a very long driveway. Behind the farmhouse, there is a barn and a wide trail that leads back to a wide open field. That's where we keep the cows and horses. Along that trail were 2 run-down trailers that my mom and her family used to live in while her dad, my grandpa, built the farmhouse. B and I were out there with my mom, her now ex-boyfriend, and my younger brother. Nothing was really out of the usual. The snow was sparkling, it was fluffy and light, easy to sink into with every step. Our truck was parked up by the farmhouse, and all 5 of us were out back in search of a Christmas tree. We were pushing through the trees, but B and I decided to turn back as the sun started to disappear behind the trees. As my mom, her partner, and my brother continued on, B and I started heading back to the trail. It would take us back to the truck. And that was where everything went downhill. Talking mindlessly, we passed the 2 trailers and rounded the corner, freezing in our tracks. I swear, in that moment, my heart dropped right into my stomach. Because there, standing on 2 legs right in front of our truck, was this thing. It was huge, and it had a pair of antlers. Its fur was thin, dark, and matted. Its back was hunched over, and its long, bony hands were pressed up against the window of the vehicle. B grabbed onto my arm, trying to pull me backwards. I slowly started to walk away, praying that the 7-foot horror in front of us did not notice our presence. It stood tall, and I knew that if it saw us, we would not be able to outrun it. Definitely not in the depth of the snow we were standing in. I still remember the sound of its breathing. It was heavy and staggered. Its eyes seemed to disappear in its head. We were a good 14 feet away from this thing, thank God, and I was 99% sure that it hadn't spotted us. The first thing B and I thought to do was go into one of the trailers. The one that was unlocked was rotting from the inside, the floor practically gone. But with 4 walls and 1 tiny dirty window, it shielded us from whatever that thing was. We waited in there together for what seemed like hours. We didn't hear anything, and we couldn't see a thing out the window, but both of us were too afraid to leave or to barely even move. The only thing that got us out of there were the sounds of my family's voices coming back. We stepped out of the trailer and were greeted with confused glances. We just said that we were exploring and that I was showing B around different areas. I wasn't about to tell my mom what we had seen. She would think we were both crazy. We don't live out there anymore, and I avoid that place as much as possible now. Really, it's a beautiful place, but that peaceful atmosphere it used to give off was gone. Well, for me anyways. B and I are still friends, but even we don't talk about it. I can tell she still thinks about it from time to time, and I can't say I blame her because I do too. Number 2. Okanagan Lake Monster. Submitted by Zoe G. I've lived in the Okanagan my whole life. I've had my share of weird experiences, from earthworms crawling up from the carpets in my old home, to the unplugged vacuum turning itself on and off. I'll start off by saying that this story, though, belongs to my Uncle Brad. It happened when he was still a kid. When he first told this to me, it made me shiver, and it honestly still does. My uncle had grown up in a big house with his parents and 4 siblings. They were right on the beach with a beautiful view of the Okanagan Lake. They basically grew up on the water. Every time it stormed, my uncle would get his brother and sisters, and they would all head out to the lake for some swimming. This time, however, Brad decided he wanted to try out water skiing during a storm. Their mother, Nancy, decided it would be a fun thing to try and offered to drive the boat while Brad was on the skis. Brad and his mother took the boat out for a bit while the other kids watched from the shore, thunder booming up ahead. Thankfully, it wasn't too windy, not yet anyway, and the storm had just begun, so they had some time to have fun before the storm worsened, before it would send them back to the shore. It was all good for a while. Brad was already pretty experienced with water skis, and his mother knew exactly what she was doing with the boat. But nobody was prepared for what happened next. Though the story is not mine and I don't have all the details, this part still makes me shudder every time I hear it. I think you'll see why. Nancy was starting to become rather cautious of something in the distance. It was something under the water, a dark shadow, which was first thought to be a dark spot in the water, or a deeper part in the lake or something like that. But then it started to come closer to the boat, slithering almost. Out of the blue, something emerged from the water. It appeared right in front of the boat, catching both of them off guard. Horrified, Nancy turned the boat in an instant, just barely missing whatever this thing was. Brad wasn't as lucky. The scariest part about the story, to me at least, is how Brad described this thing. As his skis took him flying directly into and over it, he touched its black, blubbery hide with his hand before being thrown off the skis and into the lake. When he finally caught his breath and looked back, the so-called creature was gone, slinking back into the depths. Nancy was circling back around in the boat in a hurry to get to Brad, and after that they hurried back home. I honestly doubt he ever kept water skiing after this. Well, at least not for a long while. The most shocking part is that Brad's mother, or my grandmother, is not so easily swayed by these events, but she is 100% certain what she saw was the Okanagan Lake monster, the Ogopogo. I'm not exactly scared of the water myself, but I don't think I'll ever forget this story. It really makes you wonder what's watching you from the depths of the sea. Number 3. Haunted Barn. Submitted by Brooke. When I was young, I had a friend who was the same age as me. For the sake of anonymity, I'll call her Jane. She had 2 older non-identical twin sisters. Let's call them Eva and Evelyn. They were friends with my older sister, partly because they were the same age as well. We knew them through our elementary school. They were living with their mom at the time, as they were too young to have a place of their own. The mom was divorced at this point, but still unmarried, so the family was all girls. We all lived in the Greater Toronto area in Ontario, Canada. So the mom bought a property that was about an hour and a half outside of Toronto in the country. The property came with a very old barn. It looked like it had been neglected for at least half a century. Their family didn't own any farm animals, but either way, the barn was in no state to house anything living at the least. The boards had a weather-worn look, and the whole thing was decaying slowly from the inside out. The foundation and part of the wall was made of cobblestone, then the walls switched to wood. The roof narrowed into a steeple, and moss covered practically everything on the walls. Of course, eventually I began to hear stories about the property. The previous owners had told their mom when she'd first bought the land that the property was haunted, especially the barn. There had been things that had happened in the barn, and even though I was young at the time, I heard that some occult activity and murders had happened there. As far as the paranormal went, the barn itself had the most activity, and then the property. The main house itself got the least activity because it was the farthest away from the barn, and because the original owners had made sure only to use the barn for anything outside of regular living. But even if the main house was haunted, it goes to show the extent of what happened in the barn itself. I assume when the original owners sold the property, every person or the people that own the property next experienced something paranormal, especially, surprise, surprise, in the barn. From what I heard, there would allegedly be pale white faces in the steeple. Noises of animals could be heard, the creaking of doors, the rattling of locks. You could even hear footsteps and sometimes even hoof prints in and around the barn, and sometimes they left tracks. The family friend of ours, the mom and her daughters, even reported hearing and seeing things as well. But my own experience with the barn was pretty freaky. One day, we were all over at the house in the evening, so dusk was falling fast. It was winter. My mom and theirs got into a conversation, and we, Eva, Evelyn, Jane, and myself, along with my older sister, were all bored, and we didn't know what to do with ourselves. So we were all talking, and eventually our conversation went to the barn. The best cure for boredom is apparently to scare ourselves to death. So, of course, we decided to go into the barn to see if anything paranormal would happen to us. We walked to the barn, and all of us were on high alert, keeping our eyes peeled in every direction as we went. Nothing happened on our way there, but the moment we entered, we noticed paw prints. They were of a cat, and it seemed to have a bleeding paw. The blood was visible in the snow, and the paw prints went up the stairs, which led to the attic and the steeple. We could hear it mewling pitifully and began to call out to it, to try to get it to come down to us. We were debating on whether or not we should go up the stairs to go get it. After all, the barn was neglected and practically everything was rotting. And that's when we heard a loud bang from upstairs. We all left running, not bothering to look back. We explained what happened to the adults, and my older sister and I left soon after. They've long since moved out of that house. The mom is now remarried, and we still talk to them from time to time, but not very often. And we haven't discussed this experience since then. Number 4. Ghost watching over our couch. Submitted by Itzley Ashton. First off, this story might not be as scary as others, but it is still one of the most frightful things I've ever experienced. I'm a 14-year-old guy named Ashton, and I live in a medium-sized city in British Columbia, Canada, with my mom, dad, younger sister, and maternal grandma. Now, I've never been one to really believe in the paranormal and ghosts and such, but that all changed when we bought an old couch from an estate sale. It was maybe about 6 to 8 years ago. We were out looking for garage sales one day, and we came upon this estate sale in a populated yet creepy neighborhood. My mom basically buys anything vintage or antique, so she had her eye on an antique-ish, maybe 50 to 60-year-old white couch. Keep in mind, this is not a regular garage sale. This is an estate sale, and trust me, that's very relevant. She ended up purchasing it, and we end up borrowing one of my dad's co-workers' trucks and go back up to the house to pick it up later that same day. They bring it home, and it's all okay for the first bit. The first time we noticed something really creepy about it was around 8 months later in early 2010. My sister and I were sitting on that very couch, watching TV with cranberry juice, and I accidentally spilled some of the cranberry juice on the couch. It was a white couch, so that would have stained it if it wasn't treated immediately and carefully. Unfortunately, the stain was never removed. Fast forward a few hours later, I was going downstairs to eat dinner, and as I was walking by the couch, it almost felt like something passed through me at the very moment. I tried to ignore the feeling, but I swear to God, not even 5 seconds later, I heard the sound of the floor creaking 4 or so feet behind me. I stopped, and I turned around. There was nothing and nobody there. I continue making my way, and the rest of the day turns out alright. Maybe about 2 weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night, maybe 2:30 a.m., because I had heard very light footsteps by the couch. Let me tell you about the layout of the rooms. Mine is separated from everyone else's rooms. My room is right next to the living room, and to get to my parents' room to tell them what was going on, I'd have to walk either through the kitchen or the living room, both of which are right beside each other. After walking through one of those 2 rooms, it would take me to the hallway, and at the end of that hallway are my mom and dad's room and my sister's. My grandma sleeps downstairs. Anyway, basically, if I needed help, I'd be screwed, because I'd still be passing by or through the living room. So I ended up trying to fall back asleep, and surprisingly, sleep came back fast, even though I'm pretty easily scared. Whatever was causing the activity in the house seemed to not pop up at all for the rest of the year. 2011 rolls around, and in about April, and I'm eating toast with raspberry jam on the couch when I accidentally drop a piece of toast on it. My heart dropped as soon as I noticed where it had fallen. It fell dead center onto one of the couch seats. Luckily for me, my mom was able to remove the stain this time around. But unluckily for me, that didn't mean anything different, because about 3 or so days later, someone was in the main bathroom, so I went to the tiny bathroom in my mom and dad's room. The bathroom in their room, though, has always freaked me out. I don't know why. I think one of the reasons is because it's very hard to see into the shower. It doesn't have any curtains, just a glass door. And at the time, I was terrified from the movie Psycho, so that might have been part of the reason. But I still felt more than just scared of that one scene from Psycho, though. It felt almost like I was being watched whenever I was in there. Nothing ever happened, though. The weird thing is, I used to think the ghost was just protective of that couch, which sounds weird, but I think it was protective of the bathroom as well. And weirder yet, the bathroom in my mom and dad's room is the most antique room of the house. The ghost left us alone again until I think June or July, maybe even August of 2013. But later on, one day, I was headed downstairs for supper, and I was walking by the kitchen cupboards, where we stored our glasses and plates. And what happened next still haunts me forever. I kid you not, the cupboard opened suddenly, like someone had opened it angrily. And one of the glasses came flying towards me, towards my head, to be more precise. I ducked, and it shattered all over the floor. At the same time, I screamed, and my mom came rushing up the stairs to see what all the commotion was about. I told her that a glass came flying out of the cupboard towards me. She didn't believe me, as we had been fighting earlier in the day. She assumed I could have been angry and smashed one of the glasses, but once she saw the look on my face, I think she believed me, and we both thought it must have been none other than our friend, the couch ghost. We cleaned up the glass, and eventually we were both able to go downstairs and enjoy our dinner without any other incidents. In August or September of 2014, one of my mom's vintage toys fell down from a shelf and smashed. I happened to be looking at that shelf the exact moment it happened, and it seemed more than just simply falling off. It almost seemed like it was pushed off, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what's up. Nothing else happened since then, up until yesterday. The main bathroom was once again occupied, so that meant I could either go downstairs to my grandma's bathroom or into my mom and dad's bathroom. Of course, silly old me was far too lazy to go downstairs, so I went into my mom and dad's bathroom. It all went fine at first. I did my business, and as I was washing my hands, I saw a greenish orb floating around the room, and I was absolutely terrified. I ran out, closing the door behind me, and I ran back until I was safe in my own room. My parents saw me running through the house and asked what was wrong, but they know I'm scared of that bathroom, and I told them, nothing, I was just afraid. I don't think this will be the last I ever see of this ghost or orb or whatever the heck it was, but the fact that the occurrences are so rare, it really reassures me. We still have that old couch to this day, and we don't plan on moving anytime soon, as we all love this house. And number 5, The Shadow Man, submitted by Charlotte. Back a long time ago, my father would tell my sisters and I about his experiences with some strange things. What I mean by that is that he would tell us about his encounters with monsters. I never really believed him on some things until I had 2 encounters with one of them. First, though, I will tell of one of his encounters that resembles mine. Bear with me here. One day when my dad was in high school, he and his friends went to go hang out on this hill, but the only way you could get to this hill was going into a dark tunnel. So they all went through the tunnel and went on the hill and hung out. A few hours passed by and his friends were going to leave, until one of them said, "Hey Larry, you coming?" My dad's response was, "No, I'm going to stay here for a while." They left and my dad stayed, eventually falling asleep. My dad wakes up later and it's already dark. He checks the time and it's 12 midnight. He should have been home long ago. He's groggy as he slowly gets up and he goes into the tunnel to leave. He starts to walk a little bit, but as he walks he hears another pair of footsteps from behind. And then he stops. When he stops, the other pair of footsteps stop as well. That being the case, he simply thought it was his own echo. So he begins to walk again. But sure enough, he hears the other footsteps, only they're walking faster than his. So now my dad thought someone was following him, so he ran for his life out of the tunnel. But whatever was following him gave chase. He kept running until he found a neighborhood, and he hopped over someone's fence into their garden. My dad sat somewhere in the dark and tried to calm down. Then suddenly, the thing that had been chasing him, it jumped on the fence he had just climbed over. My dad covered his mouth so the thing couldn't hear him from breathing and so that he couldn't scream. It appeared to him as a black shadow, and it seemed to be sniffing the air. My dad kept thinking, "What the hell?" After a couple of minutes, the shadow hopped off the fence and left. My dad stayed in that backyard until 1 or 2, and then finally ran back home as fast as he could. Now, as for my experience, I was 6 or 7, and my mom told me to take the garbage can out to the street at about 11 that evening. Now, since I was little and I was already scared of the dark, I told my mother no. She yelled at me to do it, or she'd ground me. Now, since her punishments were already scary enough, I decided to take out the garbage cans to the street as quickly as I could. I ran outside to the side of the house, and one by one, I took each of the trash cans to the street. On the last trash can, as I placed it on the street with the rest of them, I decided to take a breath from running. As soon as I caught my breath, I suddenly felt like something was wrong, like someone was watching me. I slowly turned my head left to the corner of my street, and there was a shadowy figure standing under the streetlight. To be friendly, as I thought it was someone, I waved at them and said hi, but the figure did not respond. What it did do, though, was slowly start to walk toward me, and I started to walk slowly back home. As soon as I moved, it began to run after me, and I ran back as fast as I could. I opened the door and quickly ran inside and slammed the door shut. My mother yelled at me as I tried to get air. And ever since then, I believed in the monsters that my dad saw. I just hope that I don't come across any more of them.
Something tried to destroy me. From Freddie Aluminum. I'm an Australian guy living in British Columbia, Canada. I moved in October of 2019 just to have a bit of an adventure. I had never seen snow before, so I had been looking forward to this up-and-coming season all year. I now work for a ski resort in the middle of nowhere. Well, nowhere as far as you're concerned. I won't say where, but the mountains are giant and gorgeous, covered in snow-dusted trees for months on end, and beyond cold. It was completely different to the heat of southeast Queensland. The snow can get up to 6 feet deep here on occasion, so I've had to learn all the rules most Canadians have imprinted on them since birth. Don't walk under icicles, don't walk home drunk, don't leave trash out, etc. The colder parts of Canada can be really dangerous, but I never once expected I would have such a horrifying encounter with something that I cannot explain. It was only a few days back. It had just snowed very heavily the night before. I'm talking 70 to 80 centimeters on top of the fresh snow already on the ground. If you don't know what that's like, it's scary. You can walk right up to second-story windows in some cases. These are serious amounts of snow. I had been drinking that day with some buddies in the village when I decided to turn in for the night. It must have been minus 17 degrees Celsius outside, but I was so drunk I barely felt the wind and breeze at all. To get home, I have to walk through a small woodland area for about 15 minutes, very dense with trees. It is super dark even in daylight, so at night, I had to use my phone torch, and I was stumbling through the knee-deep snow coating the small walking track. I could only see a few feet in front of me, and I could only see the outlines of the surrounding trees. I was 10 minutes in when I stopped, hearing something. I strained my ears to listen more closely. It sounded like a little girl saying help. It was a soft and fearful voice, somewhere off in the trees to my right. I called back with a hello, pointing my phone torch in the direction of the soft voice. "Who's there?" I called out. "Please, help me." The voice whined. "I've hurt my legs." A sound of choking back tears is faintly heard. Now I've seen enough movies and read enough stories to know that following voices into the trees is a bad idea. But there was something about this voice. It sounded so genuine, so frightened, as if a little girl was just outside the range of my vision, freezing to death in the snow. So of course I don't stand and do nothing. I call out again. "Hey, can you walk? Where are you? I can come get you." I began turning around in the snow, plowing closer to the edge of the walking track, torch searching through the wall of tall pine trees. I keep edging when I spot a small figure, just close enough to see her silhouette. She was peeking out from behind a nearby pine tree. "Hey, don't be afraid." I spoke to her softly, bending down closer. Suddenly, my eyes met hers, and immediately I realized something wasn't right. Now, they weren't glowing or anything like that, but I can't quite explain it well. Her eyes were milky, like spiders' eyes, like they were alive, but they had nothing within them. They seemed soulless. I leaned in closer to the base of the pine tree, maybe 3 meters away from me, when suddenly I got too close. I fell face first into the snow. Those of you who spend time in places that have heavy snow probably know what happened. I forgot the most important rule of all, plunging headfirst into the deepest tree well I had ever seen. I was immediately engulfed in a powder snow, tipped further upside down. As I slipped in deeply, I could hear a high-pitched cackle of a female voice. I tried to breathe and scream, but snow forced itself into my mouth. I began to choke and writhe. I was panicking, trying to spin around and find my bearings, kicking out and finding something to grab. As I freaked out, I felt myself slip further down, only making my emotions worse. The snow collapsed around me, making a dense compact, holding my feet above my head and making it harder to move. I was still choking on snow. My head was pounding from all the blood being pulled downwards. A scary thought kept going through my mind, that this might be the end of my story. I knew I wasn't getting out of this one. My vision began to blur, and my movements became more and more sapping, when all of a sudden, I felt a hand grab me by my jacket, wrenching me out of there and into freedom. I gasped in the crisp alpine and heaved on the ground, tears streaming down my face. I looked up and saw one of my mates, Fraser, breathing heavily. Turns out he had seen me fall into the snow, sprinting 30 meters in deep powder to help me back out. This man had saved my life. As I pulled my mess of a self back together, he asked me what the bloody hell I was thinking, walking into the wilderness in the middle of the night drunk. But I had to tell him about the girl first. I tried to point out where she had been standing, but she wasn't anywhere to be seen. What's more, there weren't any tracks at all in the snow leading away from the pine tree, just the mere hole that I'd made. I don't know what she was, that inhuman little girl, but it tried to have me drowned. If it wasn't for my mate, I sure would have been dead. I hope one day I can get over this experience, but for now, it seems I have dreams of her often. Dreams of what would have happened if Fraser was only a few minutes late. What was she? If you have an answer, I'd love to know. North Saskatchewan River Creature, from Succulent.Coral. I'm from a very small town in Saskatchewan, Canada. I've lived here all my life, and I've never seen anything too abnormal until this year. It was only after hearing that you were looking for Canadian stories that I decided to finally speak up about my experiences. Almost every weekend, my friend Erica and I always go to the ski hill near here and work on our snowboarding skills. We usually go around 2 p.m., so we have about 2 hours to snowboard before it gets too dark and cold out, since the sun usually sets around 4 here in the winter. A couple of months ago, we were doing this very thing and had a good day. The ski hill is about an hour from our town, so by the time we had finished, which was about 3:45 p.m., it was starting to get dim. We hopped into my little car and started the drive back. About 45 minutes later, we were getting close to home, and it was already pretty dark outside. Our town is kind of in the middle of nowhere, and everyone in Canada knows Saskatchewan is very barren and flat. So it was a very vast, remote area, and no one was on the highway. The roads were bad that night due to fast winds, so we had to slow down a lot on the highway, which was giving both of us anxiety. The two of us were 17 and have never gotten into an accident before, nor had we ever wanted to, of course. At one point, there was a very snowy part of the vacant highway, and we had to slow down even more. That's when a figure leapt out onto the road and stopped just at the edge of my headlight's reach. Erica screamed, and I gasped, holding my breath as I slammed onto the brakes. This caused us to fishtail. I barely managed to regain control of the vehicle, but we came to a stop just in front of the figure. I immediately looked at it, and at first glance I truly thought it was just a deer. But as I took in more detail, it looked all wrong. It was massive. I've seen deer around here many times before, too many to count, and I live in a hunting community, so I just knew this wasn't any normal deer from around here. It had long limbs, and its antlers were huge. But not only were its limbs long, they were just so disfigured, it seemed painful. It's hard to explain, but it just looked injured. I wasn't sure how it leapt in front of us with ease and grace like it had. And like any normal deer around here would do at the sight of a vehicle, I expected the thing to run back into the ditch or something. But it just stood there, not moving a muscle. Everything about the situation felt so wrong, and yes, I know deer can be captivated in headlights and not move. But this creature, it showed no signs of fear. It didn't even look to be breathing. It simply stared at us with cold, unblinking eyes. Its whole presence just felt evil, life-threatening even. Its bones were jutting out from everywhere under its skin. Some parts even looked to be decayed. Erica and I didn't say a word. We couldn't look away from it. After what seemed like a few minutes, it just walked off. Not running or frolicking, it just walked, calmly, back into the ditch in the opposite direction it had come from. It then disappeared on the other side of the Transcan. The two of us exchanged shaky looks, and she was the first to say a word at all. "What the hell was that?" she said. But I didn't really know what to tell her. We talked about it on the rest of the way home and decided maybe it was just a weird, intense, injured deer. Definitely a first around here. Both of us do believe that some cryptids exist, but I think it was for our own sanity that we explained this away somehow, you know? I thought that would be it. Thought that I'd never see it again. Unfortunately, I was wrong. About a week ago, my dad and I were playing around and exploring on our ski-doos just up by the North Saskatchewan River, and we had just gotten down to the bank to see if the ice was thick enough to ride on. My dad drove his ski-doo down first to test it, and soon came back up onto the bank to ask if I wanted to try the ice. I refused, since I was still very new to this, and I didn't want to try it yet. He agreed, and we decided to go along the bank more, exploring a bit further. We soon came to some thicker trees and pines when we began to smell something a little off. It wasn't very powerful, but it also just smelled really bad. It was clearly something rotting, but we were in a snowy area where everything was supposed to smell clean. My dad went a little further ahead than me, and I thought maybe it was just a skunk, something normal. I went on ahead after him, following my dad's tracks, watching the trees a bit, and that's when I saw it again. That same creature, walking in the same direction I was headed. It was pretty far back in the trees, but you could still tell how massive it was from that distance. All the features from the 2 months before were still present, if not a little more worsened. It didn't do anything but walk, fading into the deep and thicker trees in a weird waddle sort of fashion, and I haven't seen it since. Erica and I have told our closest friends about this, and I don't think they believe us, but I really want to know what it is. I do know a basic amount of things about cryptids, but maybe this is some kind of normal or mutant deer or something. Who knows? Even if there's a normal explanation, it's terrifying. I've no idea if I should be concerned or just continue to try to tell myself it's a weird mutated deer, as if that makes me feel any better. 3 a.m, from descendant from a family of shaman. I'm from the northwest of Ontario, Canada. My reserve is called Kachinamakusip-Ininawak, also known as People by the Lake in our native language. It is said we are the 3rd largest community up north of Ontario. That being said, we have different areas, such as downtown and West Bay. Both are on the island, and the land is connected by a long stretched road. Across that is the creek and mainland area. I lived in West Bay at the time, coming back from town. I had finished visiting with friends earlier in the night. I was ready to get home. I left their house in town around 2:30. By the time I arrived at the main road intersection, it was about 3. There's a main road that goes around the reservation, and there are roads connecting to it. The first of which is called Chiefsfield Road. Now, the entire time I'd been walking, I had not seen another person out, nor had I seen a vehicle on the road for that matter. As I was passing Chiefsfield Road, I felt a sensation in my gut, like someone was watching me. Sure enough, when I glanced up that road, I saw a figure wearing a dark black hood. They seemed to be staring in my direction. I was feeling friendly, so I called out to them. "Hey, you got a smoke?" I was having a craving. I did not receive a response, so I continued walking. But I paid close attention to the sounds around me, making sure I knew whether that person was about to move. Sure enough, as I walked on, I could hear them walking after me, quickly and stumbling, like they were drunk and were looking for a fight. I stopped at the bottom of the road and glanced back. That figure seemed to be following me. I turned to continue walking, and sure enough, the footsteps only got faster, catching up to me. I stopped on 3 more occasions, and after a time, when I glanced back, it stopped. We both stood there, seemingly staring at each other. I got mad and swore at the figure, threatening to fight if they didn't stop. But it was then that I saw its face. There was just enough light to make out that its skin was all black, like solid nighttime black. I wanted to speak again, but it spoke instead, saying the same threats to me in the same manner and same voice. It walked a little bit closer, soon revealing more of itself from a nearby light. It was like I was looking in a mirror. Its face was like mine, but completely black. What I was looking at wasn't actually human. I was certain of it. It was some sort of spirit or creature, something evil. I took off towards some streetlights. I made it maybe 10 feet in the middle of the lights, and I stopped to look back to see if this thing would follow me, but it just stood there at the edge. I called out, asking it what it was, telling it to come into the light. I needed to see more of it. I needed to see if I could understand what it was. I stepped backward, further into the lights, but it did as well, which meant it was moving further away, and as it moved, I saw it smile, revealing white, sharp, abnormal-looking teeth, before disappearing into the dark. I didn't know what to do or say then, but I was so shocked and creeped out that I ran. I was already out of energy, but I ran anyway. My grandma's house was closer to anyone else's that I knew of, but her place was still about 5 houses down. Adrenaline kicked in, and after looking back one more time and seeing nothing, I started to run. But then, I heard the sound of flapping wings above me. Something massive was just overhead, following me, just as that figure did before, and I couldn't help but think that they were one and the same. By the time I made it to my grandma's driveway, I was exhausted, stomping my heavy feet up the pavement. Eventually, my scared grandma opened the door after I was knocking like a madman. When she saw me, she was relieved for a moment. I think she assumed I was on something. Yet, sadly, I was completely sober. I let her know what happened, that something scary and unexplainable was following me. She let me in as I explained. As we sat in her living room, discussing what was going on, we suddenly stopped because someone walked up the front steps of her porch. They stopped at the door, but never knocked, never rang the doorbell. They simply stood there, probably listening. After a while, we just turned on the TV, using the noise and the images to distract us. Plus, deep down, I didn't want it to know that I knew it was there. The next day, my grandma called my mother and told them to never let me out too late again, and to avoid letting me out by myself whenever possible. To this day, I still don't know what or how all that happened. Whatever it was truly wasn't human, and I think it tried to take me. The Thing That Chased Us, from V. This happened in Ontario, Canada, to my friends and I. When my friends and I were in grade 9, we used to go into a forest next to our old elementary school to hang out. We would dirt bike, build forts, play card games, drink and climb trees. The usual teenage stuff. The day this happened, we were climbing trees, seeing how far we dared to climb up the dead trees, then jump down, all while praying that we didn't break our necks. Yeah, we were weird, even reckless. One of my braver friends, C, decided it would be a smart idea to climb up a dead tree that was leaning against another tree to see if he could get to the top. My other friend Leon and I decided that we did not have a death wish like he did, so we stayed perched on another dead tree watching our idiot friend. Now, I want to say that I've always gotten these strange feelings about things. I practice Wicca, and I'm personally a witch of draconic Wicca, but the point is, I get these feelings. They are like warnings when something is about to happen, when something supernatural is nearby, when we're in danger. Call it a sixth sense. I'm the firstborn female of a firstborn female, and so on. I'm the seventh firstborn female in the generation, which makes for a very female-dominated family tree. But we believe 7 is a powerful number, similar to the number 6 in Christianity. The seventh witch, which is myself, has the strongest connection to the supernatural on par with the first witch who started the generation, my really great grandmother. I'm called a high priestess, the reincarnation of my grandmother's mother, which only makes these feelings stronger and more absolute. Now, I know everything I just explained doesn't sound real. As fake as witches who fly on broomsticks and crowd around a black cauldron saying bubble bubble toil and trouble is, I didn't believe it at first either. Anyway, while C was climbing further up the tree, one of these feelings came over me, like someone brushing a feather down my back. It was telling me that my friends and I were in danger. Which was odd. It was when I was pondering the strangeness of my feeling, C disappeared into the canopy of the tree, and Leon and I lost sight of him. V, I remember Leon saying to me, "Something's not right. The air is stale, the birds are quiet, something feels wrong." It took me a minute, but he was right. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach as I looked around. Everything was still. Then that feeling against my back returned, followed by a tingling sensation against my pocket. To my relief, it wasn't a claw trying to get at my wallet, it was just my phone. As every impulsive teenager who lives off their device does, I pulled out my phone, saw that it was a message, and opened it. It was from my Wiccan friend Red, and it simply said, "You need to leave now." I was taken aback. I knew that Red was quite intuitive. They practiced spiritual Wicca and were very in tune with the elements. This confirmed my suspicion that something was wrong. I responded, "What do you mean?" She confessed, "I had sent a protection spell with you and felt that you were in danger. I still feel it. Where are you?" Although I was flattered that Red had cared enough to spiritually stalk me, I was still somewhat suspicious. I remember looking around. They didn't live near me, so I was getting a little worried how they knew about our situation. Maybe she was right. So I replied, "I'm at the park in the old forest." "Leave," they told me. "It's not safe right now." At this point, I was superglued to my phone. I had lost track of C and was completely immersed in this conversation, when suddenly I was pulled from my device's grip when Leon and I heard a loud thud. It was the breaking of branches and something landing in the bushes about maybe 15 meters away. I nearly fell off the tree I was sitting on. I was so spooked. My shock was only dampened when I saw C sprinting, cuts all over his arms and legs from falling into the bush, pale as a ghost and terrified. "Get out of that freaking tree! Now!" he called up to us. Leon looked puzzled. but I could see anxiety bubbling as he looked at C. "Well, don't just stand there," C demanded with fearful irritation in his tone. "We need to get out of here." "Why?" Leon called, while beginning to slowly shimmy down the trunk of the tree. There's something here," C breathed, glancing back in the direction he came from. "Crap," C cussed as he began to move away. Leon moved fast down the tree, but I was frozen. My phone was buzzing in my hand as messages from Red poured in, their warnings falling on deaf ears as I saw a dark, hairy shape hidden in the green ferns. Something smelled off, and my heart lurched as I saw it twitch in our direction. For a moment, I swear to God we made eye contact, and just as it began to move towards us, C grabbed me by the ankles and hauled me down the tree and to the ground. Quickly, I scrambled to my feet as I heard twigs breaking and branches being pushed out of the way. Out of fear, we all bolted as fast as we could. We thundered over thorny ankle-biting bushes, broke branches, and ran through many spider webs to get out of the forest. But when we got out, we were trapped. Where I live, the park and the forest are right next to a beach, which is a decent 10-meter drop, and there was no way in heck we were going to freaking swim to safety or hide by the rocks at the beach. "My grandma's house," Leon panted as we all sprinted down the trail towards civilization. "It's the closest." There were no objections. We were all too scared to think of a decent plan. I felt my lungs burn for air as I pushed to keep up with my more athletic friends. I was never lazy, but I was no spring chicken. I am and always will be a short-distance runner. So when I felt my pace begin to slow, I pushed even harder. Fearing for your life can make you do amazing things. We raced into Leon's grandmother's property. We all knew that she was snowbirding in Florida and would be away for the remainder of the cold months. We scrambled to the back door, which thankfully Leon had the spare key to, and we tumbled over each other to get inside. Now, we've seen horror films, and we thought we knew the best way to survive them. Number one on that survival list was to lock down the house, so we bolted to every door to lock it, as well as every window. It was in that time that I finally acknowledged my phone again. I had missed several texts from Red, and a few calls from them too, so I called back. "Thank God, V, you're alive," they said. "What happened? Are you okay?" I explained everything to Red in as much detail as I could muster at the time. I was shaking both from overexertion and adrenaline, and after thinking about it, Red surprised me again. "Get all the candles in the house and put them at every entrance to the house. Just trust me." C interjected, "But your grandma doesn't have many candles." He had clearly crashed here many times before when he got drunk at a party and needed a place to be hungover at. Leon's grandma was a sweet old lady after all. "There's the herb garden," Leon suggested. "Perfect," said Red. "Go get all the sage you can find then." And as if instructed by a general, Leon did so without complaint, returning with enough to make a small shrubbery out of the sage. Then we locked down the door and went upstairs to hide in the office. There was only one window and one door there, plus that door locked, so we figured it'd be safe. But for my personal safety, I decided to have the boys stay nearest to the door. I'd sooner jump out of a window that is 2 stories in the air before I let myself become dinner. Then again, we had no idea what was chasing us. Once we were huddled into the office, I hung up the phone with Red, and we took a moment to breathe. "What the hell was it?" Z asked, his voice barely hovering above a whisper. "I don't know," Leon responded. "It felt like a monster from a horror film." Or maybe it was some drug-addicted psychopath who was broke and looking for some fresh teenagers to sell in the black market so he could buy more drugs, I stated, with an irritated amount of sarcasm. I was starting to get frustrated at this point. What if this was some elaborate prank? What if some jerk had decided to dress up as Bigfoot and wait in the tree line for a while to send some unsuspecting passers-by into the afterlife for a laugh. Then we all froze. Something had opened the back gate and closed it. We stayed as silent as a church when we heard heavy footsteps against the garden path in the backyard, and then we heard the distinct sound of jiggling doorknobs, the sound of something touching the windows. Whatever was stalking us was looking for us and was checking every entrance in the house to get inside. I knew it, I thought to myself. It's some murderer, and we're about to be killed. "Guys," Leon whispered, cutting through my pessimistic thoughts. "What?" I responded. "Who locked the basement door?" My heart sank as we looked at each other, all silently admitting that it wasn't us. I had been too nervous to go to the basement, but it was the same for them. "No one locked it," I said, my throat dry as we realized that thing had an opening. "Crap," said C. "Someone needs to lock it." "Are you out of your mind?" growled Leon. "If one goes, we all go," I stated, quietly getting up. "No point in getting separated. We stand a better chance as a team than we do on our own." Reluctantly, the boys and I grabbed nearby objects and quietly crept out of the office. I had grabbed a broom that was hanging on the hook by the door. Leon had a combat stapler, I guess, and C had a mail opener. We heard the thing move to the front of the house at that point, so we hurried to get to the basement. Carefully, we tried our best to sneak down the old wooden stairs. I used that old trick I'd used to sneak downstairs of the house when my parents were watching TV, so I could sneak some sweets, clinging to the edge of the wall. Once we got to the cold basement, we were huddled together, moving as quickly as a bunch of scared teenagers could, toward the door. The way the basement was set up was like this. There's the staircase leading to an open room surrounded by doors to the boiler and storage room, with an air hockey table in the center of the room, leading to the movie room, where a couch was, and the door just around the corner. We were trying to be stealthy when the boiler turned on, spooking Leon, who instinctively jumped, going right into the air hockey table and letting the plastic puck hit the floor. Then we all froze. Although the sound was small, it felt as loud as a fire alarm, and we strained our ears to hear. Quickly, we heard footsteps coming towards the door. "Crap," I huffed as I darted from the huddle towards the door. I saw a shadow swiftly dart behind the curtains of the window nearing the door. My heart was pounding. I put my hand forward and prayed under my breath, hoping that I would be faster, hoping that I would make it to the door first. My shoulder collided with the door as I fumbled against the knob to lock it. As soon as I did, I felt an equal thud on the other end of the door, and a loud growl. I basically flew away from the door and into the arms of my friends, who were standing in horror. Through the glass window of the door and the floral white mini curtains, we saw a shadow, large, covered in hair or fur. Its shoulders were at the midpoint of the window. It was taller than the door, and it growled like a dog would when you kept its bone away from it. I rose to my feet shakily, and I stared at the shadow as I felt it stared right back at me. "Leave," I remember commanding under my breath as I felt a surge of electricity go through me. Maybe it was adrenaline or something else, but it soon growled one more time, and then thudded away, its heavy footsteps soon fading. We heard every single agonizing step, though, up the stairs, through the gate. As soon as we could breathe, we bolted back upstairs in the house and to the office again, calling our parents. We were still teenagers, and there was no way in hell we were going outside. When my mother came to get me, to her reluctance, she said to me that she felt something was there around the house, something evil and dangerous, and I had told her nothing, only that I had hurt my ankle falling from a tree. That was all the confirmation I needed. I knew that feeling I had was right, and to this day I trust my sixth sense. I advise you all to do the same. The next time you feel yourself being stalked by something sinister, light a candle, grab some sage. It may sound silly, but it might just save you.
Number 1. I Was Stalked. Submitted by Matt C. I'm a junior in high school, living in the town of Alberta, Canada. I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend for 5 years now. My story starts this last April when I was walking home from my boyfriend's house. Usually here, we don't have any issues with creeps or assault or anything like that. So I've never really been afraid of walking the 15 minutes to get home. It was around 10:20 p.m. at the time, and I'm jamming out to Kanye with one earbud in, while texting my boyfriend, so I wasn't paying too much attention to my surroundings. I start passing by a semi-sketchy looking neighborhood when some guy hollers at me. I'll also mention here that I'm easily angered, and I get into fights with people much bigger than me. I have a bit of a short fuse, and I hate it when people get into my business. But considering I stand at 5'6" or so, this guy was intimidatingly big, at least a foot taller than me, and he had to weigh at least 75 pounds or more than I did. Anyway, I turned to the guy and asked him what was up. He just grins and begins to saunter over. He stood beneath a street lamp a few feet from me, now looking me up and down, making it very obvious. I made it clear I was uncomfortable with what he was doing, and from what I could tell, he enjoyed that I was uncomfortable. He took pleasure in it. He took a step closer, breaking the silence with, "You're very, very cute," to which I sneered, and disgusted I turned away. But instead of this creep getting mad or taking the hint, he just started to follow me, making comments about my figure, mostly my bottom. It really started to irritate me, and so after 3 or so minutes of him following me home, I spun around and just exploded. "Screw off!" I half shouted, baring teeth and trying to look bigger than I was. But I knew it wasn't working. This guy was huge compared to me. So me being a dumb and irrational teenager, I took aim at his groin with my foot before taking off running. I could hear him running after me, which drove me to go faster. I made a huge mistake when I jumped my back gate, not realizing what I'd done until I calmed down. Because then I knew I'd led this crazy person to my own home. And even though he didn't follow me into my backyard, I heard him laughing as he walked away. Immediately, I texted my boyfriend, but aside from telling him and everyone else I knew, there wasn't much else I could really do. Creepier yet, for the next few weeks, I would see the big man around my neighborhood, following me at a distance. He'd always be staring at me, licking his lips, and now that I look back on it, I know exactly what he was staring at. At one point, he stepped too close, and I had to get my father to come chase him off. It got so bad, he began to leave notes for me, notes with chocolates and flowers. This creep was obsessed with an underage boy. It wasn't until my boyfriend threatened him that he finally stopped, if only for a few weeks. After that, he picked up again where he left off, around mid-May of that year. The first time I saw him again after that was when I went to the pool with my boyfriend, and he was beyond the fence eyeing me. I called security, asking them to do something, and luckily they chased the guy off. That was the last straw for my family. Finally, my father got the police to monitor him, and when they found him creeping up, they told him what would happen if he ever did it again. To be honest with you, I thought it'd finally end there. But later that same week, I got one last thing from him.
which still makes me very afraid. A note was left at my boyfriend's, stating both of our personal information, our classes, even our grades in our classes, the names of our immediate family. There were also pictures of us all over town in the recent months. The worst of it was the handwritten part at the bottom. It read, "I'll steal him from you one day. I haven't felt safe in a very long time." Number 2. The Black Ghost, submitted by Isaiah. This story takes place back in September of 2001, when I was only 7 years old in a fairly large house in a place called Canning in Nova Scotia, Canada. I had a horrifying experience. At the time, I lived there with my parents and 4 siblings, 2 older brothers who were 3 and 5 years older than me, and 2 younger sisters, both a single year younger than me. The night that this encounter took place, my 2 older brothers and parents were in the living room on the first floor watching TV, while my sisters and I were running around the house, playing with our toys like normal. Eventually, we got bored with the toys we had and decided to run upstairs to grab more. Our toys were located in a big cardboard box in a tiny room near our parents' bedroom. We called this room the Blue Room because it was entirely painted blue for some reason. It had been that way since my parents bought the house. To get to this blue room, you had to go up the stairs, through 2 of the bedrooms, and then a short hallway. We continued playing as we went upstairs, pretending to be afraid of the dark as we went along, turning on the lights as we moved from room to room. We reached the second room, turned on the light, and began to cross towards the blue room, when suddenly, in each and every one of us, there was an intense sense of dread. It took hold of us, and we all froze at around the center of the room we were in. We peered into the darkness ahead when one of us noticed something was moving in the blue room. Sure enough, there was something darker than the darkness hovering above the toy box. Whatever it was alive. It was shifting around in strange fluid motions. It looked like a thick smoke. We were too afraid to go any closer, but our curiosity kept us where we were. We began to whisper each other, confirming that we all saw it, asking each other what we thought it may be. Only a few seconds later, the thing began to float upwards above the toy box, black smoke trailing below it. It began to take on a vaguely human shape, like a very tall and thin person wearing a long robe or something. The sudden movement scared my sisters, and they began to plead with me to leave. But I was transfixed by it. My memory at this point begins to get really fuzzy, almost like a dream, but I can very vividly remember some bits and pieces. Images of the black thing opening glowing red eyes and slowly bearing down on us. It must have been at least 7 feet tall, but it was paper thin. It had a strange smoke-like appearance, as if the lightest breeze would cause it to swirl away and dissipate. I had no idea what to think of it at the time, but nowadays, now that I'm a lot older, I'd liken it to some kind of malevolent Grim Reaper. As soon as it began to move towards us, my sisters panicked and ran. Later, I would be told that they rushed to get my older brothers, who arrived minutes later with my sisters. My father was aggressive, arrogant, and abusive, so we didn't want to bother our parents with what was happening. At any rate, when my brothers came upstairs, the thing was gone without a trace, but I was still standing there as if in a trance, staring at the floor below me. I have no memory of what happened during the minutes that my sisters were gone. The last thing I can remember is staring up at that nightmarish creature looming above me, mere inches from my face. But in that moment, I was completely calm, with no fear whatsoever. Then my memory cuts to my sibling shaking me awake and asking me if I was all right, asking me what had happened. At current day, only my oldest brother and mother still talk to me, but over the years I've continued to ask about that night to confirm that I'm not, in fact, crazy, that it actually did happen, and the result is always the same bone-chilling answer. Yes, it did actually happen, and it was exactly how I remember it. Right up until my sisters moved away, they always told me they saw the same thing, and they had no idea what happened after they left me. That night, that nightmarish creature, and the inability to remember exactly what happened, it will forever haunt me. It still haunts me to this day. Number 3. The Fast Stalking Man. Submitted by Jonathan. I was a young kid living in the lower mainland of British Columbia, Canada. Before this event, I've never really experienced anything horrifying, not like this. It was a dark and extremely foggy night, and I was bored. I decided that I was going to give my friend Ryan a call to see if he wanted to hang out. He told me that he was bored too, and he said I could come over in about 15 minutes. So I asked my mother for a ride, and she had no problem with it. We hopped in her car, and we drove to my friend's house. It only took about 2 minutes. Once we arrived, I got out and ran to my friend's room. We just hung out, telling each other ghost stories for about an hour, as we usually like to do. But soon we got bored of that as well, so we sat there for a moment, brainstorming of things we could do. We thought maybe we could go out for a walk around his street. Maybe we would see something scary to tell our friends at school. We'd done this before, but have never once seen anything out of the ordinary. It's the kind of thing where you don't actually think you're going to see something scary. So we went out, not even thinking twice about it. Little did I know how wrong that assumption was. We threw our shoes on and put on our jackets. We opened the door and stepped out. But for some reason, unlike any other night in my life, once we stepped outside, I was overwhelmed by a fear that I didn't recognize. Outside, it was crazy silent and foggy. You couldn't see more than 10 feet in front of you, and it was like someone lowered the volume all the way down on everything. All I could hear was my breathing. We started walking down his street. Ryan seemed to be enjoying himself and talking, while I couldn't help but look around, scanning my surroundings for the cause of my unoriginated fear. I just couldn't understand why I was feeling that way. I was only ever scared of the dark after a horror movie and when all the lights were out, especially not when I was with my friend on a street we knew like the back of our hands. This was beyond strange for me, and I just couldn't shake the way I felt. We suddenly rounded a corner, making our way through part of the loop that was his block, when suddenly we saw someone in the distance behind us. It seemed to be a person, a man in fact, judging from his build. He stood there motionless until suddenly we saw a faint glow coming from his mouth. He looked to be smoking a cigarette, and his hair seemed to be slicked back, and from his silhouette, he appeared to be wearing a long jacket. Right away, I had a very disturbing feeling about this man, a feeling that he was off. I couldn't see his eyes. Maybe it was the bad lighting and the fog, but it was the strangest feeling I'd ever had. I poked Ryan. I told him that I had a weird feeling about this. I told him we need to get on the other side of the road. Just let him pass by before we keep going. Maybe he felt the same,
or maybe he didn't really mind crossing the road, but he agreed. We crossed the road without a problem and watched the man walk slowly up the road until he disappeared into the fog. Like that, it was over, or so I thought. We didn't really think anything of it, so we crossed back and continued walking. We walked for about 2 more minutes until another long road appeared on the left side. We walked by and saw the same man at the very end of the road, walking in the opposite direction. We wondered how we could see him from that distance, because the fog was so bad. It was extremely strange, because he was the only thing we could see from that distance. We couldn't even make out the ground or houses that were about 20 feet away, but there he was about double the distance, and his silhouette was clear. We waited for a moment, making sure that he wasn't coming towards us, because I think we were both getting creeped out. But he seemed to be walking away. Even as he appeared to be about 100 meters down the road, we could still see him. But because he wasn't coming towards us, we weren't as worried anymore. To our right was a path that went off into the woods and came out where we had started walking all the way down the road. We both looked at each other, contemplating whether or not it'd be a good idea to go into the forest. I smiled and began to run down the path. The feeling of dread began to dissipate, and I chalked it up to something random. I felt so much adrenaline from running in the darkness and feeling a little scared. I ran faster than I ever ran before. We both ran until we saw the opening of the woods, and we only stopped to catch our breaths. We were laughing at each other until we saw something confusing and terrifying. It was a man with the same silhouette, a man with the glowing ember of a cigarette in his mouth. If I didn't know any better, it looked like the same guy. He was walking at an unnatural speed towards us from the opening of the trail. We had basically been running full speed since we saw him last time, and he had been a good distance away from us then. How in the world did he catch up so fast? Now, the trail had a fork where you could go out, where the man was now, or you could keep going down the trail. We both bolted down the path without hesitation. We ran and ran away from the man until we reached the end of it. Then we stopped, cautiously examining our surroundings, expecting him to emerge from anywhere and come at us again. We looked around until our eyes met, and we both let out a sigh of relief. We began walking forward and soon emerged from the woods. We were both talking about how crazy that was. I soon realized that it wasn't over yet. I had a horrible feeling coming from behind me. I looked back, and there he was, walking even faster than before towards us. Ryan took off running and not looking back, but I couldn't move for some reason. I thought maybe it's just another guy walking around like us, that he was following us by coincidence. That's what I assumed, until he took off in a dead sprint and he was coming right at me. He was only about 10 feet away when I took off as well, as fast as I possibly could. My friend's house was just a block around the corner. I ran and jumped up his neighbor's fence and then jumped into his backyard. I then saw Ryan lying down there in the grass. I rushed over to him and got down next to him. We watched terrified through the cracks of the gate in his backyard, waiting to see if we'd see the strange man walking by. And there he was, walking by fast. He looked like he was looking for us, but even as close as he got, only a few feet from the fence, we could never see his face. Somehow, no matter how illuminated the rest of him got, his face was veiled in darkness. Maybe I was just afraid, or maybe it was something more. I'm not sure. To this day, that path behind his house freaks me out, and I avoid it whenever possible. I don't know if he was human, or if he was something else. But all in all, he was 100% terrifying.
Number 4. Stranger at the Ball Field. Submitted by Michael B. This story happened 2 years ago. Me and a few friends of mine had plans to go to the baseball field at night to sit on the bleachers and chat. We live in a town called Stephenville Crossing in Newfoundland, Canada. Me and my friends had texted each other to get ready. I was at Caitlin's house, my cousin, and our friend Rayanne was also with us. We texted our friends to meet up at the local canteen first, Carl's Canteen, where many of us would just buy candy and food. We began our walk to the canteen. It was about a 10-minute walk from Caitlin's, so when we got there, our friends had not made it yet. We went inside to grab a few of their signature brownies. After standing around for a few minutes, we saw our friends coming toward the canteen yelling for us. They told us they wanted to grab a bag of candy, so we waited for them outside. As we waited, a car pulled up to the canteen, and a tall man wearing a suit, a blue tie, and a fedora got out of the car. Keep in mind that Stephenville Crossing does not have a large population, only about 1,200 people, so we're a town where everyone pretty much knows everyone else. So not only was this guy a sight to see, but he was a complete stranger to us. And the way he dressed was off, as no one in this town wears clothes like that. We just assumed he may have been on vacation from out of town. He looked at Caitlin and Rayanne, smirked, and then said, "Hello, darlings," without so much as acknowledging me. And the way he said it sounded seductive. He walked into the store as our friends were walking out. One of them, Eric, had made a remark about the man's weird fedora, but we told him not to say anything too loud because of the creepy vibe the man put off. Halen, one of our friends, and his girlfriend Haley had bought a family-sized bag of chips to share, but Haley nabbed it from his hands for herself, so he didn't bother to stick by her and came over by me to chat. We proceeded to talk about our usual topics, comic books and the like, in which we would often debate over whether Batman or Spider-Man was better. We walked past our local bar, the Cozy Corner, which was on the way to the baseball field. Now the canteen was out of sight, and I hadn't even thought about the creepy man anymore. We met up with Amber and David, who had been walking together down the street. We wanted them to come to the baseball field with us. They thought it'd be a fun time and quickly accepted the offer. When we arrived at the baseball field, we saw some more friends in the bleachers, and even though we didn't invite them, we sat next to them anyway. Then we began to munch on our candy. As we sat there, we saw a car turning into the baseball field coming towards us. The field is next to a forest and large bushes, so sometimes people go into the woods to, fool around, or maybe even some drug deals here and there. So it's not uncommon for this time of night for people to drive up to the baseball field with their girlfriend or boyfriend, or someone to drive up to hand off some drugs. Due to this being the usual thing, we were not very alarmed by the car pulling up. But once it got close enough, we realized that we recognized the car. It was the same car the creepy guy had been driving from the canteen. The friends we had met after the canteen did not know about this guy, so right away we told him about how creepy he had been, and how he was particularly fond of Caitlin and Rayanne. David, being the craziest of the group, jumped off the bleachers and began yelling and making noises like a shrieking cat. The car then turned around and exited the baseball field. We kind of praised David for scaring off the creepy man, then laughed about how strange the man was and how crazy David was, then proceeded to make fun of his fedora. About an hour later, we decided to walk back to town, and instead of going toward the road, we decided to take the trail through the bushes. I stood by Halen. I was once again explaining why Batman was superior in our fun little debate. But that's when I heard David and Amber screaming. They were at the front of our group, and they were running back and telling us to run. We thought it was a joke, but when we looked, we saw a silhouette wearing a fedora running right towards us. We all ran back to the baseball field and decided to run into the woods, which may have seemed like a stupid idea, but we were familiar with the woods and had many hiding places there. And since it was night, it should be hard for him to see us. To my surprise, Brandon had messed himself. You could see the wet spot on his jeans, which made me think he wasn't very tough. But then again, our lives may have been on the line, so it was understandable. We decided to stay hidden for about half an hour, and then we all quietly left the forest, ran for the road, and stayed near the lit houses. We all hastily walked back to the main part of town, talking about the situation before going our separate ways to go home. Still, I couldn't help but think it was all funny, but apparently I missed something. Brandon, the one with the wet pants, told me why he had been so afraid. You see, Brandon had watched him cut himself in the face with a knife while he carried some sort of gun in his other hand. Now, if I'd seen that, I probably would have messed myself too. It would be a long time before any of us went back to that baseball field. And number 5, What's Downstairs? Submitted by Jared R. This took place in southern Ontario in Canada, and it didn't happen too long ago. I live in a small suburban home in a pretty nice neighborhood. Nice neighbors, great area. Over the 4 years my family has lived there, nothing has ever happened here vaguely crime-like. It's a pretty tame place, so the fact that this happened here, it's nerve-wracking to say the very least. Before I get into the story, I have to explain a couple of things about my family and how my house is arranged. We have a black 4-year-old cat named Gru, my older sister, my older brother, my dad and my mom and my grandma who lives in the basement. When you enter my house, there's a small entrance area with a mat, with a small wall to the left separating this area from my dad's office. Beside the office is a small area with a bunch of cabinets and a large table. Opposite is the closet and the stairs leading upstairs to the basement, which directly above the closet and the stairs were 2 lights. Following down that hallway is the kitchen and the dining room on the left, with the laundry room and the living room to the left as well. Going downstairs is my grandma's area, and up the stairs to the left was my room, and adjacent that is my parents'. At the time, my mom and sister were off at a dance competition, so the house was very quiet, mainly because my brother, grandma, and dad usually kept to themselves. I woke up at about 5:14 after a really bad nightmare, something about being kidnapped. Now that I was awake, I couldn't go back to bed. I left my room fully alert, and I realized it was really dark out, especially for the fact that the sun was meant to rise very soon. I was going to go around to see if anyone was awake, but then I heard something. Everything else was quiet except for this. There was a scratching sound coming from downstairs. I was right next to the stairs, so I could tell it was coming from down there. And then there was a second thing. The staircase light was on, shining very brightly, and then there was a mumbling sound, like someone was talking to themselves. What in the world, I thought. Maybe it's just my mom. I caught sight of my cat sitting down at the top step, like he always does. I went into my dad's room, and he was sleeping soundly. I closed the door and hid in his room for a while. I would have gotten my flashlight, phone, wallet, and EpiPen. I have allergies, but the bag they were in was directly in the side of the kitchen. So I ended up just falling asleep after 2 hours of just crouching in the corner. I woke up at about 8:07 a.m. with the light pouring into the room through the curtains. Crap, I thought. I forgot to tell my dad what happened last night. I woke up my dad and told him what had happened, how I thought it was Mom, but how I'm still a little nervous about it. He then told me that she wasn't meant to be home until this night, not last night. I stared at him with serious shock. If it wasn't her, then what was it? I swallowed hard, built up my courage, and said I was going to go check downstairs to see the situation. But when I went down there was nothing. The light I saw before was off. I went through every cupboard and fridge and there was nothing. I checked the last one and it looked like it had been ransacked. Food and other contents were spilled and toppled over. I checked every single window and door to see if they were locked. I even checked the closet, but everything else was as it should have been. I rummaged through my little bag and pulled out my flashlight. I interrogated everyone from my grandma to older brother. No one was even up at 5 other than me and Gru. My grandma even had proof that she was only up at 8. Her kettle was cold where she makes tea, which she uses to wake up, and how she was groggy and tired. My dad said it might have just been my vivid nightmares that I've been having recently. It was true, I've been having quite a few of those lately. But the thing is, can you have 2 nightmares in the same night, at the same time, while you're apparently sleepwalking, only to wake up to see that something really did happen downstairs, where both your nightmares took place? So, what in the world was down there? What was in our house that was still inside? With everything being locked the way it was, there was no way it could have left. I'm scared that whatever it was is still in the house, and I'm afraid what would have happened. I'm also afraid of what could have happened if I really did call out for my mom to the thing that was downstairs. It would have heard me, and then what would it have done? Warning: the following story contains graphic imagery of dead animals and criminal behavior. Skiing nightmare. From Just Slimy Stuff. I was a female 8-year-old amateur skier during the time of this story. It was early January during winter break in Ontario, 2007. My family had decided there was nothing better to do than to take a skiing trip to our local mountain. My brother, who was around 6, and I could not be more excited. We arrived at the mountain, and the first thing I remember thinking was how much I wanted to impress the older familiar kids by skiing all by myself. My parents were taking forever to put their gear on, and since my brother and I were already ready to go, I started begging my mom to let us go alone. She was iffy and a bit uncomfortable, but eventually allowed my brother and I to go down one hill by ourselves, as long as we met back up with her at the bottom. When we got to the top, I of course wanted to go down one of the more advanced hills. However, my brother was still a beginner, so we both decided to go down a small hill called Bunny Lump, or something silly like that. There was a large group of kids in front of us, so I thought we should hang back for a bit, so I could speed up and show off my new skills to my brother. Once the other kids were out of sight, I zoomed down about 7 meters and stopped quickly with my skis parallel. I was impressed with myself, but when I looked up to see my brother's reaction, he was instead staring into the forest next to the hill. It was a pretty vast forest, and even though there was a rope separating it from the hill, it would be very easy for my brother to duck under it. I scanned the edge of the forest, looking desperately for whatever or whoever had stolen my brother's attention. At first, I thought it was an animal, but when my brother's eyes widened, I knew something was wrong. I yelled for him, but he would not budge. I threw my skis off, stuck them into the snow, and tried to run up the hill. Of course, if you've ever worn ski boots, you know how hard it can be to walk, let alone sprint. I made it about halfway before I saw what my brother was staring at. The sight of it brought tears to my eyes. It was a man dressed with a fur hat, a Canada Goose jacket, baggy jeans, and Converse. It was strange enough to have a man wearing Converse this high up the hill, but what was even weirder was that he was holding something. In his right hand, there were 2 dead gerbils. It looked as if someone had trampled over them, so much that they were barely recognizable. His other hand was down his pants. Back then I thought he was just putting his hand in his pocket, but now I know better. I froze in that spot, just like my brother, and the creep snickered. Or maybe it was a giggle, revealing his teeth that surprisingly weren't in that bad of shape. But his lips were a different story. They cracked open and blood piled to the splits as he smiled. He had a goatee, which added to the grossness. "Funny, funny, right, little girl?" he said to me, bouncing the gerbils in his hand as if they were juggling balls. My brother began to cry, and just then, an adult skier came down with his preteen son. They stopped, and they asked if we were okay. I was so embarrassed. I just nodded really quickly. By then, the creepy man was gone, so I led my brother down and snapped my skis on. My brother and I zoomed to the bottom. When we met back up with my mother, we told her, but she thought we were exaggerating. She probably didn't want to end our one ski trip over some weirdo in the woods. So she told us that the man was gone now, and we continued our trip. Although I didn't meet him again while skiing, while I was on my final run on the same hill, I looked into the forest and I could see him running alongside me. I passed him, and after that I was done for the day. I didn't tell my mother about that one, so the situation was never reported, and I never really spoke about it again, besides telling friends. This goes to show you there really are some freaks out there, even if I do sound dramatic. It may not sound that bad, but for me it was definitely a life-scarring moment. Thankfully, my brother barely remembers, but it will forever stay ingrained in my mind. Encounter with Something Dark, from Gergam. I'll start this story by stating that I'm not sure if this was an evil human spirit or something demonic while visiting an abandoned farm and house. This encounter occurred in 2018 while visiting my girlfriend in her reserve in Canada. One day during the summer, we were getting a bit bored and thought about checking out a farm that seemed to be abandoned on the outskirts of her reservation. This seemingly abandoned cattle farm property contained a dilapidated house with 5 sheds that I counted, and while approaching the house, I stopped in my tracks while my girlfriend approached it. She asked what was wrong. I told her it was nothing, but the truth was I had this sense of being watched, and it was coming from a certain area behind a shed. We entered the house as it wasn't locked and slowly made our way in, making plenty of noise should any animals be using it as a den. So far it seemed to be empty. We explored it, being careful we didn't fall through the floor, seeing how the flooring on the main floor was caving in, as well as the floor upstairs, and the basement was on the verge of being collapsed in. After checking out the house for a while, we decided to roam around the property. We went over to where some old chicken coops were, and once again I sensed us being watched. I went on ahead while my girlfriend and her niece were examining these chicken coops. We soon made our way back towards the house, examining the nearby sheds. Upon checking a fairly small shed, it appeared as if it was used recently, despite the area seemingly being abandoned. In fact, we found some dried blood that seemed to be recent, based on the texture of it. Then we called it a day and made our way back home, talking about how creepy the place seemed to be. We went to get changed in her bedroom into more comfortable clothes, and before we got changed, we immediately noticed in the center of the floor There was a very old, dry eggshell, just like one of the ones we saw in the chicken coops we looked at. We looked towards each other, confused and a bit creeped out. There was no reason for that eggshell to be there. We didn't eat in this room. We went to check if we might have left a trail of dried eggshells on the way to the bedroom and into the house, and found nothing of the sort. We thought about that all day, trying to think about how these eggshells would get here, but we didn't have an explanation. We lied down for a while, trying to sleep. Just when we were about to doze off, a plastic bag we had on the door from shopping earlier sounded like it was being kicked or moved with a lot of force. My girlfriend turned on her phone flashlight. We were looking for mice, yet the house didn't have any, and after finding nothing, we fell asleep, despite being a bit weirded out. In the middle of the night, something woke us up. I could hear scratching coming from the corner of the room. I told my girlfriend to pass me her phone. It was 3 a.m. when I looked at it. I turned on the flashlight, expecting to see a mouse, or maybe hoping to see one, maybe even a squirrel that got into the house somehow. But once again, I saw nothing. I started to bang on the walls, then stopped, waiting to hear something scurrying around inside, but there was no response. I decided to use the voice recorder on her phone, just to see if we'd get a response if it wasn't an animal. By then, I was wondering if it was a ghost. With the recorder on, out loud, I asked, "Is that you I heard just now?" I waited in silence with my girlfriend sitting up on the bed. She was quiet too. We waited for any sort of sign or response for a while, until finally I played back the recording.
"Is that you I heard just now?" "Yes."
A raspy and evil-sounding voice replied with a yes, and it sounded louder than me in the recording. The look on my girlfriend's face told me she heard it too. We played it back again just to confirm it. We eventually went back to bed, despite being extremely creeped out, realizing that something probably followed us back home. When I woke up the next morning, while alone, I told whatever it was in the house that followed us to leave the house and to go back where it came from, and we promised not to return there. Using some religious provocation, I commanded it in the name of Jesus to leave this house and to leave us alone, renouncing any ties we may have had with it, knowingly or unknowingly, when we ventured onto that property. After doing so, the house felt lighter, and there was no longer any sense of dread. After that, we never had any more paranormal activity happen. And because of that encounter, I decided not to explore any more seemingly abandoned places, despite my curiosity for urban exploration, or what I like to call rural exploration. Warning: the following story contains depictions of animal devourment. A crawler is terrorizing my friend's neighborhood. From Yeben Yang. So, very recently, on November 17th, my friend told me he's been seeing something strange. Something he thinks is a crawler cryptid. At first, when he told me, I didn't believe him, but I soon realized he wasn't joking. He told me about the experience in a very detailed manner. I won't give the exact location, but it's somewhere in southern Ontario. Here's his story, written from his perspective. Saturday, November 15th was the first time I saw the creature. I live in a suburban area with separate housing and a forest and 2 ponds very near my house. Between each of the houses, there's a little space, kind of like an alley, that connects to a forest. I was playing with my grandpa somewhere in the evening on the sidewalk when I spotted 2 giant white glowing eyes staring back at me from one of the alleys. I couldn't see the whole creature, but its eyes were 4 feet off the ground, a little shorter than me. Whatever the thing was, it let out a growl. I'd watched enough horror films to know not to go and investigate, so I ran back to my house, my grandpa following behind me. We both got inside and I slammed the door, but before he could ask what was up, I rushed upstairs and I looked outside, but I could not find the creature. I didn't dismiss it. Instead, I just stayed in my room for the rest of the night. About an hour later, I was reading in my room when I looked out the window. From where I was, I saw a large creature running across the road, partially hidden from sight. It was tall, just under 7 feet tall. It was pale too, and its fingers were 2 times longer than my middle fingers. It had claws and large glowing eyes, with a small slit for a mouth. I remember then my sister coming into my room and asking me, "Why's that tall dude running on the road like that?" The following day, I was awake at 6 a.m. when I saw the same creature crawling across the pavement. After school, I was walking my dog when once again I spotted the creature. It was eating what appeared to be a coyote at the edge of the forest. You'd better believe I got the heck out of there. What do I even do in this situation? My childhood home, from Ethereal Stardust. I'll start off by saying that I'm now a 22-year-old woman. At the time of these incidents, I was between the ages of 6 and 11, living in a very small community in southern Ontario, Canada. The house that I grew up in wasn't in the best shape, being built by my poppy on a limited budget. Something always felt off about the house, the small 4-stalled barn, and the rest of the property. This is the first incident that I can remember clearly. I refused to sleep in my nanny's room after she passed away when I was 3. It never felt right, and I always felt uncomfortable in that room, so I would sleep on the couch in the living room instead. That's what I was trying to do one night when I heard quiet footsteps in our basement. Then they were on the stairs, and loud, because those stairs were uncovered and they were more like a ladder. I saw the basement door open, and I ducked down into the couch more to try and hide from the terrifying figure that emerged from the basement. All I could see was black. No face, no eyes, arms, legs, nothing. Just a black hooded figure in a long black robe or cloak. This figure stood there for a good minute, staring at my hiding spot as if he already knew where I was. Then, without a sound, it started walking to the last door on the left at the end of the hallway, my nanny's room. The figure disappeared from sight, and I never saw it in my house again. But that doesn't mean I never saw it again. It was my job to take care of the chickens, so every morning around 6:30 I would head out to the backyard and down the hill to tend to them. On my way there, I'd have to pass the old barn. It hadn't been used in a good 10 or 15 years due to disrepair, so I wasn't expecting to see movement coming from that area one morning. I took a quick look over in that direction, but I stopped in my tracks, and I immediately felt as if I was going to be sick, because there was the hooded figure again. It was standing 30 feet away in the doorway to the barn that even our 2 Jersey cows wouldn't go near. Oddly enough, they avoided that place like the plague. I stared at it, and it stared at me, and as soon as I feel tears of fear starting to make themselves known, the figure slowly turns and walks into the darkness of the barn. That was the last time I've encountered that hooded figure, but not the last strange event from my childhood home. The remaining stories are from older episodes, but they match today's topic, and new viewers might like them. Enjoy. Lack Windigo, submitted by Ava C. This is a scary experience we had in Algonquin Park in Canada, where we got stuck on a road called Lack Windigo. My family and I were camping up north for some time, but sadly after 6 days we had to leave. We left early in the morning, around 8. I was with 3 people, my mother Cindy and my 2 cousins Cheryl and Samantha. As we were driving, my mother, being the outdoorsy type, wanted Cheryl to drive through her favorite place, Algonquin Provincial Park. It was simply gorgeous. I was 8 the last time we went, so I hadn't remembered much, and I was excited to go. I was too busy taking photos to realize Cheryl had turned down a road with the name Lac Windigo. It was a very narrow, eerie road. We stopped a few times to have a snack and take some pictures. "I've got to turn around," Cheryl said as she looked for a wide spot to turn. The only problem was, there was nothing but a narrow path. She ended up having to unhook our trailer and back up until she could turn around. In the meantime, black flies and deer flies swarmed all over our car. It got so bad that we had to roll the windows up. Even then, all you could hear was tapping on the glass from the flies ramming into it. Cheryl was finally able to turn her car around, but she had to back up to get the trailer. Both Cheryl and Samantha were panicking. Their faces were both suddenly filled with dread. Everyone got out of the car in a hurry. They were suddenly trying to get the trailer back on the vehicle as fast as they possibly could, and I couldn't understand what the hurry was about. But in no time, they had the thing hooked back up. Then I heard Cheryl curse under her breath as she got back in. They made a point to lock the doors and check that the windows were all the way up. Then we sped out of there, and I swear, we were going so fast, I thought we'd lose control at any second. The whole time this was happening, a feeling of being watched was coming over me, and just as we were taking off, that feeling was at its strongest. So I couldn't hold back anymore. I turned around in my seat and looked out the back window, and behind me stood something that I'd never forget. There was a tall creature. It looked almost like a moose, but it was standing on its hind legs. It had these solid black eyes with an expression of anger on its face. It stared back at me with those beady black eyes, and I knew if we had stayed there any longer, we may have never left, at least not alive. I tried later to get an explanation from my family, but they never spoke a word, and ever since then, I've had nightmares about that thing. The Monster in Northern Canada. Submitted by Ryan. I'm a 17-year-old guy that lives in northern Minnesota back in the States. I consider myself muscular. I weigh around 200 pounds and I go to the gym every morning. I'm not too prideful to admit that I might be pretty cocky sometimes, but I'm not easily scared. Anyway, every summer, my friend and I drive up to Bishoe Lake in Alberta. We usually go fishing in our little boat, and that's what we were doing that day. We just got done fishing, and we were driving our fishing boat back to the cabin. My friend Zach stops the boat all of a sudden and starts clenching his ears. It's obvious, and I look over at him and ask, "Hey, you okay, man?" He responds with, "What on earth was that noise? Tell me you heard that." Confused, I answered, while looking around at the surrounding lake. "No, what did it sound like?" He looks around for about 10 seconds, then responds, "It was this super high-pitched howl. It sounded like it was right next to me, but now it's gone." So he starts the boat back up, and we drive back to the cabin undisturbed. A few hours later, we are playing the new Call of Duty together in the living room, when something that sounded like a rock hit our window. We both jump up, and Zach yells, "What was that?" Then he goes to check it out. I'm sitting on the couch and I tell him, "It's probably just some bird, man, just finish the game with me." So he walks away from the window and just sits down, and we start playing again. By then it's about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and we're still playing our game, when out of nowhere,
we hear this god-awful high-pitched howl, and almost instantly, as goosebumps envelop my skin, I realize this must have been the sound he was talking about. The sound blares from just outside our cabin. Zach screams, "That was the noise!" as we both run to the window and look outside to find nothing. Then Zach, who is fed up with whatever this prankster is doing, grabs a kitchen knife and runs out the front door, yelling, "Whoever's out there, come here and show yourself, this isn't funny." I get up and run outside with him looking around. I wanted to be sure he didn't hurt someone in his anger. The next thing we saw is something I never thought I'd witness in my life, and I honestly can't believe I'm saying it now, because it sounds like I'm an escaped patient from a mental hospital. But I know what I saw, and it will forever haunt me. There's an elk standing at the forest's edge outside, and we watch in silence and in awe as the elk stands up on its hind legs, letting out that same horrific high-pitched howl, the exact noise we had just heard. Right away, we both make a beeline for the truck. It was parked in the driveway to our right, and Zach hops in the passenger seat. I jump into the driver's seat and dig around in my pocket for the keys. First things first, I lock all the doors. I finally find the keys and shove them into the ignition. I pound my foot on the gas, zipping down the driveway and turning down the dirt road to zoom away. Once we have the guts to, Zach and I both look back at the cabin and see that that thing is gone. Then we look at each other, speechless. To this day, I think what we saw was a skinwalker, a shaman or spirit that can take the form of animals, but not perfectly. I've heard the legends before, and I honestly never put an ounce of truth into them, but this experience, it's confirmed so much for me. But I'm still terrified, and I know I wasn't hallucinating, because Zach and I both saw it. To all of you listening or reading, just know there are things out there, and it doesn't always have to make sense. The Beast of the Canadian Woods, submitted by Felix M. This story happened to my grandfather back when he was a teenager. He and his girlfriend, now my grandmother, had just had a nasty fight and broke up, which devastated him. His dad decided that sometime doing his favorite thing might cheer him up, and so they went camping. This had my grandfather up and about the second he heard about it, because camping has been and always will be one of his most passionate hobbies. My grandfather mentioned that when they were driving to the campsite, he had this unbreakable feeling that something was off. He later realized that once they drove past a certain point, he had stopped hearing any animals from the wilderness around him. No birds, no sight of the occasional moose, nothing. Fast forward to later when they were at the campsite. Now, it wasn't just him and his father there at the campsite. There was an Indian family that was camping not far from them, and they even shared a dinner with them and swapped stories. It was later that night when everything started to happen. My grandfather woke up inside the tent they had set up with the urge to, make a pit stop. So he quickly unzipped the tent and dashed into the woods, flashlight in hand. He made his way a while from the campsite as to not stink up the air, and he did his business. Now, as he started walking back, he realized that he must have gone a lot further than he thought, because it was taking a good amount of time to get back to the actual campsite. And it was at that same time that he felt he was being watched. So he picked up the pace a little, and he began to feel the full weight of the situation. He was in the middle of nowhere, not even sure if he was walking the right direction, and he felt like something was following him, closely. He says he started to feel like he was on the verge of tears. He was that terrified. It was then that he heard a branch snap on a tree behind him, causing him to whirl around to see nothing on the ground. But there was certainly something in the trees, something big with pale white skin, and it was incredibly lanky. He didn't remember why, but then he started crying, and he was laughing at the same time. Then the creature began to move toward him, which snapped him out of it and made him scream before he began to run at full pace back through the forest. He didn't dare look back at whatever it was that was chasing him, but he knew it was right behind him, and it was gaining on him at that. He then tripped and fell face first on a rock, immediately blacking out. He woke up with his dad and the Indian family's mother and son standing over him, while the dad looked for whatever had destroyed the trees above. It was sheer evidence that something had been there. All my grandfather said was, "We need to leave. That thing, it's not human." He tried to plead to his great-grandfather to believe him so that they would all leave. He said this so seriously that my great-grandfather knew that he must not have been lying. He wasn't that type of person. The next day, after some explaining, my grandfather learned that what he saw was probably a windigo. Now, of course, the Indian family didn't stay long after explaining this, and neither did my family. My grandfather claims this story is 100% true, and I don't see what reason he'd have to make it all up, so I trust him. I completely believe that my grandfather encountered a monster in the Canadian woods. Ghost watching over our couch. Submitted by Itzley Ashton. First off, this story might not be as scary as others, but it is still one of the most frightful things I've ever experienced. I'm a 14-year-old guy named Ashton, and I live in a medium-sized city in British Columbia, Canada, with my mom, dad, younger sister, and maternal grandma. Now, I've never been one to really believe in the paranormal and ghosts and such, but that all changed when we bought an old couch from an estate sale. It was maybe about 6 to 8 years ago. We were out looking for garage sales one day, and we came upon this estate sale in a populated yet creepy neighborhood. My mom basically buys anything vintage or antique, so she had her eye on an antiquish, maybe 50 to 60-year-old white couch. Keep in mind, this is not a regular garage sale. This is an estate sale, and trust me, that's very relevant. She ended up purchasing it, and we end up borrowing one of my dad's co-workers' trucks and go back up to the house to pick it up later that same day. They bring it home, and it's all okay for the first bit. The first time we noticed something really creepy about it was around 8 months later in early 2010. My sister and I were sitting on that very couch, watching TV with cranberry juice, and I accidentally spilled some of the cranberry juice on the couch. It was a white couch, so that would have stained it if it wasn't treated immediately and carefully. Unfortunately, the stain was never removed. Fast forward a few hours later, I was going downstairs to eat dinner, and as I was walking by the couch, it almost felt like something passed through me at the very moment. I tried to ignore the feeling, but I swear to God, not even 5 seconds later, I heard the sound of the floor creaking 4 or so feet behind me. I stopped, and I turned around. There was nothing and nobody there. I continue making my way, and the rest of the day turns out alright. Maybe about 2 weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night, maybe 2:30 a.m., because I had heard very light footsteps by the couch. Let me tell you about the layout of the rooms. Mine is separated from everyone else's rooms. My room is right next to the living room, and to get to my parents' room to tell them what was going on, I'd have to walk either through the kitchen or the living room, both of which are right beside each other. After walking through one of those 2 rooms, it would take me to the hallway, and at the end of that hallway are my mom and dad's room and my sister's. My grandma sleeps downstairs. Anyway, basically, if I needed help, I'd be screwed, because I'd still be passing by or through the living room. So I ended up trying to fall back asleep, and surprisingly, sleep came back fast, even though I'm pretty easily scared. Whatever was causing the activity in the house seemed to not pop up at all for the rest of the year. 2011 rolls around, and in about April, and I'm eating toast with raspberry jam on the couch when I accidentally drop a piece of toast on it. My heart dropped as soon as I noticed where it had fallen. It fell dead center onto one of the couch seats. Luckily for me, my mom was able to remove the stain this time around. But unluckily for me, that didn't mean anything different. Because about 3 or so days later, someone was in the main bathroom, so I went to the tiny bathroom in my mom and dad's room. The bathroom in their room, though, has always freaked me out. I don't know why. I think one of the reasons is because it's very hard to see into the shower. It doesn't have any curtains, just a glass door. And at the time, I was terrified from the movie Psycho, so that might have been part of the reason. But I still felt more than just scared of that one scene from Psycho, though. It felt almost like I was being watched whenever I was in there. Nothing ever happened, though. The weird thing is, I used to think the ghost was just protective of that couch, which sounds weird, but I think it was protective of the bathroom as well. And weirder yet, the bathroom in my mom and dad's room is the most antique room of the house. The ghost left us alone again until I think June or July, maybe even August of 2013. But later on, one day, I was headed downstairs for supper, and I was walking by the kitchen cupboards, where we stored our glasses and plates. And what happened next still haunts me forever. I kid you not. The cupboard opened suddenly, like someone had opened it angrily. And one of the glasses came flying towards me, towards my head, to be more precise. I ducked, and it shattered all over the floor. At the same time, I screamed, and my mom came rushing up the stairs to see what all the commotion was about. I told her that a glass came flying out of the cupboard towards me. She didn't believe me, as we had been fighting earlier in the day. She assumed I could have been angry and smashed one of the glasses, but once she saw the look on my face, I think she believed me. And we both thought it must have been none other than our friend, the couch ghost. We cleaned up the glass, and eventually we were both able to go downstairs and enjoy our dinner without any other incidents. In August or September of 2014, one of my mom's vintage toys fell down from a shelf and smashed. I happened to be looking at that shelf the exact moment it happened, and it seemed more than just simply falling off. It almost seemed like it was pushed off, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what's up. Nothing else happened since then, up until yesterday. The main bathroom was once again occupied, so that meant I could either go downstairs to my grandma's bathroom or into my mom and dad's bathroom. Of course, silly old me was far too lazy to go downstairs, so I went into my mom and dad's bathroom. It all went fine at first. I did my business, and as I was washing my hands, I saw a greenish orb floating around the room, and I was absolutely terrified. I ran out, closing the door behind me, and I ran back until I was safe in my own room. My parents saw me running through the house and asked what was wrong, but they know I'm scared of that bathroom, and I told them, nothing, I was just afraid. I don't think this will be the last I ever see of this ghost or orb or whatever the heck it was, but the fact that the occurrences are so rare, it really reassures me. We still have that old couch to this day, and we don't plan on moving anytime soon, as we all love this house.
Something in the Valley. From Anonymous. I live in the British Columbia interior. Where I live contains vast, beautiful grassland where cattle graze during the summer. I live at a ranch in this grassland about 45 minutes east from the town of Merritt. The first part of this story does not take place near where I live, though. I was moving cattle with my father next to the highway. It was 5:30 a.m. when we began to move cattle up into the mountains. It was April, and the morning was clear and cool. I love working in the morning because it gives me a certain energy that I don't feel during broad daylight. Just like in the same way people love the night and sunsets, I love the sunrise. Anyway, we continued to ascend the mountain. What was once a paved road that ran along the mountain became a dirt road, which soon thinned out as we went. When we made it through the grazing range and into the forest, I immediately got an uneasy feeling. I wasn't sure if my dad got this feeling too, but suddenly my dog was growling every few minutes towards the left of the trail, which faced away from the highway. That's when I realized that every time he stopped growling, The only sounds we could hear were the hooves of the cattle and horses hitting the forest floor. There should have been birds chirping everywhere, but they weren't. I started to accept the situation, thinking that maybe it's just nothing. My dad then asked me if I'd heard anything out of the ordinary. I replied no, then asked why he wanted to know that. He told me it was nothing. However, I would soon find out why he asked. We came upon a gate, so I had to open it. After we went through, there was a little pond where the cows took a break from the long hike up the mountain. The air was thin at this point, so it was no surprise they needed a break. My dad and I felt we needed a break too. We stopped and just admired the view. We could see the Cascade Mountain Range from there, and a smaller mountain called Stoyoma Mountain. We were in a clearing where if we looked straight, there was such an incline that you couldn't see the other side or bottom. I looked down at the tree line from there, about 500 feet below me. That's when I saw it. A silhouette walking on two legs. My initial thought was a trespasser. I quickly alerted my dad to the person walking around down at the bottom. He seemed concerned because just a week before that, he and his crew discovered mudboggers tearing up the land where cattle would be grazing. He trotted down the mountain, catching sight of the silhouette too. I was told to make sure the cows did not run off. They all just stood around and stared down the mountain at this thing. I wasn't sure what to think of it, but I didn't really care too much. But then that uneasy feeling came back, hitting hard. My dad loped back up the mountain, and he said to me, "Son, that isn't a person." Since we were already where the cows needed to be, we decided to turn around. The reason why we'd gone with the cows farther into the woods was because if we left them at the gate, they would stay there all summer. So if we pushed them farther in, they would work their way back, grazing on all the grass. I asked him what he saw, but all he told me was to follow him. Then I heard a loud crash behind me, like something large had fallen over. I looked back, and I saw something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. A tree had fallen over, the branches still green and flopping around. I turned back, unable to speak. Had it fallen down on its own, or did something break it and push it over? We made it past the gate and through in a hurry, galloping through the trees. Eventually, we stopped to let the horses catch their breaths. We soon passed a familiar tree that we'd passed on the way there, except now there were huge gashes on the tree. It looked as if something with 4 fingers had scratched it twice, so it looked like an X if you drew a bunch of lines through it perpendicular to the ones beside it. I hope that's not a confusing description. Soon we made it to a fork in the trail. One direction was the way we came. The other went to the top of the mountain, then all the way back down to the feedlot. Now, we wanted to go back the way we came, but then we heard what sounded like a yelp. Not a dog, but similar. It had the pitch of a whimpering dog, but the sound of a man mixed in. It made it sound very eerie. I thought it was a cougar, but upon looking up cougar sounds later on, it didn't really sound like that at all. We decided to take the safe, but longer way back. We were along the top of the mountain. The scenery there was breathtaking. Before long, we heard a gunshot, then another one of those screams. Since we were along the fence line bordering another ranch, we continued on. My dog was whimpering at this point. We then began to hear loud thunks. We assumed they were footsteps running up the mountainside. Once again, we picked up the pace. I don't know if what happened next was an optical illusion. We saw these tall figures running across the wide trail, just back and forth, one after the other, running quickly from one side to the other. Our horses were now refusing to advance. We heard another of those loud screams, and the forest went silent again. We loped down the trail. That's when a helicopter almost skimming the tree line came roaring up the mountain and into the vast wilderness after. The machine was unmarked and all white. Weird enough, huh, considering everything that's happened so far. We and our exhausted horses made it back to the feedlot, luckily. My dad and I hopped into our truck and made it back to the barn. We went home with a major sense of relief. I thought it was over then, but I was wrong. I later asked my dad what he saw out there, and what he told me scared me. He said that he'd been experiencing these things for years. He'd only ever seen one of these things before this day, though. He told me they were tall, had patchy hair, and in the bald spots was light gray skin and ribs showing. These things were not Sasquatches, Skinwalkers, or Wendigos. He assumed they were some sort of family of creatures living at the bottom of the mountains on the other side, where the helicopter had went, since that was a hot spot for weird and scary encounters. It had caused a number of cowboys to quit in the past, but my dad stuck with it. These creatures never killed cows or anything. They were kind of just there. About 7 months later, my friend who lived at the ranch and I were playing in the trees outlining the lake. You'd have to cross a very small creek where there was a small grass patch in the middle. We'd jump to it and jump to the other side. Eventually, we set up a bridge there. Well, that day when we came to cross that bridge, 2 of the 4 planks we'd used to form the bridge were cleanly snapped in half. We were on edge, but not totally freaked out. We just assumed that animals began to catch on to the bridge's usefulness. Maybe it had become overused, or a particularly big animal crossed over and broke it. We went on to our fort in the swampy woods. The fort was really just some wood planks that we nailed together. We sat down inside, drinking some water and talking, when we heard something like tapping on wood. I was creeped out then. I felt as if we needed to run then. There was an old machinery yard just 100 feet away from us or so. From the main shop, you can see the tree line. There was a barbed wire fence blocking us, though. We created a small area in the bottom to get through. I whispered the plan to my confused friend. I just knew it was that thing from before. I ran out with my head down. I lifted it to see we had misheard where the sound was coming from, because right in front of me, about 25 feet away, was a strange sight. I saw what appeared to be a human face. It had patchy hair on it, but I could tell it was no person. Its nose was pointed and large, its eyes were too far apart, and they were too high on its forehead to resemble anything human. Its eyes had a green glow about them. The most disgusting thing about it was it smelled like copper and cigarettes. It stepped out, revealing its height and legs. I'd say it was about 7 feet tall. Its fur was very, very dark, but it showed the slightest bit of brown. The thing had bloody cuts in the exposed spots. One tooth stuck out from the top lip. It was dark yellow. I then realized it had somehow gotten closer. I couldn't move for a second, but when I could move, I did what my brain was screaming at me. Run. I ran, and I didn't look back to even my friend, who was screaming Sasquatch. I leapt over the creek. The 2 of us bolted back to my house. We were shaken and pale by then. I stared back at the woods. Above the woods was grassy hills that became trees. My friend and I saw a huge figure there, darting up the hill at an impossible speed. The creature disappeared over the hill. I was puzzled, because even a huge person would be a tiny dot on that hillside from where we were standing. That night, the 2 of us stayed up playing games in the living room, trying to lighten the mood. My parents and brother got back at around 9:30 and went straight to bed. My friend and I were just sitting in my room. Now, my window looked out at the front yard, including the road and my barn. The area there becomes a swamp somewhat, which becomes forest after that. We closed the blinds. At around 2 a.m., my friend shook me awake. I was groggy and confused at first, but then I heard what sounded like tapping on my window. I knew instantly what it was. That it was here. My friend and I just sat crouched and frozen on my bed. Then the tapping stopped, and before long, we heard my fence creaking and a loud snap. I thought, dang, it broke my fence. When I went outside the next day, I found scratches on the fence. My hockey stick was broken too, and my road hockey ball was flattened. Across the way, I saw my neighbors trying to comfort their daughters, who seemed to be hysterical as they approached their car. I was wondering if they saw what we did. This didn't reoccur, it just stopped. The only other thing I can remember happening was about a week later. Our dogs wouldn't shut up, then out of nowhere they just went completely silent. We didn't find footprints or proof of this thing existing. Deep down I know that these things still roam the woods on that mountain range. This didn't traumatize me, but now I can't seem to feel any full sense of security in the woods. I know that somewhere these things are walking around and breeding, and they may not have the best intentions. I only caught a glimpse. From Jules. I was living with my boyfriend. I'll call him D for this story. His family lives in a small rural town, surrounded by woods in central Alberta. I'm originally from a big city in Ontario, but I spent my summers camping and had never had an experience quite like this in all my time in the woods. It wasn't too late at night when we decided to head outside for a smoke. I think it was around 9:30 or 10 p.m. at the latest. Dee and I snuck out of our room quietly, so as to not disturb the sleeping kids or their mother. We let the dog out, making sure the door was secure, before we made our way to the shed where we liked to hang out while smoking. It gave us a bit of privacy. I noticed a strange feeling in the atmosphere, but I brushed it off. We lived in a shady town, and things often felt off like that. We were just chilling in the shed, chatting about whatever stupid topic we had in mind, when I realized just how still and quiet it had gotten. Now, keep in mind, there was a distant but close enough highway that you could always hear it outside. But for some reason, that was silent too. This made me uneasy, so I told Dee to be quiet for a moment so we could listen. As soon as the two of us shut up, we heard 3 consistent tapping sounds coming from the window to my left. This sounded like someone was drumming their fingers on the glass. My heart sank. At first, I thought I was just hearing things. I am schizophrenic, and my mind has a tendency to play tricks on me. But as Dee and I both stared at each other, wide-eyed, I knew it was real. We sat in silence for a moment, analyzing, straining our ears to pick up any sound from outside. But there was nothing. It was silent. We couldn't even hear the dog roaming around the small yard. And as I had a background in witchcraft and have always loved anything scary, everything I'd ever heard about skinwalkers began to flood into my mind. I was scared. Suddenly, something started banging aggressively against the side of the shed, under the window, and we had initially thought it was the dog. But it was harsh. I could tell it was something large and fleshy hitting the metal siding. It wasn't a clang or anything like that, and it wasn't the soft thunk the dog made when she jumped on the bed. It was like somebody was slamming their hand or fist against the wall. Immediately, we decided we'd had enough. We started to pack up our stuff to head back inside. I put the chair away, and as I waited for Dee to finish up, I leaned against the door, which doesn't properly latch, as it was missing the metal piece that goes on the frame, which also happened to be splintered and broken. Whatever was banging on the wall had had enough too, and it fell silent for a short moment. It startled me when it slammed into the door behind me. I felt the impact through the cold metal. I felt the door budge just a little bit under my weight, and as the sound of the thuds ended, something was being dragged across the door. Something sharp. I could feel it, just like the impact. I knew there was more than one point of contact. There was more than one thing dragging across the door. Likely a hand, likely clawed, and equally likely attached to something that could and wanted to kill us. I could almost smell the evil in the air, and as I felt the door opening more and more with every thud, I feared for my life. I did not think we were going to get out of that shed alive. Then it stopped. Just like that, the banging stopped, and as I heard the familiar sounds of the dog running up to the shed, I could hear footsteps retreating. When I felt safe, I peeled myself away from the door, my legs shaking as I slowly opened it just enough to see out of and look around. The dog was there, sniffing the ground and pacing about. She seemed stressed, and I couldn't really blame her. I had nearly soiled my pants myself. We left quickly, calling the dog and running into the house. As we crossed the porch and shoved the door open, something on the roof moved in the corner of my eye. I looked over as whatever was up there ducked out of my view. I only caught a glimpse, but I could tell it looked vaguely human. Vaguely. I've done some digging since that night, looking for explanations, and I learned that the only native reserve was more than an hour away. Dee isn't really into folklore or superstitions, so we spent a lot of time trying to come up with a rational explanation of what had happened, even going as far as to bring the dog outside to see if her paws could reach the window of the shed. Which she couldn't. There was at least a foot between her paws and the window. That still wouldn't have explained the strange pattern of noises we heard, nor the human figure on the roof. I've had several strange dreams about that house, about those woods. Nightmares about malicious creatures chasing me, hunting me down, tearing off my flesh. We haven't heard anything since. It might have had something to do with the fact I've been carrying sage and crystals around, or maybe whatever we had smoked caused us to share a hallucination, which I don't think that's possible. Whatever it is, I'll never know, but I sure don't ever want to go walking in the woods behind the house again. At least, not alone. Possible windigo in northern Alberta. From Diliotis. My 3 friends and I all have loved backpacking for years. We don't get out as much as we'd like to these days, but at least twice a year, we'll take off into the mountains for a 2-night backpacking trip. Usually, it's just an excuse to feel like cavemen, eating beef jerky and cooking over a fire. This past summer, I called up my friend Jay, asking him if he'd like to try something new. Last year, we'd gone out to Cataman and hiked up to a cave high up in the mountains. Although it was a great trip, marmots had come back to their cave during the night, and I wasn't anxious to have our food stolen and our shoelaces chewed off again. "How about Greater Slave Lake?" I asked, knowing he would never say yes if he knew how long of a drive it was. "We can hike from the road and camp along the lake." "That sounds nice," Jay said. "When do you want to go?" We arranged the time, and since he lived with our other 2 friends, A and D, he promised to convince them. 2 weeks later, we got into my truck and took off. Jay had decided that since I didn't tell him that it was a 16-hour drive, it was my responsibility to provide the transportation, which I was more than happy to do. Hours later, we were talking at a rest stop, stretching our legs and getting some of the good food out of the back. Dee said, "Hey guys, have you heard of any weird creatures up this way?" Dee was really into that kind of stuff, but none of us ever really believed in it. "Nah," A said. "What kind of stuff are they supposed to have?" Dee continued, "There were a couple of people saying they saw Bigfoot, and the local tribe says that historically there have been a lot of windigo in the area." None of us really took that seriously. Soon we were driving again, laughing about how if Bigfoot did come, we'd just make friends with them, like those advertisements from the early 2000s. When we finally arrived, we were getting all of our packs balanced. Jay kept acting jumpy, always looking behind himself. Finally, he just put his back against the truck and scanned the woods. For the record, Jay is usually an extremely calm person. He doesn't really get scared. If we hadn't been talking about the supernatural before coming, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. I went over to him and asked, "You okay, dude? You're looking a bit uncomfortable." He gave me a weird look and seemed as if he were about to brush it off, before reconsidering and giving me a weighing expression. "I don't know, man. Ever since we got out of the car, I've felt like I have a bullseye on my back. I can't shake the feeling something's watching me." "That's weird," I said, not really knowing how to respond. "I haven't noticed anything." At this point, A and D had started listening and came over to us. "It's probably just the new environment and how far out we are this time," D stated confidently. "I imagine that about 100 squirrels are watching us right now too," he said with a lopsided smile. Jay laughed it off and we all took off into the woods, knowing that if we wanted to make the best of our trip, we would have to get at least 1/3 of the way to the lake before setting up camp for the night. That evening, we had all set up our sleeping gear and we started a small fire. We sat around and joked about how badly A was burning his hot dogs. He's a really good sport, coming back at us by saying how much more he enjoyed them with a nice crunchy outside. As we laughed, suddenly Jay went very quiet. He told everyone to shut up. I personally hate being told to shut up, and I was about to keep talking out of spite when I noticed it too. The woods had gone dead silent. Other than the crackling of the fire, we couldn't hear a thing. Usually, this wouldn't be weird in the woods. Animals usually stay quiet when people are around. But that wasn't the case here. We'd been hearing the usual nightlife: crickets, birds, frogs, and the occasional coyote. But there wasn't even the sound of the wind anymore. It really freaked all of us out. We sat there in the silence for minutes, straining our ears. It was like all of our survival instincts kicked in, and we were like deer when they're trying to detect predators. After a while, I began to calm down, and I looked around the fire. I saw A frozen, with his mouth open, and his hot dog 6 inches from his mouth. I couldn't help but smile and laugh out loud, thinking about how long he'd been holding it like that. Everyone else laughed too, as soon as they understood what I was looking at. It was like a release from the tension of the last few minutes. Pretty soon, we'd all forgotten the events of those moments and went back to our normal, joking conversation. The next morning, as we were packing up, Dee was talking in the background, telling us about his dream he'd had the night before. "It was like I was looking at our camp from the trees," he said, excitedly, with a twinge of fear in his voice. "I could see all of us sitting there. Then the next second, I was running through the woods, moving faster than I thought possible." A and I studied him for a second and looked at each other. I didn't want to say it, but it seemed like he was trying to scare us. I could tell A thought the same thing. We didn't really talk about supernatural stuff for the rest of the hike. If you've ever had someone try to scare you and do a bad job of it, you'd understand how A and I felt. We were annoyed. We didn't believe in supernatural things, and it was almost insulting to have D try to scare us now. By the time we got to camp, everything had settled down. It was about 6 p.m. and the sun was still pretty high, as it always was in Canada during the summer. The water was beautiful, and we'd found the perfect spot for our camp right on the side of the forest, looking out over the water and the sunset. Jay had brought a backpacking fishing rod, and we were trying our luck with the 2 lures he'd brought. Honestly, it was so surreal and beautiful that if not for what happened that night, we'd probably still be going out there to this day. The plan was to spend 2 nights there, then hike all the way back in 1 day, because we'd be able to get a much earlier start. So that day, we were all expecting to be able to rest our legs after the long hike. Jay and I asked the other guys if they would be willing to make us some food while we went swimming, and they agreed. We didn't go very far or deep, but the water was so serene and warm that we spent a lot of time in there until nearly sundown. We got out and joined the other guys at the fire. Later that night, it's hard to tell how long, but quite a while after sundown, Dee had gotten up to go to the bathroom. Nobody really noticed him go, but we heard a scream coming from the forest, followed by loud swearing, and Dee running back into camp. "What the heck?" he said, obviously very distressed. "Did you guys see that?" None of us had been looking in that direction, and he'd wandered pretty far into the woods. "I saw something in the trees. I heard a sound and I shone my flashlight up, and I saw these eyes staring at me from the trees." I'd be lying if I didn't say I was shaken up from that story, but at that moment my mind went to Moose. "It's all right," Jay said. "It's probably nothing. We can go check it out just to be sure." Dee shook his head vigorously and stammered, "There's no way I'm leaving this fire. That thing, it was 7 feet tall at least." "It's okay, man," I said, trying to stay calm. "The rest of us can go to see what it was." I grabbed my flashlight out of my backpack, and I looked over at him. "You shouldn't go out there, and there's no way I'm staying at the fire alone." After some discussion, it was decided that Jay and I would go, leaving Dee and A at the fire. Dee didn't want any of us to go, but I was pretty confident that with my flashlight, we'd be fine. My flashlight was like 80,000 lumens and could light up an entire football field all on its own. Jay and I slowly walked into the woods, trying to follow Dee's directions. We did notice again that the woods had gone completely silent, but even with my high-powered flashlight, we didn't see anything, not even any animals. When we went back, Dee had calmed down quite a bit. We stood there talking for a while. Then something caught my eye, slightly above the other guys and over to the side. I flicked my flashlight over, and there it was. In what must have only been a few seconds, I saw something with broken deer-like antlers and what looked like a deer head, but with a snout that was a bit too long, coming from a creature that might have been 8 feet tall. The crystal clear way that I saw it, fully illuminated by my light, it was the last thing I was expecting. It all took literally fractions of a second, but as soon as Jay made a half-scream, half-choking sound and fell backward, my brain just shut off. I then made an attempt to run backwards, and I fell on my back hard. I scrambled around, trying to get up, but the sudden darkness and chaos around me disorientated me even further. I called out to my friends, "Hey, everyone stay close." Dee had seen both of our reactions, and without even looking behind him had bolted over top the fire on all fours, burning his neck a little, but the worst part was that he had smacked his knee really hard on one of the stones for the fire, and burned his hand. He was lying beside it on his back, wide-eyed looking over into the woods. Since I was already on my back, I scrambled for my light and flicked it on, pointing it back in the direction I saw it. But it was gone. A was still sitting where he was looking, freaked out, but glued to the spot. We all gathered back around the fire, and we were nervously talking, trying to find out what happened. A said that as soon as the rest of us had freaked out, he heard a high-pitched roar coming from behind him, and he'd heard crashing off through the bushes. Jay and I both described seeing a very tall, hunched-over creature with very skinny arms and legs. It had hands and walked on 2 legs. I remember it being incredibly skinny and having very long fingers with sharp claws on the end and sunken-in yellow eyes. Jay agreed, but said it almost looked like someone had hung it in the trees and looked so skinny. We had to decide what to do. Dee was burned pretty bad on his hand, but less badly on his neck. What was really bad was where he had banged his knee on the rock. It had already swollen up severely, and he could hardly put weight on it.
We discussed every option we could think of, but it came down to either we hike out in the dark or we stay until morning, trying to make a break for it afterwards. We all knew that none of us would be able to sleep if we did stay, and we'd have to have one of us keep watch. But in the moment, we chose the worst of the two decisions, deciding to hike out while we were more awake, compared to just trying to sleep but staying up all night anyway. We honestly talked for way too long, arguing about everything, like whether we should take our backpacks or just go. We could walk faster without them, but I hated the idea of not having something on my back to protect me, even a little bit, if I was attacked from behind. I'm ashamed to say it, but none of us could stand the idea of putting out the fire, so we left it burning, just clearing anything flammable from around it. None of us wanted to plunge ourselves into instant darkness. My flashlight, the really powerful one, had a very short battery life, so we couldn't use it the entire time. But we did also bring headlamps, and other than Dee, they all still had battery power. We walked with me in the front, carrying both my flashlight and A's, thinking we could use mine as a weapon if it got too close. At the very least, we could blind it. Second came A helping Dee walk, and lastly Jay, who was carrying Dee's backpack on his front as extra protection. We got almost halfway there, talking very little, but we all felt like we were being watched. There was still no cell phone reception, but we were on the only trail in the area, and it was very visible. It was also the darkest time of night. At one point, when we all stopped to see if we could hear anything, which we'd been doing once every hour, I decided to turn on my flashlight and look around. Then we all heard it, plain as day. It was Dee's voice from the woods, sounding like it was all around us, but especially behind us. It sounded like his voice had been altered, with two voices overlaid on one another. I jumped, and after all the adrenaline that night, I accidentally dropped my flashlight. It landed perfectly on one of the rocks beside the path and broke. I couldn't even move then, I was so scared. The voice paused for a second, then began laughing, and a voice that sounded like mine. The same laugh from the first night we were out here. None of us could move. We were too terrified. Before that point, we could pretend that it was just our imaginations, but those two sounds assured us that we were in a lot more danger than we could have ever imagined. The laugh went on for so long, I looked down at my flashlight, and I knew it was broken. Our best and perhaps only weapon against this thing. We all circled around, facing outward and talking in low voices. The woods had gone back to being silent, and we did not know what to do. Finally, we decided to move up to a spot in the path farther along and get Dee to start a fire while we all stood in a circle around him. We got the fire going, but gathering kindling for it was a nerve-wracking experience, where one of us would dash to a stick we spotted, grab it, and walk backwards back to the fire. Meanwhile, all that night, we would hear one of our voices coming from the woods. I've never been so scared in my life, and I hope I never feel that way again. Once the morning came, the voices from the woods stopped and the sounds of nature returned. At that point, we felt better, continuing our walk back to the truck. Thankfully, Dee's knee wasn't damaged that badly. The doctor said it was a pretty minor fracture, that he would need to stay off of it for a few weeks. We've talked about it a few times since it happened, but each time we do, we all get scared again. We have been hiking since then, but we always go back to the old spot. If I had any advice to say after all this, I'd say take a moment to calm down, even during a crisis. You never make good decisions when you're scared. The Windigo of Alberta. From Anonymous. As a bit of background, I live in a small town in mid-eastern Alberta. My friends and I loved to go exploring when we were younger, around 13 to 14, but I can't remember exactly. What I do know is that it was in mid-January when we encountered this. I'd always go into the woods around my house with my friends, Greg and Jeff.
One night while we were exploring down an old ATV trail near my house, which was now mostly used as a snowmobile trail, we were walking along trying not to slip on the ice. Around that time, I noticed something. The weather was beginning to get windy, and it was starting to snow. So we started discussing heading back to my house to play some video games instead. That's when we heard something behind us that sort of sounded like a low growl, underlaid with a human scream. Whatever it was, it scared the living crap out of us. As we began to walk away, out of fear of whatever that was, we heard a branch snap. That triggered us into running. As we ran away, we began to hear really loud stomping sounds behind us as if something was following us. Before long, the weather had gotten so bad we couldn't see more than 5 feet in any direction. We were now running half blinded by the weather, but suddenly the stomping sound stopped. Needing to catch our breaths, we slowed to a halt as well. When we were all stopped, we heard the growl again. This time it was much louder, and it was coming from in front of us. We stared in horror as this thing emerged in front of us. Some sort of creature that stood 9 to 10 feet tall with a human-like body. Its limbs were a little too long and bony though. It had clawed fingers and a head that resembled more of an elk. Maybe it was shock, but my first thought was that elk aren't exactly common out here. And as I was thinking that, I noticed the bone-like texture of its head. It was more like a skull. I wanted to scream and run, but I was frozen to the spot. The three of us all stood there, staring. The fear we felt was like a trance. I couldn't even move my eyes away from it. It was moving towards us, blocking the trail that led to the main road, and all we could do was either run the opposite way if our bodies allowed us, which would lead to a cabin, or run through the woods to my house. Making a split decision and praying my body would listen, I took off through the thick caragana bushes, a good 500 meters to my open yard, and my friends followed. We made it to my yard. The time was about 2 a.m., so no one else would be awake, and from there I wasn't sure if they'd hear us screaming at the front door to let us in. It didn't help that I'd told my parents that I was going to stay at Greg's house for the night. Luckily for us, I remembered the code for the door lock, or else we would have been screwed. Once we got in, we rushed inside and locked the door. I could then hear it running through the yard, then over to the living room bay window. I stood there, trying to look out the top of the window of the door, but also attempting to stay hidden. Suddenly, Jeff screamed from the living room. When I went to see what he was screeching about, he was looking out the window which overlooked the deck. He remained quiet after that. He stood there and silently pointed. When I followed his fingers, I saw that creature again. It was walking up the stairs to the deck. It went up them very awkwardly, as though it wasn't used to them. I wanted to scream then too, but before I could, I looked over at Jeff and noticed he was crying. That was odd. Jeff wasn't exactly the type of person who cried very often, or even when he was scared. But then I saw the cut on his shoulder. It was about 3 inches long and looked a bit deep. I was about to ask him when that happened, when that thing outside began to try to bust open the door, ramming into it with full force. We ran upstairs then, where my room and my parents' room were. I rushed over to my dad, telling him about the thing outside. He grabbed his rifle from the gun cabinet, then rushed downstairs while loading it. When he got to the front door, he looked out the window, just as that thing rammed the door again. It was loudly growling, baring its long carnivorous yellow teeth. My dad stood back and told us to hide. We listened and watched my dad aim his gun at the door. Within about a minute, though, the noises stopped. My dad then went outside, looking around. About 30 seconds later, he came back inside, locking the door. And that was the last I saw of that thing. Ever since, I've been horrified of the woods around that house. I'm 20 now and I've moved to Edmonton. I've not seen or heard of that creature again. But just in case, I never go back into the woods unarmed.
but I still do enjoy the woods and hiking with friends.
Wolf of Alberta, from Ilvana W. I grew up in Penticton, British Columbia, and moved to Alberta back in 2012. I'm now a senior in high school. My friends and I have always been interested in the occult, as we practice weekly at one another's homes. But one particular summer, I had quite the terrifying experience. I was walking my dog Chew, who is a German Shepherd Amstaff mix. It was a normal summer night. Everyone was in their homes partying away or sleeping for work the next day. The moon was not full, rather it was a waxing crescent. I live in a half-wooded, half-suburban neighborhood where we get bobcat sightings and coyote sightings every few days, so you learn to fend them off or ignore them, as they usually mind their own business. But what my dog and I saw that night was no bobcat, or a coyote, or even a wolf. As I was saying, my dog Chew and I were walking our normal route near my little brother's school, when I saw that a deal, if you know what I'm talking about, was going down in the school parking lot. I diverted my path into the nearby field. It was there that we saw it. Something that defied my comprehension. There was a dark looming figure with only some moonlight hitting its body. It wasn't as tall as the typical accounts of werewolves or dogmen, but about the average height of a fully grown man. 5'10" to 6 feet, I'd say. Its eyes seemed to be blank. Not animalistic, though. Its eyes were the most human thing about it. My dog started growling and launching himself towards the thing. When it saw us and heard us, it began to creep closer. The odd thing is, I felt at ease during this experience, as if this thing wasn't something I should be afraid of. I pulled my dog back, trying to calm him down while keeping eye contact with the creature. When the dog finally quieted down, the beast turned away, and that's when its silhouette was truly highlighted by the moon. Its build was average, and it had a face that seemed distorted. But those teeth, those were something you definitely should have been afraid of. What really shocked me about this thing was this beast did not come after me or my dog. It just left us alone and walked away, even if the sight of those teeth told me that it could rip me into pieces in seconds. I'm still not sure if it was a werewolf or something else, but I swear, every time I walk that same route, I feel that something is watching me. Maybe it's paranoia due to walking at night, but maybe it's my instincts telling me to avoid that area. They Let Me Go, from summer of 2019. I certainly don't want to be seen as crazy. Even I think that anyone who would tell an account like this would be nothing less than crazy. This happened last summer in Algonquin Park, Ontario, Canada. It's the reason why I'll never go back there. It was a long weekend. Me and my friends had planned weeks before to go up to a camping ground and have a good time. Me being 19 and the youngest of the group, never having camped before, I was a bit nervous, but I became more excited the closer the trip grew. I'd gone to a scout shop and caught a bunch of new camping gear, which I have long since given away. I'm not planning to go camping again after this. So we arrived on the Friday night and set up camp. I was learning from the more experienced campers in the group how to set up my tent and where. There were 6 of us, including me, and I felt relaxed sitting around the campfire the first night, laughing and telling funny stories about school and friends and family. As it got dark, 4 of the group members were tired from the long drive from the city, so they settled into their tents. I stayed up. I was filled with excitement from experiencing my first camping trip. 2 of the others in the group stayed up too, Sarah and Jonathan. They were kind of flirty with each other, but I didn't mind. The campground wasn't very full, which struck me as odd. It was a long summer weekend, and the night was overcast. Looking into the woods, it was pitch black out there. It was rather chilly, and we were low on firewood, so Jonathan proposed that he and I go out and collect some. I was a bit nervous, but I agreed. We left Sarah by the fire, then headed out into the woods with my brand new flashlight. He was using his phone light. Not wanting to go too far, I found a dead fallen tree, so I started to break off arm-length branches. I had to put down the flashlight at one point, so I could snap the tree limbs with both arms. I soon stopped when I heard a crunching in the woods maybe 30 feet in front of me. Thinking that Jonathan was trying to go around and give me a newbie scare, I dropped my pile of firewood and hid behind the dead tree. I turned off the light so I could give him a taste of his own medicine. I heard the crunching growing closer, but a second later in the opposite direction, I heard Jonathan calling out to me, back the way I'd come from. So, it wasn't Jonathan. Scared, I stayed silent from the noise of the large footsteps. They were still coming towards me. Then a musky, gross smell hit me. I held my breath and slowly turned, blood roaring in my ears. I looked out over the dead tree from my seated position, and I saw a large, dark shape looking like it was covered in patches of fur and standing on two legs. In a second, I was up on my feet, running back to the campsite, not caring that I had dropped my flashlight in my haste. When I was back in camp, I was slightly shaken. Sarah and Jonathan looked at me confused and asked what was wrong. I described what I heard and saw, and Jonathan just laughed it off, saying that I was spooked by a bear looking for food around the camp. They made a joke about me becoming its dinner, but Sarah said it was probably more scared of me than I was of it. I highly doubt that. Not impressed and feeling a bit more relaxed after the explanation, I went into my single man's tent for the night. All I wanted to do was sleep, coming down from my adrenaline rush. The next morning, I went back, looking for where I left my flashlight, but I couldn't find it. I was disappointed. I spent a lot of money on that thing, but crap happens, I guess. That day we spent cooking around the fire, playing games like soccer and going on hikes. I opted not to go on any hikes and volunteered to watch the camp. I was a little nervous about what was out there, and all my friends agreed. We needed someone to look after the camp after all. While Canadians are nice, not all of them are, and petty theft happens at campsites all the time. So they left on their walk around 1 p.m. I estimated that they'd be back around 3 or 4. I sat at the fire reading a novel I'd brought just in case I got bored. Soon the fire was low again. By then it was 3 p.m. I decided I'd rather go out and get firewood while it was still light out, not wanting to risk running into that large thing again. I set my book aside and I went into the woods the opposite way I went the previous night. By about 40 feet into the woods, I'd managed to get a good pile in my arms, when I was hit with that smell again. I quickly turned to head back, but I froze, dropping the pile of twigs and branches in my arms. There it was, the creature from the night prior, sitting up in a maple tree about 15 feet from the ground looking down at me. It looked like a large wolf, sick and wrong and skeletal, with a large scar on its left shoulder. Its eyes were yellow, with the dark parts trained on me. It realized I was looking at it. It looked like it started to smile. It was showing its yellow, sharp teeth. Then it jumped to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. When they say you get frozen in fear, I knew then what that felt like. I couldn't move. Primal fear took hold. The thing tilted its head at me and took a step forward, then another. That's when I noticed it was holding something in its skeletal wolf-human hand. It was my flashlight from last night. It seemed to smile wider, as if it stopped 10 feet from me and held out the flashlight to me, almost like it wanted me to take it. Then it slowly crushed it, the plastic and glass cracking ominously in the woods. It dropped what was left at its feet. I shook, tremors coursing down my spine. I heard more rustling in the trees around me, and then the whispers. Whispers that came close and grew loud. With us, come with us, come with us. But then there were other whispers mixed in. Leave. You don't belong here. Go away. Some beckoned me. Others warned me to get away. It was all garbled together, and out of the corner of my eyes I saw dark shapes around me. My eyes were glued to the large one in front of me, though. That's when I blacked out. I don't remember anything after that. Not until I woke up. When I came to, it was dark, and I was beside the campfire. My friends were prodding me gently. They asked if I was okay, and if I needed to go to the hospital. My eyes felt heavy, and I was confused. I looked up to see 5 very concerned friends. They informed me that when they got back, I was gone. They looked around and found me in the tree line, just by the campsite. My head was covered in dried blood. They asked if I remembered falling, and if I did, how hard. They asked if I was attacked, too. I slowly sat up and felt the back of my head. It hurt like mad, and it was matted with dry blood like they said. I looked at my friends, confused. I wasn't just in the tree line, I was a bit away from the tree line. And those things... Cold rushed through my veins. I don't know why, but all I said was that I tripped and hit my head while going to look for firewood, and that I felt horrible. I wanted to leave. My friends nodded their heads, said they were already starting to pack up so they could take me to the hospital. They finished loading up the cars and truck. We left soon after, and I kept my eyes closed the whole ride back. I was too scared to see anything out the window for as long as we were still within the woodland areas. I didn't want to see those eyes staring back into mine. I'll never go camping again. I've learned my lesson that there are far worse things than mosquitoes and bears in Canada's woods. I feel like some of those creatures didn't want to do me harm, but others did, and I have no idea why they let me go. Who knows for sure? I'll never find out. In fact, I don't think I'll ever feel the need to even want to find out.
Creepy Hermit Encounter. Submitted by Jordan. I live in Burlington, Ontario, a nice lakeside city near Toronto. This story happened to me during a school trip when I was in the 8th grade. At my elementary school, which by the way was Catholic, everyone in grade 8 would get to go on 2 trips as part of their final year at the school. One trip took place in the fall, and it was usually a religious camping trip that took place about 40 minutes out of the city. By religious, I mean everyone had to participate in group activities that revolved around being a good Christian and teamwork. This, of course, completely sucked at this camp. It was little more than a religion class stretched over 3 days. The second trip took place in the spring, and was usually a trip to Ottawa for the weekend, where we could explore the city and visit museums. For some reason, it was decided my year would instead take another camping trip, about 4 hours away at Algonquin Provincial Park. The camp was on one of the many lakes in the park, and was set up like your pretty typical summer camp. Cabins were spread out near the lake, and partially in the forest, and there were bathrooms and a mess hall in separate buildings. As you would guess, boys and girls shared separate cabins. The girls' cabins were built on supports above the ground, and were closer to the lake. Our cabins were almost in the forest and built on the ground along a gravel road. I shared a larger cabin with about 4 other guys. Although ours was the largest, it was probably the least comforting. While the other cabins had actual windows and doors that would fully close and lock, our cabin looked like it was built from balsa wood, only had thin bug screens for windows and a door that wouldn't completely close. I should also point out that I had no experience with actual camping, as my family hated it, so this was a pretty bad first impression. This is where the creepy part of the story starts. On the first evening, we were all gathered outside the mess hall for a fun night activity. The camp counselors told us about a hermit that lived in the nearby woods. The activity was that they were going to take us into the dark woods in groups to see where the hermit lived. This kind of caught us by surprise as it was kind of random, but intriguing at the same time. As you would expect, everyone was pretty much screaming as we were led deeper into the woods with only our flashlights, looking for this hermit's house. When we finally came across the house, which was little more than a huge log with a makeshift bed, we were led back to camp. Although my group didn't see anything, other people started talking about seeing someone creeping around the dark woods. Someone in my cabin even said they saw blue glowing eyes in the forest. I shrugged it off, thinking the whole hermit story was made up by the camp to scare us, and the person in the woods was probably just a counselor. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of someone sprinting down the gravel road near our cabin. At first I was startled, and then a little creeped out, but then I thought it may have just been some animal. That wasn't until I started hearing the gravel crunch around our cabin. It was very soft, but definitely a person outside. I was suddenly terrified. My bed was right beside the door that didn't lock. An animal could have easily pushed the door open on its own and walked inside if they wanted to. There was also nothing covering the screens, so the person outside could clearly see in. I was ready to scream as loud as possible if someone entered the cabin. I had my eyes locked on the door, anticipating to see it slowly open, but it never did. The sound outside slowly disappeared into the woods. Immediately, I thought it must have been the hermit. I ruled out the possibility of it being a counselor or teacher, because it was at least 3 a.m, which was a terrible time to check on the students. Surprisingly, I was able to fall back to sleep a short while later. That was the only interesting part of the camping trip, unfortunately. The rest of the trip was pretty dreadful. It rained non-stop for the remaining days, and a few people from my class caught the flu from another school that was sharing the camp with us, so the bus was partially quarantined on the way back home. As time passed, I mostly forgot about the creepy encounter, giving in to the possibility that it was just a counselor checking on us. The story doesn't end there, though. The following year, it was my younger sister's turn to go on the same 8th grade trip. Just like for my class, she also had to go on the weird hermit expedition during the first night. Although she initially thought nothing of it, during one of the other days when she and a few friends went exploring in the woods along the lake, she described seeing a small hermit-like person sitting on a log in the distance. I know this isn't the scariest camping story to be told, but it creeps me out knowing that the hermit was indeed real, and that the camp thought it was fun or funny to lead a bunch of kids to this random person's house in the middle of the woods. It's also a delight to know that the hermit also isn't afraid to peek on unsuspecting campers in the dead of night. It's been almost 10 years since this happened, and I haven't done anything camping related since.
My Experience in Algonquin National Park by Ike. I was taking a school trip with about half of my grade through the forests of Algonquin National Park. It's a huge provincial park where you're surrounded by water and trees and pretty much nothing else. The wildlife there flourished, and everything is secluded from our present society. In other words, there's no signal on your cell phone for the most part, no buildings, no nothing. We stayed there for a week with 2 guides and 6 other guys my age. The first day was great. We got to this camp that my school was hosting. I remember the lake water and trees and the beautiful cabins that we slept in for the night. Nothing too interesting happened that day. We got there and set up for the week. When we woke up, we headed down to the main lodge for breakfast, and then set off for the water. On our second full day there, we were canoeing. I think we were doing it for about 5 or 6 hours. I didn't have a phone or watch with me, so I had to use the sun to guess. By the time we found a nice spot to sleep for the night, it was really dark. We set up our tents and got ready for dinner. On my way through the forest looking for twigs and branches for kindling, I spotted the most curious-looking animal. It stood like a person, but had the hide of a deer, and the head of it was like a wolf and deer mixed together. The moment I saw it, my body kicked into some primal fear mode. I stayed absolutely still, and my breathing went so quiet that I couldn't even feel or hear it. I was alone in the woods with this thing, my camp a few minutes away. I heard a snap of a twig, making me nearly jump. My head darted in that direction, and when I didn't see anything, I quickly turned back to this abomination before me, but it was gone. Quickly, I took the opportunity to run back. I was twigless when I came back, and my guides asked why I hadn't gathered anything. I quietly told them that I couldn't really find much good kindling, and that I wanted to help them start the fire instead. They looked at me funny but consented. About 2 days later, we were canoeing again. We did a portage and then canoed and portaged again, repeating the process, until we came upon a mother moose and her baby drinking in the water. They were beautiful but intimidating. All of a sudden, I was overwhelmed with this feeling of terror. I was worried. I began to scan the forest around us, and I spotted the thing I'd seen before just 2 nights ago. I didn't know what it was, but just having it around me, it made me feel like my world was coming crashing down. My group started to shout at the moose to get them to move. We were in the water, so we should have been safe from any moose attacks. And luckily, the mother moose and baby got the idea. They turned and disappeared into the forest. By the time we reached the shore, the creature had disappeared as well, though I was left horrified at the idea of being in the woods again with that thing. That night, we were roasting marshmallows, the stereotypical camping trip snack. My throat got dry all of a sudden, so I went over to my tent to get some water. And a few minutes later, we went to bed. About 3 hours after that, I woke up, quickly regretting all the water I had drank. It must have been about 1 in the morning if I had to guess. I found myself a nice little spot to relieve myself. I didn't bring a flashlight, but it was okay because the moon was shining brightly in the sky. That was when, once again, the dreadful feeling came over me, as goosebumps sprouted all over my skin. Something about the dark had always freaked me out, but this was different. This was like my body knowing it wasn't alone anymore. It knew I was in danger. I felt this sudden urge to turn around, and soon I did. I saw the creature again, standing on 2 legs. It was closer than ever before, really giving me an idea of how big it was. Its eyes reflected yellow in the moonlight, and it was bony below its neck. And to be real with you, it looked like it had passed away a long time ago. It was more like a walking corpse than a living thing. I screamed, but all that came out was air, no sound, and then I ran back to my tent and hid under a blanket. Somehow I fell back asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was bright out, and we were getting ready to leave the area. Luckily for me, it was the last time I'd see that windigo again.
Lack Windigo. Submitted by Ava C. This is a scary experience we had in Algonquin Park in Canada, where we got stuck on a road called Lack Windigo. My family and I were camping up north for some time, but sadly after 6 days we had to leave. We left early in the morning, around 8. I was with 3 people, my mother Cindy and my 2 cousins Cheryl and Samantha. As we were driving, my mother, being the outdoorsy type, wanted Cheryl to drive through her favorite place, Algonquin Provincial Park. It was simply gorgeous. I was 8 the last time we went, so I hadn't remembered much, and I was excited to go. I was too busy taking photos to realize Cheryl had turned down a road with the name Lac Windigo. It was a very narrow, eerie road. We stopped a few times to have a snack and take some pictures. "I've got to turn around," Cheryl said as she looked for a wide spot to turn. The only problem was, there was nothing but a narrow path. She ended up having to unhook our trailer and back up until she could turn around. In the meantime, black flies and deer flies swarmed all over our car. It got so bad that we had to roll the windows up. Even then, all you could hear was tapping on the glass from the flies ramming into it. Cheryl was finally able to turn her car around, but she had to back up to get the trailer. Both Cheryl and Samantha were panicking. Their faces were both suddenly filled with dread. Everyone got out of the car in a hurry. They were suddenly trying to get the trailer back on the vehicle as fast as they possibly could, and I couldn't understand what the hurry was about. But in no time, they had the thing hooked back up. Then I heard Cheryl curse under her breath as she got back in. They made a point to lock the doors and check that the windows were all the way up. Then we sped out of there, and I swear, we were going so fast, I thought we'd lose control at any second. The whole time this was happening, a feeling of being watched was coming over me, and just as we were taking off, that feeling was at its strongest. So I couldn't hold back anymore. I turned around in my seat and looked out the back window, and behind me stood something that I'd never forget. There was a tall creature. It looked almost like a moose, but it was standing on its hind legs. It had these solid black eyes with an expression of anger on its face. It stared back at me with those beady black eyes, and I knew if we had stayed there any longer, we may have never left, at least not alive. I tried later to get an explanation from my family, but they never spoke a word, and ever since then, I've had nightmares about that thing.
The Windigo of Algonquin Park, from Queen Bee. Location, Ontario, Canada. This is a story from my Papa. A couple of years ago, he and I were talking about going hiking in Algonquin Provincial Park, somewhere that he had been multiple times and had grown up near. Unfortunately, his health was failing and our trip was cancelled. He told me that it was likely for the best, since he wouldn't be able to protect me from the Windigo if he saw it. My Papa is half First Nations, with his mother being Cree and Huron, and his father being Scottish. Because his mother was removed from her home as a child and placed into the schools, she lost her status as First Nations and wasn't allowed to live on the res, but she lived just outside of it, near Algonquin Provincial Park. Papa has many friends who lived on the res and would often go with him into the park to hike and hunt when he was a young man. They saw many strange things in the deepest parts of the forest. However, this is the story he shared with me that day. Papa was hiking with a friend named Ben when they were in their late 20s. They had already been out in the park for several days, camping at nightfall and continuing in the morning. They were rather deep in the woods. It was late October and getting colder as the days went on, but they were prepared for that and often camped in the middle of winter. One night, as the temperature dropped below freezing, they decided it was time to set up camp and start a fire. They were starting to gather wood when Papa heard something. It was the crying of a baby or child. Papa had grown up during the Great Depression and had heard stories of people abandoning unwanted babies and children in the forest. He started to follow the crying when Ben grabbed his arm. "Don't go over there, John. It's not what you think it is," Ben said, looking a little pale. "We should move our camp, or that thing will just keep wailing and getting closer." Popo was confused, not understanding what his friend meant. But what if that's someone in need? A kid or another camper who got lost? He broke free from his friend's hand. "I can't leave until I check it out." Ben sighed, but relented. He loaded his hunting rifle and told Popo to do the same before they went to check. The forest was in twilight now as they moved towards the crying. As they broke through a thick patch of trees, they came to an old campsite. There, lying on the ground, was a child that looked to be no older than a year. Popo started walking towards it, but Ben stopped him, telling him to wait. As Popo looked back, the child began to change. It stood up, the legs under it growing long and bent as if it had two sets of knees, each bending in a different direction. Its arms were much the same, with 2 elbows per arm, one bending forward, the other back. Its torso grew the size of a large man. Its ribs were protruding as if threatening to tear through the skin, and its head grew to the size of a man's, but with a mouth so large it took up most of its face. When its jaw unhinged, it began to cry again, as if it was trying to draw them closer to it. Ben began to chant, and the beast screamed as if in pain before running off, knowing that this was not going to be the easy meal it wanted. Popo was frozen to the spot. "What was that, Ben?" "That, John, was a windigo. The spirit of a person who became lost in the woods and starved. It is said that the spirit over time becomes twisted and evil. You must never approach one without protecting yourself first. Now let's go move the camp. This is its hunting grounds, and it will be back." Popo is in his late 80s now, and every time he tells this story, he still looks terrified. He's now palliative, meaning his days are numbered, and he asked me to take his ashes to Algonquin Park as he did with Ben's, and scatter them through the woods. But he reminded me never to go alone, lest I come face to face with the windigo. They Let Me Go, from summer of 2019. I certainly don't want to be seen as crazy. Even I think that anyone who would tell an account like this would be nothing less than crazy. This happened last summer in Algonquin Park, Ontario, Canada. It's the reason why I'll never go back there. It was a long weekend. Me and my friends had planned weeks before to go up to a camping ground and have a good time. Me being 19 and the youngest of the group, never having camped before, I was a bit nervous, but I became more excited the closer the trip grew. I'd gone to a scout shop and caught a bunch of new camping gear, which I have long since given away. I'm not planning to go camping again after this. So we arrived on the Friday night and set up camp. I was learning from the more experienced campers in the group how to set up my tent and where. There were 6 of us, including me, and I felt relaxed sitting around the campfire the first night, laughing and telling funny stories about school and friends and family. As it got dark, 4 of the group members were tired from the long drive from the city, so they settled into their tents. I stayed up. I was filled with excitement from experiencing my first camping trip. 2 of the others in the group stayed up too, Sarah and Jonathan. They were kind of flirty with each other, but I didn't mind. The campground wasn't very full, which struck me as odd. It was a long summer weekend, and the night was overcast. Looking into the woods, it was pitch black out there. It was rather chilly, and we were low on firewood, so Jonathan proposed that he and I go out and collect some. I was a bit nervous, but I agreed. We left Sarah by the fire, then headed out into the woods with my brand new flashlight. He was using his phone light. Not wanting to go too far, I found a dead fallen tree, so I started to break off arm-length branches. I had to put down the flashlight at one point, so I could snap the tree limbs with both arms. I soon stopped when I heard a crunching in the woods maybe 30 feet in front of me. Thinking that Jonathan was trying to go around and give me a newbie scare, I dropped my pile of firewood and hid behind the dead tree. I turned off the light so I could give him a taste of his own medicine. I heard the crunching growing closer, but a second later in the opposite direction, I heard Jonathan calling out to me, back the way I'd come from. So, it wasn't Jonathan. Scared, I stayed silent from the noise of the large footsteps. They were still coming towards me. Then a musky, gross smell hit me. I held my breath and slowly turned, blood roaring in my ears. I looked out over the dead tree from my seated position, and I saw a large, dark shape looking like it was covered in patches of fur and standing on two legs. In a second, I was up on my feet, running back to the campsite, not caring that I had dropped my flashlight in my haste. When I was back in camp, I was slightly shaken. Sarah and Jonathan looked at me confused and asked what was wrong. I described what I heard and saw, and Jonathan just laughed it off, saying that I was spooked by a bear looking for food around the camp. They made a joke about me becoming its dinner, but Sarah said it was probably more scared of me than I was of it. I highly doubt that. Not impressed and feeling a bit more relaxed after the explanation, I went into my single man's tent for the night. All I wanted to do was sleep, coming down from my adrenaline rush. The next morning, I went back, looking for where I left my flashlight, but I couldn't find it. I was disappointed. I spent a lot of money on that thing, but crap happens, I guess. That day we spent cooking around the fire, playing games like soccer and going on hikes. I opted not to go on any hikes and volunteered to watch the camp. I was a little nervous about what was out there, and all my friends agreed. We needed someone to look after the camp after all. While Canadians are nice, not all of them are, and petty theft happens at campsites all the time. So they left on their walk around 1 p.m. I estimated that they'd be back around 3 or 4. I sat at the fire reading a novel I'd brought just in case I got bored. Soon the fire was low again. By then it was 3 p.m. I decided I'd rather go out and get firewood while it was still light out, not wanting to risk running into that large thing again. I set my book aside and I went into the woods the opposite way I went the previous night. By about 40 feet into the woods, I'd managed to get a good pile in my arms, when I was hit with that smell again. I quickly turned to head back, but I froze, dropping the pile of twigs and branches in my arms. There it was, the creature from the night prior, sitting up in a maple tree about 15 feet from the ground looking down at me. It looked like a large wolf, sick and wrong and skeletal, with a large scar on its left shoulder. Its eyes were yellow, with the dark parts trained on me. It realized I was looking at it. It looked like it started to smile. It was showing its yellow, sharp teeth. Then it jumped to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. When they say you get frozen in fear, I knew then what that felt like. I couldn't move. Primal fear took hold. The thing tilted its head at me and took a step forward, then another. That's when I noticed it was holding something in its skeletal wolf-human hand. It was my flashlight from last night. It seemed to smile wider, as if it stopped 10 feet from me and held out the flashlight to me, almost like it wanted me to take it. Then it slowly crushed it, the plastic and glass cracking ominously in the woods. It dropped what was left at its feet. I shook, tremors coursing down my spine. I heard more rustling in the trees around me, and then the whispers. Whispers that came close and grew loud. With us, come with us, come with us. But then there were other whispers mixed in.
Leave. You don't belong here. Go away.
Some beckoned me. Others warned me to get away. It was all garbled together, and out of the corner of my eyes I saw dark shapes around me. My eyes were glued to the large one in front of me, though. That's when I blacked out. I don't remember anything after that. Not until I woke up. When I came to, it was dark, and I was beside the campfire. My friends were prodding me gently. They asked if I was okay, and if I needed to go to the hospital. My eyes felt heavy, and I was confused. I looked up to see 5 very concerned friends. They informed me that when they got back, I was gone. They looked around and found me in the tree line, just by the campsite. My head was covered in dried blood. They asked if I remembered falling, and if I did, how hard. They asked if I was attacked, too. I slowly sat up and felt the back of my head. It hurt like mad, and it was matted with dry blood like they said. I looked at my friends, confused. I wasn't just in the tree line, I was a bit away from the tree line. And those things... Cold rushed through my veins. I don't know why, but all I said was that I tripped and hit my head while going to look for firewood, and that I felt horrible. I wanted to leave. My friends nodded their heads, said they were already starting to pack up so they could take me to the hospital. They finished loading up the cars and truck. We left soon after, and I kept my eyes closed the whole ride back. I was too scared to see anything out the window for as long as we were still within the woodland areas. I didn't want to see those eyes staring back into mine. I'll never go camping again. I've learned my lesson that there are far worse things than mosquitoes and bears in Canada's woods. I feel like some of those creatures didn't want to do me harm, but others did, and I have no idea why they let me go. Who knows for sure? I'll never find out. In fact, I don't think I'll ever feel the need to even want to find out.
UFO experience in Ontario, Canada. I'd like to share an encounter my father and I had with a UFO back when I was about 12 or 13. This experience happened in southern Ontario, Canada, in a rural place. It's important that I give some background leading up to the encounter. My sister and I have always had, I guess you could say, a tumultuous relationship. She was a year and a half younger than me, and we were both the only children our parents had. We never got along and have vastly different personalities. She was honestly a bit abusive at times, but we both were difficult with one another. My parents didn't tend to pick a side, but I was always a bit closer with my dad, and she with my mother. My sister and I would have loud screaming matches that lasted hours, and sometimes would result in physical fights. Neither of us was perfect. I don't think I was completely innocent, but she was much more violent than I was. I liked to use words, and she used her fists. She'd throw chairs and I'd fling insults. I'm not proud of myself, but that was how it was for quite a long time between the two of us. This one night, the fighting got really out of hand, and I really can't remember every little detail, except it felt as if I was in hell and I just wanted it to end. It all led up to my father and mother arguing with one another. I remember my mother hitting my dad, and that was the only time my parents ever did anything like that, ever. I didn't want my dad to be hurt because of my bad attitude, and I ran between them to protect my father. My mother slapped me a few times, and there was some more screaming, and they argued more. My father and I left our house in our rural area and drove to the nearby city to get some food and just decompress. We were there in about half an hour, getting some McDonald's, and we parked the car in a lot. My father was exhausted and so was I, so he suggested we stay in the car and go to sleep for a while. It was around 2:30 a.m. at that point, but even though I was afraid of my sister and my mother at the moment, and didn't want to fight anymore, I was much more afraid of being in a city at night. I begged my father to drive home, and he was hesitant because of how tired he was, but I really didn't think I could sleep in the car in an area that scared me the whole night. So eventually we did drive back home. We were nearly to our house, which is in a farming area. We had to drive down past a cornfield, and behind that field, there is a forested area, and it was very far from the tree line to the road. It was completely quiet, and there were no other cars on the road, and of the few houses, none had any lights on that night. I don't remember which of us pointed it out first, but it was probably me, since I was looking out the window on the side facing the field. I saw it in the trees, this large orb, larger than our car, but it was small enough that it could have been any light at that distance. It was strange how much it captivated us. I mean, it was just a light, wasn't it? My father stopped the car, and we just gazed at this bright light, expecting nothing to happen at all, but something did. It began to move closer to us, to the road. It couldn't have taken it longer than 2 minutes at all. It made a direct beeline straight for our car, or rather, to us. I still remember how odd it was, the way it moved. It was like something out of a science fiction film. It wasn't at all natural, nor even like something made by man. That's the strangest thing about it. You know how a plane or a drone or any man-made craft would experience subtle movements, like the wind or because of the environment surrounding it. This wasn't like that at all. It moved in a perfect line. Not a single error of any kind, no small fluctuation visible to either me or my father. I didn't notice due to my shock, but my father later informed me it was emitting a low buzzing sound of some kind as it moved. All I noticed was how precisely and perfectly it moved in the space around it, around us. It was just too perfect to be something made by man. I knew that right away. In less than 2 minutes, it was right at the edge of the field. It was paralyzing and terrifying, yet so amazing too. It wasn't that I couldn't move or leave, but it was like something had reached right up into my mind and had overridden every instinct I had. My father and I were in a trance-like state while we watched, but then for some reason, and I don't understand if it was my logical mind or something like a guardian angel, or even the craft itself, but I got these flashes of memories through my mind, and they only told me one thing: run. I saw these memories of TV shows I'd watched when I was young. Particularly, it was a memory of a scene from a show reenacting a couple's encounter with a UFO, in a scenario almost exactly like the one we found ourselves in. I realized if we didn't get out of there, something awful would occur, and we would be, in all likelihood, abducted. I did not want that to happen, and apparently something else out there didn't either, because this didn't feel like my own mind or spirit telling me that. It was more like something else was trying to prevent the object from abducting us. I then screamed at my father, repeating the voice's command of run. I shouted it as loud as I could, and thank God, it broke him from the trance-like state. He hit the gas, flooring it, and we drove away. I looked back to see if that object was chasing us. By that time, it had made it to the road, and I was convinced it would follow us back home, but it didn't. Instead, it just floated away across the other side and disappeared. We made it home, and we were both just shocked and terrified. It seemed like a dream. So for years following, I asked my father if it was all real, if that really happened. It was just too unbelievable. It moved so perfectly and so much faster than any normal vehicle ever could, and it glowed so brightly too. Not just that, but it appeared to possess intelligence, as it only moved when my father and I began observing it. So many questions went through my mind. Was it a UFO? Was it some government technology that they were testing here? The UFO theory makes more sense to me. It seemed to be capable of moving without being affected by the space around it. I have so many questions, and I don't understand it at all. I've always had the sinking feeling that one day I'll see it again. The encounter actually improved my life for the better, though. My sister and I stopped fighting for good, and our relationship improved dramatically after the event. It has had some negative effects on me too, though. See, after I saw something so amazing and wonderful, everything else seems a bit boring in comparison. I mean, it was seemingly out of this world. Something like that is just so amazing to witness that it shakes up your entire worldview. I have no idea if it was aliens or something else, but it was really something to see. I want to see something else as amazing like that one day. Sometimes I look out at the night sky, wondering if it'll show up again. I just want to know what it wanted with us. I hope some people can find my story and realize they aren't alone. These things do happen, and you're not crazy. There are things we cannot understand fully, and that's okay. The world would be a bit more boring without these things, don't you think? Werewolf in Canada. From Dark Raven NFFC. This is a short but scary encounter. It is a story from my Canadian friend, so I'll share it from their point of view. It was a late Friday afternoon. I was taking a walk in a forest near my house. There was barely anyone in the woods at the time, which was perfectly normal at the time of day. Everything was fine for the first half hour, but after that, the sounds of nature suddenly stopped. The woods were far too still. I tried to ignore this. I kept on walking, but then I heard rustling and twigs snapping in the brush to my right. This was followed by a sensation, like someone was watching me. It was an odd feeling, but once again, I did my best not to pay too much attention to it. I started to walk again. The next weird thing that happened was a distant howl. I say again, it was distant, but it was still quite loud, and this was followed by an even louder roar. That was when I ran. I knew that something was trying to find me. My instincts were confirmed when, from my right, a huge, fur-covered creature jumped out onto the path. This creature had glowing amber eyes, a tail, sharp teeth, with a build like a muscular man, but with wolf-like features, like a muzzle and pointed ears. It was standing on two legs like a man too, except its joints were bent weird. I looked at the thing for what felt like hours. I waited for it to do something, or for me to gather the courage to move again. Eventually, I think it decided I wasn't worth the time, and it began to walk back into the woods where it came from. My heart pounding and my mind returning to me, I sprinted quickly towards my car, and I sped away from that place. When I looked back in the rearview mirror, something that I still regret doing, I saw that thing from earlier chasing me now, on all fours, almost matching the speed of my car. I was absolutely terrified. I eventually lost it, but when I got home, I heard yet another howl. Luckily, I was already in my house. I tried to get some sleep that night, and eventually I did. But sometime after, I awoke to sounds at my window. When I opened the blind, sure enough, I saw that same creature, or at least the same kind of creature, sniffing around outside. It was trying to find me still. I didn't know what to do. I panicked. This thing was at least 8 feet tall, and I knew that if it got in, it would be the end of me. But I guess luck was on my side, because once more, it walked back into the woods behind my house. I haven't seen it since, and I hope I never see it again. Black Windigo. Submitted by Ava C. This is a scary experience we had in Algonquin Park in Canada, where we got stuck on a road called Lac Windigo. My family and I were camping up north for some time, but sadly after 6 days we had to leave. We left early in the morning, around 8. I was with 3 people, my mother Cindy and my 2 cousins Cheryl and Samantha. As we were driving, my mother, being the outdoorsy type, wanted Cheryl to drive through her favorite place, Algonquin Provincial Park. It was simply gorgeous. I was 8 the last time we went, so I hadn't remembered much, and I was excited to go. I was too busy taking photos to realize Cheryl had turned down a road with the name Lac Windigo. It was a very narrow, eerie road. We stopped a few times to have a snack and take some pictures. "I've got to turn around," Cheryl said as she looked for a wide spot to turn. The only problem was, there was nothing but a narrow path. She ended up having to unhook our trailer and back up until she could turn around. In the meantime, black flies and deer flies swarmed all over our car. It got so bad that we had to roll the windows up. Even then, all you could hear was tapping on the glass from the flies ramming into it. Cheryl was finally able to turn her car around, but she had to back up to get the trailer. Both Cheryl and Samantha were panicking. Their faces were both suddenly filled with dread. Everyone got out of the car in a hurry. They were suddenly trying to get the trailer back on the vehicle as fast as they possibly could, and I couldn't understand what the hurry was about. But in no time, they had the thing hooked back up. Then I heard Cheryl curse under her breath as she got back in. They made a point to lock the doors and check that the windows were all the way up. Then we sped out of there, and I swear, we were going so fast, I thought we'd lose control at any second. The whole time this was happening, a feeling of being watched was coming over me, and just as we were taking off, that feeling was at its strongest. So I couldn't hold back anymore. I turned around in my seat and looked out the back window, and behind me stood something that I'd never forget. There was a tall creature. It looked almost like a moose, but it was standing on its hind legs. It had these solid black eyes with an expression of anger on its face. It stared back at me with those beady black eyes, and I knew if we had stayed there any longer, we may have never left, at least not alive. I tried later to get an explanation from my family, but they never spoke a word, and ever since then, I've had nightmares about that thing. The Monster in Northern Canada. Submitted by Ryan. I'm a 17-year-old guy that lives in northern Minnesota back in the States. I consider myself muscular. I weigh around 200 pounds and I go to the gym every morning. I'm not too prideful to admit that I might be pretty cocky sometimes, but I'm not easily scared. Anyway, every summer, my friend and I drive up to Bishoe Lake in Alberta. We usually go fishing in our little boat, and that's what we were doing that day. We just got done fishing, and we were driving our fishing boat back to the cabin. My friend Zach stops the boat all of a sudden and starts clenching his ears. It's obvious, and I look over at him and ask, "Hey, you okay, man?" He responds with, "What on earth was that noise? Tell me you heard that." Confused, I answered, while looking around at the surrounding lake. "No, what did it sound like?" He looks around for about 10 seconds, then responds, "It was this super high-pitched howl. It sounded like it was right next to me, but now it's gone." So he starts the boat back up, and we drive back to the cabin undisturbed. A few hours later, we are playing the new Call of Duty together in the living room, when something that sounded like a rock hit our window. We both jump up, and Zach yells, "What was that?" Then he goes to check it out. I'm sitting on the couch and I tell him, "It's probably just some bird, man. Just finish the game with me." So he walks away from the window and just sits down, and we start playing again. By then it's about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and we're still playing our game, when out of nowhere, we hear this god-awful high-pitched howl. And almost instantly, as goosebumps envelop my skin, I realize this must have been the sound he was talking about. The sound blares from just outside our cabin. Zach screams, "That was the noise!" as we both run to the window and look outside to find nothing. Then Zach, who is fed up with whatever this prankster is doing, grabs a kitchen knife and runs out the front door, yelling, "Whoever's out there, come here and show yourself, this isn't funny." I get up and run outside with him looking around. I wanted to be sure he didn't hurt someone in his anger. The next thing we saw is something I never thought I'd witness in my life, and I honestly can't believe I'm saying it now, because it sounds like I'm an escaped patient from a mental hospital. But I know what I saw, and it will forever haunt me. There's an elk standing at the forest's edge outside, and we watch in silence and in awe as the elk stands up on its hind legs, letting out that same horrific high-pitched howl, the exact noise we had just heard. Right away, we both make a beeline for the truck. It was parked in the driveway to our right, and Zach hops in the passenger seat. I jump into the driver's seat and dig around in my pocket for the keys. First things first, I lock all the doors. I finally find the keys and shove them into the ignition. I pound my foot on the gas, zipping down the driveway and turning down the dirt road to zoom away. Once we have the guts to, Zach and I both look back at the cabin and see that that thing is gone. Then we look at each other, speechless. To this day, I think what we saw was a skinwalker, a shaman or spirit that can take the form of animals, but not perfectly. I've heard the legends before, and I honestly never put an ounce of truth into them, but this experience, it's confirmed so much for me. But I'm still terrified, and I know I wasn't hallucinating, because Zach and I both saw it. To all of you listening or reading, just know there are things out there, and it doesn't always have to make sense. The Beast of the Canadian Woods, submitted by Felix M. This story happened to my grandfather back when he was a teenager. He and his girlfriend, now my grandmother, had just had a nasty fight and broke up, which devastated him. His dad decided that sometime doing his favorite thing might cheer him up, and so they went camping. This had my grandfather up and about the second he heard about it, because camping has been and always will be one of his most passionate hobbies. My grandfather mentioned that when they were driving to the campsite, he had this unbreakable feeling that something was off. He later realized that once they drove past a certain point, he had stopped hearing any animals from the wilderness around him. No birds, no sight of the occasional moose, nothing. Fast forward to later when they were at the campsite. Now, it wasn't just him and his father there at the campsite. There was an Indian family that was camping not far from them, and they even shared a dinner with them and swapped stories. It was later that night when everything started to happen. My grandfather woke up inside the tent they had set up with the urge to, make a pit stop. So he quickly unzipped the tent and dashed into the woods, flashlight in hand. He made his way a while from the campsite as to not stink up the air, and he did his business. Now, as he started walking back, he realized that he must have gone a lot further than he thought, because it was taking a good amount of time to get back to the actual campsite. And it was at that same time that he felt he was being watched. So he picked up the pace a little, and he began to feel the full weight of the situation. He was in the middle of nowhere, not even sure if he was walking the right direction, and he felt like something was following him, closely. He says he started to feel like he was on the verge of tears. He was that terrified. It was then that he heard a branch snap on a tree behind him, causing him to whirl around to see nothing on the ground. But there was certainly something in the trees, something big with pale white skin, and it was incredibly lanky. He didn't remember why, but then he started crying, and he was laughing at the same time. Then the creature began to move toward him, which snapped him out of it and made him scream before he began to run at full pace back through the forest. He didn't dare look back at whatever it was that was chasing him, but he knew it was right behind him, and it was gaining on him at that. He then tripped and fell face first on a rock, immediately blacking out. He woke up with his dad and the Indian family's mother and son standing over him, while the dad looked for whatever had destroyed the trees above. It was sheer evidence that something had been there. All my grandfather said was, "We need to leave. That thing, it's not human." He tried to plead to his great-grandfather to believe him so that they would all leave. He said this so seriously that my great-grandfather knew that he must not have been lying. He wasn't that type of person. The next day, after some explaining, my grandfather learned that what he saw was probably a windigo. Now, of course, the Indian family didn't stay long after explaining this, and neither did my family. My grandfather claims this story is 100% true, and I don't see what reason he'd have to make it all up, so I trust him. I completely believe that my grandfather encountered a monster in the Canadian woods.
Thank you for listening to Unexplained Encounters. If you enjoy this show, think about supporting us. There are several ways you can. Search for EerieCast on your favorite podcast app and follow our other scary shows, especially the other two I host, Tales from the Break Room and Camping Horrors. Leave Unexplained Encounters a rating on Spotify and a review on Apple Podcasts. The more we get, the higher we climb in the charts. Get some cool merch at EerieCast.store, or unlock tons of cool extras like exclusive audiobooks and music tracks, ad-free access to all our shows, and a huge 20% discount on all our merch, all for less than $3 a month by signing up for EerieCast Plus at EerieCast.com/plus. Thank you. Until next time, send me your scariest stories of the unexplained at darkstories.org so I can narrate them in a future episode. And follow me on X, formerly Twitter, at Prevails for plenty of screams and memes. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.